Going on, Conscious Crew? It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. I am happy to have you guys here on this wonderful Thursday. I know I've been gone for a little minute. It's only been about 3-4 days. I know it feels like forever when I'm not here. We'll get into all of that. You see what we're here to get into. So before we do so, I need all of you beautiful people to go ahead and run those thumbs up all the way up until they're absolutely stuck. Also, make sure that you share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community. Shout out to all of the new subbies. We're at 45.7 and counting. All right. Also, make sure that you guys have all of your notification bells set to all, because you never want to miss a day or hour when the king is indeed kinging. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me speak to you guys coming into the sanctuary. What's going on? VS Speaks. Hey, boo. What's going on? Dion. Hey, boo. Very interesting topic indeed. Hey, my baby mother, Patricia. Hey, love. What's going on, Code Fam? Code Fam. I heard that somebody is leaving the sector. Things been getting a little bit too ghetto. That is, Code Fam. Am I getting some confirmation that you are leaving your sector? Okay, are you moving into the bachelor sector, the master's degree sector? Are you moving into the associate's degree sector? Or are you going to do the GED sector? But yeah, I've been hearing, honey, that you are you are outgrowing your space. What's going on, Rajan? Hey, boo. Rajan, I want to thank you because you actually submitted me for an opportunity that I had just completed last week. So thank you so much for your recommendation. I definitely followed through. So much love and light to you, boo, and thank you so much. What's going on, Katie? I know 3 days is too long. Hey, my sin. What's going on, babes? What's going on, Gabriella? Now, you guys know I obviously have one of my favorite co-hosts up here to help me to have this dialogue, because I found this dialogue to be very interesting. Now, I know there's a lot of mess going on, honey, and we're going to get to all of the dragulations. We're going to get to all of the pop culture phenomena. You guys know the saga between Megan and Nikki is still going strong. So I gotta fill you guys in on all of that, honey. It's everything going on everywhere, girl. You guys know we got a presidential election that's coming up. Make sure that you guys also are voting and understand your local politicians and candidates as well. They are far more important and necessary for your personal world to run accordingly than the president's selection is, okay? But we'll be having all those political discussions as well. But let me go ahead and bring up my boy Taurus. What's going on, Taurus?
Yo, how you doing this evening?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm not gonna lie. The thumbnail and your hashtags on these videos already has me cracking up, man.
What do you think about the thumbnail? What is it giving, Taurus?
I feel like we're about to crack a perspective I've never talked about yet. Something tells me there's gonna be a new one.
Ooh, okay, because you kind of already had this discussion, last week, I believe, over there in the Raggedy Fear sector of YouTube.
Yeah, my boy Chaotic, yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Chaotic, because watching y'all show I was like, this is an interesting topic. I want to follow up and get into some things as well. Shout out to my baby mother, Gabriella, for the old nasty piece of child support check. For keep shining, love. Thank you so much. So this is going to be an interesting dialogue. And you know what's interesting is so I've been gone for a few days. I just needed to like decompress, and I just needed to just like chill. Plus I had like some things going on in my head space, and I think it was because of some of the like conversations that I've been having with some of the people like in my personal life, because they've been talking to me about relationships and romance. And a lot of my friends who are like out there on the dating market, they are well into their 30s, etc. Some of them are in their 40s and 50s as well. And what's interesting is that I don't know anybody who is in a happy, functional relationship aside from you, maybe, Tyrus.
Oh, come on. There's no way I'm the
And
little
now,
person.
and now, Knockout Media. You know, him and his boo are doing real well. They are expecting their first child in a few. So, you know, out of y'all, and y'all are the most recent people, you know, who I am aware of. But outside of that, ain't nobody got nothing going on. And so I've been in a certain space with, so we can open up here. So I had somebody to, what's going on, critically drinking, what's going on, Arshawn, who said I didn't see that thumbnail. Lots of laugh. It is an interesting topic. We have to redesign how we connect. Absolutely. Hey Wendy, what's going on, Latira? Don't go ballistic on what's going on, Rochelle? What's going on, Queen Cash? Hey Boom, what's going on, y'all? So I recently had someone who had expressed some romantic feelings for me, and I like this individual, and they are looking for more of a traditional relationship dynamic, something that I'm not really attracted to, something that doesn't really appeal to me at this stage in the game for me. I'm 38, I'll be 39 this year, and I've been like literally dating since I've been probably 15, 14 years of age. Like I've been, and I'm talking about like I was dating hardcore even at 14.
Is he around the same age as well?
Huh?
Is he around the same age as well?
As me?
Yeah.
Yeah. We
Okay.
are in the same age bracket and everything. And
Gotcha.
I walked away from that dialogue thinking to myself, like, I don't know what, I just don't know why at this stage in the game. First of all, I'm at a place in my life where I'm very career driven. I'm very coin driven. I'm very legacy driven. This is not a place that I have always been in my life. It took me, I always knew what I wanted to do, but it took me a long time to finally position myself to actually like walk thoroughly and exclusively in my purpose. And I've only been doing that for shy of 3 or 4 years now. So I still feel like I am in the honeymoon stages of dating other aspects of my life. The bulk of my life has been dedicated to my family. It's been dedicated to my friends. It's been dedicated to the men that I have been romantically tied with. I'm an empath. Coupled with being a Scorpio, I love severely, I love deeply, I love with every fiber in my soul. I literally pick up the cross, die on it, go into hell, come out of hell, and ascend and sit beside the Son who's sitting beside the Father. And, you know, like that's been my whole life, is focus on love and community and this intimacy and people. So the past 3 years of my life have been very interesting to me because it finally has been about me for once. And I have finally intentionally created the space in my life to like love something outside of other people, to actually date aspects of my life outside of humans. And I always used to hear about how people would date their careers and, you know, they're dating their destiny, etc. And now I know finally what that feels like. And it is very exuberating. And one of the most rewarding things about dating my career and dating my purpose is the fact that, unlike people, everything as it relates to like your corporate dreams is very transactional. So things are more promising. It feels in a way more safe and rewarding because you literally pour into a system that you get something out of, because that's literally the way that the system is automatically designed, versus being so committed to people and then having people use you, abuse you, dispose of you, discard you, forsake you, abandon you, betray you. And so things aren't always and don't always feel reciprocal, definitely fair. And so I have found that aspect of like getting into this very transactional lifestyle to be very fulfilling on that end, because I know that I'm going to get my fair share of the pie if I put forth the energy, if I put forth the effort. That effort,
Right.
you know, shows up as the growth, the opportunity, the money, and you know, and just all other things that I can tangibly, practically observe. But you know, when it comes to the personal shit, it's a wild card. And you know, when it works, it does work. And even if you strike out one time out of 100,000, it is a worthy win, and it's a beautiful win. And I'm grateful for all of the strikeouts that I have gotten out of my personal life. But to be honest, considering how much I've given and who I've been and how much I've contributed to the lives of the people who are connected to me intimately and personally, I should have been walking away with far more than what I have in my basket. Hands down. Once again, though, because the road is not promising when it comes to matters of the heart, whether that be family, whether that be friends, whether that be lovers, etc. Because of the rarity and because nobody has to give you anything, it does make me grateful for the things that have worked out and for the things that I still have to show for that love. But I loved a lot of people, Tyrus, and I put myself on the line for a lot of people in this 38 time period. I did things for people that nobody would dare.
Can I comment real quick?
I gave things that I have never even seen other people give, not even the elders in my life give. Who, might I add, have also been my inspiration, because the elders in my life were incredible community organizers and were some of the strongest empaths that I know. And they taught me and they demonstrated to me just how far love can go. Matter of fact, I take that back. I'm going to take back what I just said about I gave things that I never saw even elders give, because I saw the elder empaths in my life also give to the same severity, even to their detriment, which all of the empaths in my life have also died as a result of all of that giving. Like, they literally gave to their detriment, and it has been to their detriment. So I'm also now in a space where I'm learning from them, the balance, etc. But I'm gonna pause there because you wanted to jump in and say something.
Yeah. I believe everything you're saying, which is why I have no problem saying it's easy to be this loving, caring empath because, and the reality is conscious. And, you know, I've had to learn this lesson the hard way about myself. It's easy to be in these relationships when you're still in control of everything. And with this guy, the way you've already described it, it's already foreign to be with this guy's clearly in a non-transactional state. And that's a foreign, that's, let's be clear, that's a foreign feeling to you now. Um, you got butterflies, you don't know what the hell to do, right? Let me be clear, you
As
didn't say no
it,
out the gate, so I already know
as it
he's
relates,
working.
as it relates to the guy.
Yep.
No, I don't. That's what's interesting is I feel kind of I don't know whether I'm numb and jaded or I'm just transcended because I have not had like feelings for a man in years. And even the men that I have been experiencing over the past few years, I've been experiencing them more so from like a cerebral perspective, not really from a heart perspective. And I do want to explore that because I know a big part of my anecdotal experience is informing my heart at this point to have a wall the size of Fort Knox or the size of that wall that Trump
All
plans
right.
on
That's
completing
normal.
around the American border. Because but I don't feel anything in my heart anymore. It's all mental, it's all left brain, it's all cerebral, it's all like
So
masculine.
if that's the case, why wasn't it an instant no? And let me dwell on it. What makes this one different than the other ones where you could have easily been like, nah.
Well, this was my response to him was I'm not in a place to be able to provide a traditional relationship structure. But I am okay with companionship, and I don't have a problem with us engaging each other in the way
To
that
not beat around the bush, are we just talking about monogamous?
not even just monogamy, but it even goes beyond like monogamy. I'm not, because when I say a traditional relationship structure also means expectations. Like we
Yeah,
can
that's what I want to meet. Like, what's that mean?
we can engage each other, but you are completely free to have an entire humanity. There is no expectations. You can have feelings for me. You can engage me. You can be with me and also be true to the rest of yourself, whatever that looks like. And that's the only thing at this point to me, Tyrus, that makes sense to let other human beings do is to let them be human. I have spent my whole life playing the Sims game of people trying to get their fantasies fulfilled. That has not worked out for me personally. And it's honestly, in being honest, has been very exhausting to attempt to be a part of other people's fantasies and to try to get them to be a part of mine. It's the only thing that has
Well,
ever,
I would call that insulting. That's what I would, from my perspective, that would be borderline insulting.
the only thing that has trumped and been a constant reality is the reality that people are people. And people change 7 years out, and people outgrow the people they are right now versus who they're going to be in 2034. People evolve, people become more cultured, people become more educated, people become more aware and enlightened about themselves. And my whole thing is like, why do we have to set this shit up? Like why do we got to set it up to fail each other? Because the reality is, and this is how 100 I am at this point in my life, is you may be able to keep your word to me that no matter what, we are going to finish the race together. And that for you may mean that despite what you grow out of or grow into or grow alongside of, you may be integral enough to keep your commitment to me. But then my issue with you throwing all of this stuff that you want now, years later, months later, weeks later, whatever the fuck it is why should you not touch bases and get to experience those things because of me and me alone? I am now too humbled to think that even I should be worth you digressing from wherever it is at this point you may in fact be evolving toward. And at the end of the day, really, you staying committed to me or us trying to keep this strong familiarity amongst each other means what at the end of the day? Are we saving the fucking world by staying together? No. Does America become great again because me and you grow old together? No. So go and have your humanity. And if things change, that's okay, because we going into it recognizing each other's humanity. We're going into it greenlighting each other's humanity. And I would rather trust what's at the end of that versus what I'm laying down with 10 years from now, knowing that you have intentionally signed a contract with me, aka commitment, faithfulness, be with me, me only, I'm your soul, everything, not knowing if that's what you truly are and you truly want. The only way I know that I'm laying down with the truth is because I'm allowing you to exist as your own personal truth. That's the only thing. That's the only comfortability that I truly can seriously have. Everything is me, as far as I'm concerned, convincing myself. And why should I have to convince myself? I'm grown enough. I should be grown enough and mature enough to be able to live and stand and value the polarizing, beautiful truth. And the only reason half the time truth don't feel rewarding to us is because we are locked into fantasies. We are locked and loaded into absolutes. We are locked and loaded into social constructs and into our imaginations, where these things that we want may feel very objective, but in our reality, they're really not. And they really don't mean anything. At the end of the day, the bona fide, blanketed, bottom line truth is I'm dying alone, period. And I don't need you to convince me that you have me to the end, because the only person I know for sure that I'm going to the end with is myself. And if that's the case, that someday I'm going to pass away in my sleep, or I'm going to get brutally killed in a car accident, or I'm going to get shot by a stray bullet for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, or somebody's going to break into my house and brutally murder me and slaughter me and take all of my shit, however the end is designed, if that's the reality, that I came in here alone and I'm leaving here alone, what does the supporting script or the supporting narrative or idea of me and you, why is that truly necessary? That really is the truth that I should be growing towards swallowing, because that's the absolute reality. Everything else is just conjecture. Everything else is just blah, 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 blah. Everything else is just feeling. But do I want to live my life placating to these feelings that are actually leading to more turmoil and personal and collective suffering at this point? Or do I rather get to the end goal, swallow that now, and then live my life after coming to terms with that from the vibration of that truth? And since I've been working from that perspective of living my life from the vibration of the ultimate truth, rather than these temporal, in the moment, self-imagined, emotional impulses and desires, I've been more at peace. Now
More
that
accepting, if you
I
will.
now that I am in the spirit of I'm by myself and I'm okay. I'm okay. And that I've always been by myself. And that is okay.
You're
And yes,
accepting of that.
and yes, it's gorgeous and it's beautiful that I get to also temporarily occupy life with other people, that I get to have people as relatives. I get to have them as friends. I get to have them as romantic lovers. That's the bonus.
Mm.
That's the right now. But the eternal truth is that there is just me. The right
Mm.
now truth is that there's us, and I can still be a part of that. I just don't need all the extra shit. That no longer serves me. I don't need your commitment. I don't need your faithfulness. I don't need your affirmation. I don't need none of that. But I'm also okay with us giving each other that, because I don't need to actively resist that. But I am converting the need for that into a appreciation for it rather than a necessity of it. I'm not allowing it to be the grit and the substance of my life. Is rather people feel the same, or the feelings just as a thing themselves are not are irrelevant. I
Yeah.
I would much rather work on making sure that I understand how to give myself everything that the world taught me only the world could give to me. But once again, trying to do that costed me my mental health. Trying to do that costed me misery, because nobody taught me that it was all in me to begin with. Nobody taught me that it began and it ends with me. The world taught me that the world had to give that to me, and my job was to go and get it from out there in the jungle.
Mm.
Nobody taught me that the world was all wrapped up in me as me. Nobody taught me that God was wrapped up in me as me. Nobody did that. And actually allowing the world to be what I was reaching for, what I was trying to obtain to make myself whole, it almost costed me my very life at times. What I know for sure is I'm never going back to that mentality. And I've been, the past 3 days for me has been kind of sitting in this metaphorical coffin and just letting the world die, to me personally. Letting these ideas continue to die, allowing them to suffocate out, allowing them to become undone. I'm actually welcoming the death of my expectations of other people and my expectations of this simulation outside of myself. And I've been able to be in my Versace robes and pooch around my chateau and make my little pathetic banana puddings and enjoy just the richness of being okay and being complete
Hmm.
with
What's
just the most simplicity of life, of just me and my beautiful Versace robe with my beautiful hair and my beautiful body and my tattoos and my peace of mind and just cooking for myself, just I've been laying on my couch for 3 days, just running through Netflix reality shows, getting my entire life as Nikki Haley and Donald Trump have been going neck to neck as people are doxing the graveyards of Meghan and Nikki. And as you know, the world is still the world. And I have just been complete in me.
Mhm.
And I'm at peace with that. But yes, you trying to get in here.
So the tasty dessert you posted on IG, you'd be lying if you say you wanted to enjoy it if your man was like, damn, that tastes good, babe.
So that's the thing, right? Because it doesn't mean that I don't have a
But
man
you,
or
I'm just
man
saying you would enjoy it. You would enjoy it. Just would you enjoy that? Yes or no?
with somebody.
Yeah. If you had a man, if that dude, he was there at the crib right now and he tasted it, he was like, damn, babe, this is amazing. That would have put a big ass smile on your face.
No. I mean, it wouldn't put a smile on my face because it's such a stark contrast from me being, because I would have this, I had the same smile on my face creating this and eating this by myself. It would just be another smile, to smile with whomever I allowed, to co-pilot that experience with me. But it wouldn't be like I'm going from one contrast to another. I'm going from I'm dabbling between opposites. It's like the vibration doesn't change between me just being in that experience by myself versus being in that experience with two other people or one other person. The vibration doesn't change. And that's what I've been
Well,
working on. Like I have a whole overseas trip planned for myself in 3 months, and for the first time, like I'm going to be traveling out of the country on my own, and I intentionally created it that way, like that. I need to be able to go to do this whole thing by myself. Not that I'm going to do it by myself, but I just need to continue to master the art
mhm.
of self too. I do not trust people enough to put my faith in other people and to put my faith in them being alive, put my faith in them always being down for the cause, put my faith in them always paying attention to me. I'm not, because I've already been burnt to a crisp doing that. I have people that I love and I enjoy, and they can give me their attention if they want, and they can occupy me if they want. But I'm also very adamant about making sure that I can occupy a seat for one just fine as well.
Yeah. And there's
And
nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But I just asked you a simple question.
yeah,
You would enjoy
if
it if the guy was there.
if
Yeah.
he was there or you was there or it was just me by myself,
Mm.
I'm happy either way. I'm smiling in either way. I'm smiling for different reasons, but I'm smiling.
Oh, so there are different reasons for why you would smile.
Yeah, I'm smiling because I get to see
Mm.
I get to watch somebody else experience my art, and I get to,
Right.
you know, just experience the good somebody else brings to that moment too, but I'm smiling regardless.
I feel you.
I'm not smiling more per se, or I'm not going from like sadness to joy because, you know, somebody else is there to experience that with me. I'm going to be happy regardless.
As you should. I agree with you. I guess the point I was making is that different perspective. Like, I would be just as proud of that I did myself, and I just enjoyed it. But it's really dope to have a whole family that you can experience those kind of the first. Yo, this is the first time we made this, and this is hitting. Whole family loves it. Yeah, you're gonna be proud you did it, but then there's that extra oomph. You know what I mean? And it's people that you know is like riding with you. I'm not saying you need it. I'm just saying it's also true that feeling. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I got married. You know what I mean? Like, I want to experience these things with someone else. Because maybe, like, for me, I don't know. I feel better when I do it in a team environment. You know what I mean? And so there's nothing. Let's be very clear here, Conscious. There is nothing wrong with your perspective, with how you feel or with how you operate. I would say that's normal. You should be able to operate solo dolo. And I get right now you are right now you got a freeway, a whole express lane open on your career path right now, and no, you shouldn't jump off. I'm just saying I've heard the same thing from my old lady, and 6 months later she was pregnant and we was getting married. You know what I mean? Because I thought and she thought, well, you could operate on, wifey time, or I could operate on Tyru's time. Sometimes conscious love, no, you don't get, no, you got to operate on universe time. You don't get to choose that time. Sometimes you can map that shit out, bro, and bam, here it go. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying you should just let it happen, but for me, it sounds like you kind of concerned with the word traditional. You know what I mean?
But not just the word, it's
No,
just
what comes with it,
way
like the
that
context, what
we
comes with
as
it.
people just live our lives generally that I'm not okay with. Like, nobody taught me the road that I'm on, which has been the less traveled one. So I'm very excited to learn. And I've been on this path for like a few years now, and I've been just perfecting, and continue to encourage myself on this path, because all paths are necessary. And to your point, which I also had mentioned a few moments ago too, I'm okay with life filling it all in. I'm just not going to be unprepared for myself. Like, I don't have time to be one of those people that is hurt about everything and everybody. I don't have
For sure.
time to be
In theory, would you guys live together?
who?
This hypothetical, this person. Let's say you committed, and randomly, let's just say you committed in this traditional. Would you guys live together?
No, I don't ever want to live with another human being in my life ever again. I can't do it. I have come to terms with the fact that I am a very artistic, and I'm a very creative person, and I also have a large capacity for stimuli, and I need to be able to just be without other people interrupting like my beingness. And I don't have control over that when I allow somebody else also to coexist or cohabit with me. So no, I don't.
Well, not. You should have your own studio, correct? Your own studio
I
room.
don't need just a studio. Like, I need, like, my artisticness comes, like, for instance, because I'm an empath, like, sometimes I get into these spaces where I get like, I get overwhelmed with a lot of sounds, and I just need to be still, and I can't do that if I'm not in control of somebody coming in and out of my house and trampling through the house and cooking and knocking shit over and turning on music and talking on the phone and just moving around. And it's just like, I would not be able to control all of that, and I would need to, because it just serves me to be able to turn it all off at times. Just, you know, I just need those type of amenities and luxuries, and you don't get that type of control per se when you are cohabitating with someone. And I would not ask somebody to accommodate me in that way if they live with me, because they should have the luxury of moving about how they want, because it's their space too. But I'm aware that I don't want to give somebody, I don't want to accommodate somebody that way. I want to accommodate me. You know, I'm all about recognizing what brings me to my best self. And some of those things do not fit and work within situations where people have very strong expectations out of you. So I would need a very untraditional situation where I get to exist as CTV, and I get to exist as myself, and I get to take care of myself, and do what's in the best interest of me, and afford that same thing to the other party. But it would be very difficult for us both. We can't have a full humanity and also have each other in that way either. It's one over the other.
So can I provide a slightly different perspective?
Yes.
So, obviously you've seen my little man cave a bunch of times. As you know, my girls, not much of a man cave. The girls are in and out of here. They use it like when they have their friends over. I don't even be down here. You know what I mean? But it's still my space. They know, like, if I'm in that kind of headspace, yo, it's the Zen room. You know what I mean? It's that fortress of solitude. There are ways to do that, right? Because conscious, I'm just like you. Down here, I want to make it so that, no, conscious, I don't even want to be able to hear the pin drop. It better not make a sound either. You get what I mean? Nothing makes a sound unless I create that noise. Yeah, I got a space like that. It's not hard to have. I'm sure you have plenty of space right now. I'm not saying you should do it. I'm just saying.
And you know how beautiful it is
to
wake
that concern can be mitigated. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, but it's just like, why? Because it's like, I don't need it mitigated, you know, it's like, because I don't have to have people in that way to start, you know. Like, I'm also open to, like, creating, even if we got to create something that never existed, I'm fine with that. Like, it doesn't have to look familiar. It doesn't, like, whatever we need to create doesn't have to look like anything. But most people, you know, are dealing with what's familiar to them, and they're trying to fit their lives into these familiarities. And I'm at a place where the only thing that can really serve, that can only do people justice, is if, like, we get creative about this, not necessarily try to reiterate or recreate what worked for one half of the country, or that worked for a few people in our lives, or etc. Like, if we need to completely customize our engagement of each other, then let's just do that. Like, because I'm okay with all.
Did you tell him that?
But no, I didn't tell him that. I just told him that.
Will you tell him that?
He already knows how I am. Like, this
so there's room to negotiate. The door is open.
The only there really ain't no negotiation.
Bro, whoever you are, dog, all you got to do
It really,
right?
and
Be a top
this
G,
is
buy the
the only
apartment,
thing.
hand her the key.
This is the
You know what
only
I mean? You guys got your
only
thing
thing.
going. Conscious got the whole Zen room, a freaking studio. He
Only
gets to still
thing.
pursue the career path, and then guess what? You guys are good. You got your fairy tale ending, bro. Go get it.
This is the only thing that can. And see, no, it's not that simple because I'm also. He wants. The problem is he wants a traditional situation. I'm not going to let him be the only person that I have feelings for. I'm not going to let him be the only person that I want to lay down with. If that's how I feel organically, like that's fine. But
Mm.
I'm not committing to that. I'm not obligating myself to that. He wants a traditional, which is fine. Like I don't want him bad enough to hold him here. He can go find, because I'm not pressed. He came to me about his feelings. I didn't come to him about mine. So I don't care about us not being together. I'm not even invested. I mean, a relationship is hardly the thing that's on my mind anyway, because I'm just not even in a headspace to begin with. And even if I was, I would still want what it is I'm asking for, which is like, I don't understand the problem with people doing them and also letting me do me, because nobody gets hurt that way. Like, and the thing that I don't like about men is that men, no matter how much of their personal truth they are truly aware of, will still try to sell a bitch a fairy tale. Like,
Goddamn
niggas
right.
niggas be knowing that they want to sleep with other people. They know what their own pathologies and patterns are. They know, that if they start spending a lot of time with someone who they're attracted to, that, they start to have feelings, whether that's a coworker, whether that's a whatever. Like, they already be knowing everything there is to know, and will still try to lead from this idealistic place. And I get it. Most human beings are, trying to get their idealisms fulfilled. But that's going to set us up for a lot of heartbreak that's unnecessary when you can just be 100. So, first of all, I don't even trust men because men don't even really know who the fuck they are, generally speaking. And I have experienced the men in my life and the men in other people's lives enough to feel pretty comfortable with the fact that most men really have no idea about what really the fuck is going on with them, truly, beyond their surface information of themselves. And for two, because I don't believe that there are a lot of men that truly know who the fuck they are, I'm also not comfortable letting men be with me who only exist at the surface level of themselves, and who are just following these very, 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 very general, traditional lines of engagement, because this is where all the hiccups come up at. See, these hiccups catch people off guard because they don't exist
Mm.
beyond their surface selves. That's why they fail the potholes. They fail the pothole test because they're not intentionally doing the soul searching. They're not healing the childhood trauma. They're not healing the poverty trauma. They're not unpacking a patriarchy in a way that has informed them and their understanding of relational dynamics, etc. There's this whole self that has been created as a result of all this external stimuli collaborating with some very surface internal stimuli that has created the person sitting in front of me. And then you want me to be completely invested and trusting of you, but you artificially flavor it as fuck. And the saddest part about it is you don't even fucking know it, because none of the other people because the people who created you also are created people who other people created, who other societies created, who other traditions created. And so it's just the artificially flavored leading the artificially flavored, raising the artificially flavored, and you think I am going to continue to be naive and gullible enough to deny all of the data that I have observed for myself and all of the data that's represented in the data itself, and then all the data from everybody else's experience, and then arrogantly tell myself that I'm going to be the exception to the rule. No, I know what the fuck is wrong here, and I know what we're all skipping over. And at this point, I'm going to be grown enough to accept what I know and to apply it out of loyalty to wisdom and go down that road. So I'm sitting here literally telling him, look, you and I need to live. And you're not used to people saying that. And you're not used to somebody giving you the opportunity to exist unconditionally. That's foreign to most of us. What I'm offering myself is foreign to me. So I know it's foreign for all of us. And nobody's used to following a unscripted, nobody is used to living from the unscripted perspective.
Right, but scripted or unscripted, it's still a bond that both of you guys have the choice to enter
And that's
into.
what I'm not denying. What he wants to do is slap all of the other unnecessary shit on it because his ego needs that. My ego don't need that. My ego don't need you and I to be in a committed relationship. I don't need the label of boyfriend. We don't have to, like, I don't need those accommodations.
Yeah, but you don't have to do a lot of things in life, Conscious. Like, come on.
No.
I don't have to go to the weddings that my wife are invited to, but I'm her husband, so I'm going to. You know what I mean? Like, come on. There's a lot of things we don't have to do in life. Like, come on now.
You are no. So that's the difference. You can say, "Oh, I'm doing things I don't want to do." Well, for one, I would say it's your fault if you're doing things you don't want to do. That's unfortunate for you because I don't do nothing that I don't want to do at this point in my life. Everything I do, I want to do. And it's because I'm getting something out of what I'm saying yes to. I have given up saying yes to things that don't serve me. So the only things I do are the things that serve me now. I do the type of content I want. I eat what the fuck I want. I just do what I want. I do what I want. I say yes to what I want. I hang out with who I want. I do what I want. I don't even make accommodations for things I don't want to do anymore. That's also been a part of my, like, this is what the next chapter of me gonna look like. It's me giving up, being miserable because I am saying yes to misery that I don't have to say yes to. Like, nobody has a gun to my head making me do things I don't want to do. So then the question becomes, why the fuck am I doing them? I don't have to do them. Like, I can live my life from a pleasure, from comfortability, from fulfillment. I don't actually have to do things that don't serve me. So if you are doing things that don't serve you, that's unfortunate. But for two, I would argue that you are really doing things you don't want to do, because the reality is you decided to say yes to your wife, and your wife you love, and y'all have expectations out of each other. And you know that comes with y'all being together, y'all being a couple, y'all being an item, y'all being a family, etc. And so even though in some space you can say, I really don't want to do this, the deeper reality is you really do, because it's her. If nothing else, you're saying yes to the person you fucking love. So you really aren't doing something you don't want to do.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess no matter what, there's certain things that are universal with women. So, like, for example, most women, they're social butterflies. So I know I'm going to be going to a bunch of different shit I don't really want to go to, but I'm just going to be there because, you know, you got to support. Like, I get that, you know, a lot of women like posting pictures. Like, for example, you and the dessert, man, most women are going to have that with their husband or their boyfriend. They shoved in the camera every now and then. It's cool. You know, there's just like certain things like women are just different. You know, I don't expect them to act like me as a dude. You know what I mean?
For sure. Because the thing about it, look, we all know how this ass is built. We see all of the beauty that radiates from CTV right now. Instead of being on this live, I could have 11 niggas over here eating that
All right,
banana pudding and the one between my cheeks.
all right.
That's not the problem.
Or you could have that special one too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, see, that actually like sounds real cringy to me. Like even when the guy was talking to me, I was
Mm.
experiencing like secondhand embarrassing, like it's secondhand
Oh
embarrassing.
yeah. Why?
It just sounds so corny. It's like, are we really in our fucking 30s talking about the special fucking one? Are we really like like what type of Winsboro High experience is this? Like,
Man.
I am so, it cringes me. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Like, because once again, I'm not
So
denying.
my man probably listened to some Jagged Edge before hitting you up. Was
I'm
all hyped up, and here you go. Oh,
I'm not
he was spelling
denying.
his heart out to you.
I'm not denying. Look, I've been in every type of relationship that can exist. For instance, I had a boyfriend who we were dating long distance. This was when I was in my 20s, and I knew because he was inexperienced and he was a hot boy in terms of he was very attractive. I know how hypersexual the same gender loving experience and community is. And so I told him out of the gate, I was like, look, if you need to fuck other hoes, just fuck other hoes. I'm not going to tell you to deny yourself, sexually, especially since we have a long distance relationship. So just do you. I said, just the only thing I'm going to ask of you is just let me know so that none of these hoes can tell me, something that I should know for myself. Like,
Yeah, don't
just,
let me find out on social media or something like that.
yeah, I don't
Yeah, I get what you mean.
like,
Yeah.
and communicate. Like, it's just also a part of the communication part. Like, and just be transparent. I'm okay with you hooking up with other people. Like, I'm completely built for that. I'm fine with that. You're not the bad guy if you need to sleep with other people. Like, we're a human at the end of the day. It is what the fuck it is. So he gave me this big monologue, this big biblication about, oh no, da da da. Just made himself to be somebody who didn't need that accommodation, who did not need that space, who did not need that da 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 da. That So I'm just like, I'm trying to convince him, like, no, it's fine. Like, it literally is okay. I know you think it's not okay because once again, you're not used to nobody being okay, and you're not used to nobody saying what they mean. And you literally think that if you go and hook up with somebody, it means that I'm going to go hook up with somebody. Because my whole thing with him was, I don't need to hook up with other people, but I understand if you do. So you can do that without penalty. What was secretly, unconsciously a fear of his was he was going to have to also share me if I was willing to share him sexually, which wasn't the case. Because if I needed to hook up with anybody, I can be honest and say, yeah, I'm going to need that pass too. I didn't. And even if he would have continued to indulge sexually, I still would have been upholding my end to him. But because we live in a world where nobody means what the fuck they say, and everybody's playing games, and everybody's trying to be their idealistic self, everybody is side-eyeing the fuck out of everybody. So he could not take my word for what it was, and then told me a lie about what he could do for me, which is be sexually monogamous to me in a attempt to not hurt me, which is the only thing he ended up fucking doing in the end because he wasn't willing to stand in his fucking truth. And I'm just like, we could have avoided that because not only did you cheat, motherfucker, you went and got another bitch pregnant. You got a whole bitch
Oh
pregnant.
Lord.
And now we caught up in some fucking Jerry Springer melee that was fucking unnecessary because you made this shit messy as a result of not standing in 4K clarity with you. And I was willing to accommodate your fucking humanity. I wouldn't even have cared about a bitch getting pregnant. The deal breaker is your willingness to be deceptive as fuck. That's disappointing and hurtful. Not even the consequences of you having sex. But I can't be with a motherfucker who don't know themselves and who don't have no fucking integrity. I don't give a fuck about what you want to do, what you lying about it for, what you being deceptive about it for, what you being dishonest about it for. Bitch, we grown. So with these niggas just living in whatever world.
So why didn't you give them a hard no then? Why is it still a hesitation? This should have been a layup, slam dunk no.
The hard no for who? What's going on, Octavius? What's going on?
We're not talking about the dude that opened up, right?
I didn't give him a hard no. I just told him what it was, and he can either accept that deal or not. You know, like I'm not pressed about nobody. You know, like I'm not pressed. Like we can remain friends, or if you want to take it to the next level, we can. I'm just letting you know that we're not going to be in a traditional monogamous situation because I just don't find all of that to be necessary. You can still love me without all of that. We can still have a life without all of that. We can still have a meaningful, sensual, intimate, romantic experience without any of that. Why all of the fluff? It's not fucking necessary.
So just in general, you're saying you're against the fluff in any aspect.
I'm not against it for nobody else.
What's your limitation?
I'm not.
What's your limitation on fluff?
I'm not.
What's your limitation on fluff?
I'm not personally interested in the fluff. For me.
What's your limitation? What's the limit?
Have you ever? Well, what you mean by limit? Like, I mean, I don't know what that means. I mean,
I'm guessing fluff that is universal in a relationship, and then fluff that is like clearly to try to, like, I don't know, public image, if you get what I mean. If there's a spectrum in between that. What
I mean by fluff is am I the only person who understands what I'm saying? Because I feel like I'm talking. I feel like
what you're saying.
I feel like this is like simple math. Okay, so this is you tell me, Tarus, if put me and this dude in a hypothetical. So what's the principle of his desire for me? Okay, I want to be with you. But people think that all the words like faithfulness and the agreements, the faithfulness and the agreement to the titles is that the titles and the agreements make them feel more confident in you engaging them in all of those ways for real, like giving you all of the emotional feels, all of the sexual feels, all of the romantic vibes. And what I'm clear about is that the titles and the roles don't mean a goddamn thing, which is why the side pieces can experience all of that, even in situations where they know they're a side piece. That don't keep them from still wanting and showing up fully for the man who they're helping to cheat on their girlfriend or their wives or their whomever with, because the titles and the roles they're not real. They're not real. Yes, we use these things as utilities to make ourselves feel better about ourselves and the other person. These titles and these words come with expectations and fantasies and realities in our minds, but they are just that. there are mental constructs. I'm clear about the fact that there are mental constructs. I'm past the mental constructs. I'm clear about the fact that, look, you got feelings for me, I got feelings for you, so let's feel. Let's feel. Let's feel and fucking feel. Feel and fucking feel. We don't actually need none of the other shit for both of those things to be completely personified between us. I can completely fall in love with you and enjoy you and vice versa, and we can do all of that. We can live life together. We can vacation. We can go to dinner. We can have date night. You can come over. I can come over. You can spend a night. You can be here, so I can be there sometime. We can do all of that. It is not all the other shit. It's not necessary. And guess what? I think this is a pretty sweet deal, bitch, because you get to do not only that with me, you get to do that with whomever else you connect with in that way.
Yeah, but don't nobody want to tell their mom, yo, that's the kind of relationship I got. Yeah, they coming over for
And that's
Thanksgiving
not my
too.
problem. I'm not here to
That's
make your
not
mother.
gonna be
I'm
that.
not here to make your
No,
mother feel better.
what I'm saying is, okay,
I'm
so
not here to put a smile on your mammy's face.
just hypothetically, I get that there's the labels mean everything, the labels mean nothing, but what I keep going back to is this third line that can help bridge the gap, which can coexist in this same realm, which is the title must be earned. Because it doesn't sound like you're opposed to the titles as long
I'm
as the
opposed to the title.
expectations,
But you
as
know
long
what?
as the guy
No,
has the resume to back it up.
I'm opposed to the title too. And you know why? Because I am aware enough to also understand that for me at this stage, I also want to just be free to experience life too.
Mm.
So I don't want to tell you that I only want to be with you because I don't know.
Well, then just tell him no. That's what I'm just saying.
No, it's not.
Clearly sounds like
No, it's not
no,
having
you
to
know what I
tell
mean?
him no. I'm telling you what I feel in response to what you're saying to me. I don't have to tell you no.
Gotcha.
I'm just going to share with you where I am. You can do whatever you will with that. It's no or yes to tell you. Like the only thing that, because it is the interest is mutual, but it's just the way that he and I think we have to go about this.
Do you think he would get in the way of
Very different.
do you think he would get in your way of your progress right now?
No, because can't nobody get in my way.
No, but I mean,
I'm not allowing anybody to be in my way of anything. He can't get in my way because I'm first in this kingdom. And this is why this is even set up this way, because I'm real clear about me. So can't nobody even get in my way. Ain't nobody even got that type of leverage in my life to even get.
Okay, well, to put it differently then, can he fit in the best?
Can he what?
Can he fit in the best?
What does that mean? Can he fit in the best? I don't know what that means.
You're number one, so I need to put it differently. Can he fit into what you're doing the best? Like if you were to hypothetically get with this dude, would he be able to blend in, if you will?
I would actually prefer him to just be at his best and then to just be a person. Like just be a person. That's the only person that's the only way that it could work, because I'm going to be a person. I'm not going to be your one and only. I'm going to be a person. I don't need you to be my one and only. Just be a person. Just be a person. That's enough. I just need to be a person. I am literally undoing those type of attachments in my life to ideas. Ideas. I don't want no more fucking ideas. Just be a great person and just be a person who is on an honest and productive path in life. And if we like each other, let's just go down the yellow brick road together. And if you want other people to join in, let them join in. And if we outgrow each other, let's outgrow each other. I'm not going to actively make it work or actively not make it work. I'm just going to follow the yellow brick road.
I'm guessing a lot of dudes really screwed it up in the past, huh?
It's not even just
I
dudes.
mean it as a compliment.
Militant
Like
family,
I'm guessing a lot of dudes screwed it up, huh?
family, friends, and romantic partners have shown me one thing consistently is that people are not clear with themselves, and that's why they cannot be clear with you. And people are trying to make things happen that they can't make happen because they don't even understand. They aren't even the type of person that can make those things actually happen. They haven't even unpacked themselves enough to show up as the version of themselves that can make what they think they want become an actual reality. Because just like my ex, who just knew he was going to be able to be in a long distance relationship without fucking somebody else, well meaning, but was completely ignorant of himself. Completely ignorant of himself. And I won't even say ignorant of himself, because apparently he done cheated in other relationships, so he knew damn well what he was. But once again, whatever this pressure is for you to not either do the work so that you can be the person you're promising to other people, or to not do the work that brings you to being able to accept who you are as a person and then evangelize that person to everybody else. It's just what's lacking in the general population, is that people don't have a understanding of themselves, and that's why this shit gets all up in a knot. But because we live in a society that doesn't even allow us enough time to focus on our individual selves, we have to placate so much to conforming to everybody else's expectation of us. The school system, the church system, the work system, the corporate system, the societal system, the family system. We don't even have, there isn't even enough space for that, for the lowercase I to be actualized as a capital I.
Mm.
So, it's kind of, in a way, no fault of our own that we're walking around in what truly is a identity crisis, unbeknownst to us, walking around as a figment of our very own imagination, or a figment of everybody else's fucking imagination. Because when you are conforming and you have no idea who the fuck you are, and you're lost in the sauce of that, what you're really signing up to be is a figment of other people's imagination, and then you're worried why you're miserable and unhappy at the end of the day. Or you're wondering and confused about why you are hypocritical as fuck, and why you can't actually meet your quota as a human being. Why you can't show up. Why you can't align with the things you say, the things you promise, the things you claim.
Mm-hmm.
And what I've done is remove all of that, and I'm attempting to give space to that humanity. I can tell just by his lifestyle and the life experience that he has shared with me, like so many other men, that there's a lot to be and left to be desired.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't even hit the brick wall. You haven't even shattered into enough pieces to put Humpty Dumpty back together again to recreate. There hasn't even been a brick wall yet. You have just been walking around as the social construct of yourself. And we can still have a good time even as this version of yourself. But if you think I'm stupid enough to think this is going to look the same 3 years out, when you're walking around artificially flavored, that's the part that you're not going to be able to play me on. And I'm clear that these niggas don't know that. But I know it. I know they're confused. I know they don't know themselves. I know that they're trapped in the vortex and vacuum of self. I ain't gonna judge them for it, but I'm also not gonna be stupid enough to think that they can give me something that they can't.
So I feel you. The only thing I have to say is that as you being an empath, you might have the unfortunate unfairness of life that the reality is most men aren't going to be able to deprogram by themselves. I mean, for God's sakes, I didn't. I mean, and that process is not overnight. You know, like it's crazy because like everything you're saying about like social constructs and how and the certain layers and expectations and you know especially the kind of fluff we're talking about, I agree, but I can't say I agreed with you when I was 20 years old and I got married, Conscious. I can say that now as a 36-year-old man who's been married 16 years, but I can't say that at 20 years old.
And that's what I'm
How
saying.
could I?
But
But
that's
guess
what
what? I
I'm
couldn't do
saying.
that by myself though.
But that's
How
what
would I even
but
know? How would I even know
saying.
as an individual to go
But
about that
Tyrus,
process?
how are you not able
You know
to
what I mean?
hear in what I'm saying that I'm literally being somebody who is completely open-minded to all of that, and I'm affording other people to actually to do all of that without fucking it up for the both of us. I'm actually giving them the room to cartwheel and backflip and somersault because I know
When
they need
somebody's
that.
when somebody's
I know that,
deprogramming, they
to
don't
your
need that
whole
any
point,
structure,
I know
bro.
that they can't, they not gonna be, they're not gonna be who they are at 20, at 30. That's exactly everything that I'm talking about. So we can cut all the middle shit out and you can just be a human. And we can be a human. And however this thing goes, let it go. Just let it be. Don't set yourself up for the okie dokie. Don't set yourself up for the stupid shit. Give yourself permission to be a person. Give yourself permission to acknowledge life is a big mystery and that I am only 25 or I'm only 35 or I'm still evolving and I'm figuring things out and I'm coming to various conclusions about myself every day or every cycle or every a quarter, etc. And that doesn't mean that giving yourself permission to actually evolve and to just be a person mean that you also can't enjoy all of the recess in the middle. But if you accept that free fall and you give yourself permission to be a fucking person, you also like get the luxury of not hurting other people intentionally and largely unintentionally. Because you literally are walking into people's space and life saying, I am an unfinished product. This is who I'm trying to be. This is who I want to be. And this is where I think I'm going. And if you would so kindly join me, I can't make any promises to you. I can't make any assertions to you. But if so far you have heard something that favors you and appeals to you, and you would so kindly take this opportunity to join me in who I'm trying to be and what I'm trying to do and where I'm trying to go, then I would greatly appreciate that. I don't want to hear another man make another promise to me. I'm not interested. Just be an undone work that's becoming. Just be a forever becoming work. I actually am probably more inclined to be attracted to somebody who can tell me, look, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I know this is the destination I'm headed toward, and these are the things I have done to attempt to get there. And I have certainly made my fair share of fucking mistakes, and I'm still largely figuring out a lot about those fucking mistakes. And I also know that I want you, and I think that you could be a great contribution to my life. And I am more empowered hearing someone admit that they're just trying. I just don't need the representative. I'm turned off by it. I don't need the fluff. I don't need the bullshit. You're a person and it is okay. And we don't need unnecessary promises to each other because they don't mean shit any fucking way. Because you know,
Bruh, the
kids,
fluff is coming with
what the
Thanksgiving
reality
and
is,
Christmas
when
dinner,
you
bro. You
cheat,
got Jesus.
I'm gonna be okay anyway. When you are not acting the same and you caught up in whatever, and we get out of our honeymoon phase, like, I'm gonna be okay regardless. I'm gonna get over you like I got over the rest of them, and I'm gonna be happy like I've been happy after the rest of them. So I just don't know why people think it's necessary. I don't know what's wrong with the polyamory world. I don't know what's wrong with the reality that you're gonna like that people want to be with other people, and that we are like children, basically. Like, we learn about ourselves through experiences. That's why we should find it hard to be able to make these absolute about ourselves, because it takes you experiencing things to know who the fuck you are. So just live and don't make these unnecessary promises. Tell a girl
Just
that
straight
you
up.
like her.
I'm gonna ask you a straight up, and this is a dead ass honest question. Have you explained it to this dude as just as well as you've explained it to me just now? Because like this is like loud and clear. Like I understand, and I just have to wonder: does he understand it as clearly as I do?
I don't know what he understands. I don't know what he understands.
Man, come on, conscious.
He and I had a
Break it
conversation.
down to him. Come on.
Well, his and our conversation are going to be much different, because you are going to be asking me different things that he would be focused on in a conversation with me. All I know is that he brought his feelings up. I brought my feelings up. I told him what I don't do and what I am okay with. And that was that.
I don't know. Sometimes dudes need a reality check. You know what I
I mean,
mean?
but that's the thing. I'm not filling in any lines that you're not calling me to fill in. I'm not doing all that work for other people. See, that's the thing about, that's the beautiful thing about freedom. I'm not worried about what somebody else fucking understands. Like, if you
Uh,
don't ask the right questions, that's on you. If you ain't digging and you ain't shoveling and you ain't clawing into the dirt, that's on you. I'm not about to do it. I'm not about to do your work for you. I'm doing me. I got my own
I feel
fucking
that.
work to do. So I'm gonna meet you where you
I
at.
feel it.
Like, so I'm not, like, whatever he knows or doesn't know is totally, up to him. And I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna participate in all dialogue, and I'm gonna participate in the dialogue that's offered to me. And I'm not going to be going out of my way per se to like overly explain nothing. Like, I mean, it's very simple. You like me, I like you, we can do us, and we don't have to be boyfriend and girlfriend, and we don't have to be committed. Like, that ain't gonna keep you and I from doing anything, whether we have those titles or not. Like, you can still experience me in that way. And I'm not willing to let you put me in a position to expect those things, because I honestly am also okay with you not being committed. If you choose to be committed, then that'll be on you to be committed. Like if that's what you end up doing with your time to also have other options, is you just continue to choose me for the next several years, fine. But you're not choosing me for me. Like that's just a result of you. But you have the space to play the game however you want to play the game. All I'm asking is that you be honest and you be an honest, productive human being. I don't care about the rest of the shit. It don't mean I don't care. 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 I don't care about what you do with your fucking ass or your fucking dick. I don't care. What is that supposed to mean to begin with? You put your genitals inside of another motherfucker's genitals. What does that even mean? It means nothing, actually. That's what it means, nothing. It only means something if you said you wouldn't do those things.
Well, there's a lot of videos on IG that says otherwise.
Yeah, because it's the lie. But you don't have to be the lie is the whole point. You don't have to be the lie. You get to be the truth. And there's somebody who is with your truth. There are plenty of people who are okay with that too. There are plenty of people who are okay with you being with other people. It's plenty of people who are okay with being in non-traditional situations. Plenty of people who are okay with never getting married but being in a long-term relationship. There's a lot of people who are okay with that. There's a lot of people who are okay with having children outside of marital constructs. There's a lot of people actually who want children who don't even want a partner. Like you can do whatever you want to do.
Nope.
You don't have to lie about nothing. You don't have to be deceitful about nothing. And there's somebody who can get with the rodeo. But the question in the gag is, can you get with it? Can you get with your rodeo? Can you double down and be in your inner and overstanding of self?
That's a fair question.
The whole thing, right, is that there's somebody for everybody else. There's somebody, right, and there literally is some group, somebodies for every one body. There is some mind out there that is with the shits.
The way I took this was, especially as a guy, would I accept then all the begging that I would hypothetically do for my wife to forgive me and all this other shit? Right? Would I forgive her? Would I double down on my morals and my stances if the reverse was to happen, Conscious? Ooh.
A lot of men wouldn't.
Knows. Ooh.
Exactly. But I got a question for you. The moment that you realize you wanted your wife bad, that this was somebody you wanted, if at that point you had the clarity that I want this woman bad, I want her forever, but you would have been also maybe questioning if you were done truly sowing your wild oats, would you have still pursued the level of commitment from her, or still asked the level of commitment from her, even if you were questioning on any level your own ability to be committed to her?
No, and that'd be a major flaw on my part.
No, what?
I don't think I'd be able to, like in this hypothetical, I don't know if I'd be able to be in that committed relationship. And that'd be completely flawed on my part. You know what I mean? Like that's a flaw in my character.
See, that's not even a flaw. Yeah. The flaw would have been you knowing, you questioning your own readiness, but yet still, because you got a desire for her so bad, still pursuing her with all of that expectation and with all of that promise from her end and from your end, while knowing deep down you were questioning if you were even going to be able to completely be the person you were.
Well, yeah, because you don't. I just gotta be honest. None of my decisions I've ever been like, yeah, this is 100% gonna work. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of decisions, like especially marriage conscious. Like when I fell head over heels in love with my wife and I wanted to be married to her, again, there's no aspect of that question that is conscious. A 20-year-old Tyrus being like, yeah, I knew I was done with all that shit. I was good to go. Stop it. I'd be fucking lying my ass off if I said, yeah. You know what I mean? At that point, I couldn't even confidently tell you how much of that, because it was both, but how much of that wasn't love or lust. You get what I mean? Because I'm definitely in love with my wife, but that 20 years old, a lot of people in our older generation conscious what they call that puppy love, right? I don't even know what the fuck y'all doing. So it's crazy. Like a lot of dudes do that. We go into situations. Sometimes we just, hey, we on that Top Gun Maverick shit. Yo, we coming in hot. That's just, we gonna take the risk and we gonna we gonna roll the dice and see what happened, man. You know, yeah.
But that's the problem with a lot of people, Tyrus, is a lot of people, once again, they know that they be uncertain. They know what their unreadiness be. They know where their insecurities are. They know where their weaknesses are. And yet they still position themselves to live a false reality and then end up manifesting a self-fulfilled prophecy, a failure in the end, instead of taking time to just grow up, taking the time to just learn yourself deeply, to know
Right,
that.
but then what would you tell the people what would you tell the people that it worked, that it was successful? You want to tell them that it's a false reality.
I'm gonna tell them that you fucking lucky as hell that you won the fucking lottery with your insecure ass. Like that, you just lucky. But see, that's them type of odds don't appeal to me. Like we don't need to work out
But you
accidentally.
saying there's a chance.
Yeah. Like we
You
don't need to
saying
work
there's a
out.
chance.
We don't need to work out accidentally. I'm not signing up for them type of odds because I could be living my life just fine.
Yo,
I'm going through no type of passion of crime. I'm not going to be OJ on a trial because of them type of odds. Like you, why should the odds have to be that fucking crazy when you can just, like, when people can just afford themselves to just, even if you don't know yourself, and you
because
can still,
those championship odds, man.
even
Oh,
if
I love it.
you can,
I love it. Those championship odds, conscious, yo. We the Cinderella, the story. It's March Madness. Let's go.
no, it's
Hey,
not.
yeah, we. Hey,
No, it's not. And it's not
the
even.
logo.
And it's not even. It's not even funny to me because I watched all of the fucking women in my life get their fucking ass beat, get their fucking teeth knocked out. Watch the niggas in their life, the husbands in their life, the uncles in their life be a rolling stone. I watched the women in my life fucking endure because of motherfuckers not knowing who the fuck they were and not clearing up they shit. I've watched people destroy other people's fucking lives and destroy who people initially were, who now have become a trauma-induced version of themselves as a result of dealing with other unclear, unknowing, lying ass, maybe unintentionally non-malicious ass individuals. But once again, impact versus intent, it ends up the same. Whether you intended to run me over or you accidentally did it, bitch, I'm still sitting here in the ER, paralyzed from the neck down for the rest of my life, regardless of what your intentions were. And I feel like if people really cared about themselves and they cared about other people, you would care enough about yourself and care enough about the people who you're going to experience as friends, as family, as lovers, etc., to get to know yourself and to better yourself and to do what you have to do to not be in the type of pain that you've been in emotionally and the type of pain you've been in mentally and the type of predicament that you're in financially. Like, it's not actually it's not an obligation to be with somebody. That's not something that has to happen. That's not like water, air, and food.
Sure, but the odds are
So
also
like,
never 100%. Like,
well, those are odds that I'm
you know,
that those are odds that
you
those are odds that I'm cool with not inviting into my life. Those are
know, I feel it.
like, shout out to all the people who enjoy the spontaneity of life and who have those type of adrenalized personalities and like to jump out of planes without a parachute and like to jump off a bridge with the speculative rope around their waist. Like, all of those adrenaline junkies, like, shout out to them. That's just not my lane, and it's not gonna be my lane. If other people, you know, are into being a crash dummy, be a crash dummy. That's not my lane.
Ferrari,
I can only live like I'm
Lambo.
gonna live. I can only curate and create my shit. I'm cool with the rest of the world taking their creative approach to life. I'm just clear about what I am and what I'm not and what is going to make me happy at this point and what's not going to make me happy. And even the space that I'm in right now allows for a lot of adrenaline minded individuals. But adrenaline minded people are just never going to convince me of what they can't give me, even if they don't know they can't give it to me. So I'm always going to put them in a position to be in a free fall experience with me. They will be the last person who will be able to get me to bank on their promises and get me to take their word seriously and get me to develop any substantive expectations out of them. Of course not. And I don't care how much they beg me for commitment or beg me for some type of like formal relationship structure. You're never going to fucking get it. And when you finally arrive at a truly authentic version of yourself, I'm going to know that because I am an authentic person myself, and I know what that vibration feels like. I know what that psychology sounds like. I know what the mindset of somebody who's living authentically is. Have you ever thought about it, Tyrus? Why is it that all nerds universally dress the same?
Well, it's because we don't put
Why
that much
is it
into our
that
passion.
because there is a universalism to consciousness, to various states of psychology and various types of psychology. They all have their own frequencies and realities. And you don't have to per se even be taught how to be a nerd. It just is. And there are certain things that are going to naturally, there's a natural way that you're going to put together your clothes. There's a certain disregard that you're going to have for clothes as a result of being more of having information more of your priority than your aesthetic. Like, there's a certain science to all psychologies. So when I see people claiming authenticity who clearly are not authentic, and it doesn't matter how performative that they're being, like, I know you're not there, but I know that you're convinced that you are that, and that's okay. You're just never going to convince me until you actually are that, and I'll know that because I know what that sounds like. I know what that feels like. I know how authenticity emotes.
Have you ever tried to flip a dude? Is
What
that
the
what y'all say? Like y'all try to like bring one up to the standard?
Hey,
You get what I mean?
talking about from a
Like you raised, like
upgrade
you
the
raised,
show up?
yeah.
I'm sure everybody has tried to do a build a bear. Everybody has had like their projects. Yeah, for
How
sure.
far has it gone
Clearly
before
not
it went
well.
sideways? No, I mean like what level did you get him before shit went south?
Uh, how far did I get him? Uh,
Yeah, there's various levels.
so I don't. Well, I don't know if I ever had a project, but I did approach relationships, especially when I met a person at their like lowest of vibration. I approached it with all they need is some dusting off. And then I committed to dusting them off, and it seemed like the more dusting I did, the worse they in fact got, because they only relaxed into
Oh no.
reliability of that rather than using it as an opportunity to actually, instead of using it as a catalyst. So
Right.
I I have had a very toxic relationship that I tried to be the ultimate cushion for, and we went through everything together, from them going to prison and me holding them down after they got out of prison. It was, I'm talking about, it was a totally toxic fucking relationship, and for every good deed came a very bad outcome in that situation. So it went pretty bad, and a lot of years, a lot of time was wasted, running off in the wrong
Mm.
direction without even knowing it. Because once again, my whole life I've been taught that love perseveres, and I've been taught all of those romantic hallmark as philosophies and all of that shit, and I used to put that shit to work and make the Bible completely real to me, and came out of a war zone barely alive at times. So I don't so that's about as far as that has been. And if I would have been who I am now in that relationship would have been, I still would have been in that relationship, but I would have been in it from an entirely different mindset that would not have left me in the predicament that it did, because I would have been clear about what I was doing, and I would have been clear about who I was experiencing. Something that I did not allow myself to do because I kept projecting my fantasies onto the situation. And then I kept using love as an excuse to be stupid and to be in denial and to be sometimes a enabler.
Mm.
All
Just
habits I can luckily now attest to have broken free from. I'm so fucking happy to have graduated. I can
right.
gladly say I am not that person anymore. I know better. And that is
I'm
not
glad
what love is.
I'm glad you let me pry and ask questions. Because as you know, the jersey's been hung up for a while, so I just dodged a whole lot of that, you know what I mean? Luckily. Luckily. You've had a lot more experiences while being single and things like that, you know what I mean? I've
Look at Jazz.
been hmm?
And look at Jazzy, who says, I'm one of those hopeless romantics and I don't know how to get out of being like this. What would you say to her, Tyrus?
Yeah, you just can't help it. Like what you do is this is your desire, so you gotta uh if you know that there's certain things you can't get over, you just need to essentially tailor the infrastructure in your environment to that. So let's say you're a hopeless romantic, right? So you like the lovey-dovey shit, you like the, chivalry ain't dead, the typical rom-com kind of stuff, right? Well, you got to be able, if you think about it, you still got to be able to put yourself in that sort of environment. So, all right, are they going to little trendy cafes? Are they doing things like that? Because you got to remember, like, there's nobody's gonna find that hopeless romantic love of their life sitting in the couch, right? You got to be outside. Even if you're swiping on the social media apps or whatever, you still got to be outside in those environments. So you got to be at the trendy cafe, you got to be to all these little hip restaurants, you got to do all those different things that, as we get older, that shit starts getting annoying, right? Like I don't give a shit that this new bar opened up downtown. Like I ain't fucking going. But you got to be hip to that. You know what I mean? And then at the same time, you got to attract that, because if you're not attracting that kind of energy, and instead you attracting, scrubs or whatever, then you got to be able to have a gut check. Like I be telling dudes, like, if all you attracting is like gold diggers, that's a you problem, bro. That ain't on whatever the sin is that you're putting out. So hopeless romanticism, it's still there. I mean, for God's sakes, I'm a hopeless romantic, and it worked. I've been married for 16 years. So y'all got to understand, like, when I'm talking about relationships, man, and luckily it just happened to work out. I got married at 20. I'm 36 now. You know what I mean? So I'm good. But
And do you think that your relationship happened, like, if y'all didn't get married, and if y'all didn't position each other to have to affirm the monogamy and all of that, because whatever y'all were going to do or be to each other, y'all were going to be. Like, if you were going to only be with her because that's just how you felt about her, that's what it was going to be, and vice versa. Like, if y'all didn't get married and y'all didn't have to do all of the fluffy boyfriend girlfriend title shit, would the love between you and her still not be love between you and her?
yeah, it absolutely would. Yeah,
So
like,
that so then what the fuck is so hard for people to understand about me just removing all of that?
because
Because
because that's
all of
that's,
that
that's not a
all of,
lesson I learned
all of,
overnight,
because
bro.
all
That's not overnight,
because
conscious.
all of the substance can still be there without all of that. That's my whole point. It doesn't
Right,
change the
but
substance.
conscious, I told you that before. Like, that's not overnight. I told you
But
I can
who
answer
said
that
it had to be?
now.
But who said it had to be overnight? I'm
Well,
just
because
saying.
maybe you're gonna have to pull them out the vortex you
Oh
was
no.
talking about earlier. Yeah, that's what I mean. You gotta pull it. Hey, ladies, guys out there. Hey, sometimes you gotta pull them off the bus. Maybe I don't know.
And then when they finally get on the bus, and then they get
Uh,
off at the next stop after you done took your time to pull them up out of the vortex and give them all of this, then what, Tyrus? Because people tired of going through that shit. People tired of pulling people up and out of shit
nah.
only to be forsaked and abandoned and thrown away and rejected and chosen over. People are tired of doing all the work and then having to watch somebody go on and watch somebody else benefit from all the pulling up they in fact did to even make this person somebody who would successfully be somebody to somebody else.
Hell yeah, that's
That
shitty
shit.
and unfair.
Hey,
How you
Jazzy.
doing? Hi.
Hey.
Hey,
I'm laying
Welcome
in the
to the
bed.
platform, Hopeless Romantic.
Huh?
I said, welcome to the platform, Hopeless Romantic.
Well, thank you.
So what are you hearing so far and perceiving in this dialogue?
I'm hearing quite a bit, but I almost just jumped in not too long ago.
Mm-hmm.
But everything that, like what you're saying, what you used to do, I'm still like that, even at this
Mm-hmm.
age. And I feel, I'm like, why am I like this? And it drives me crazy. But also, I'm trying to catch something that's a teachable moment,
Mm-hmm.
that can possibly help me through being so hopeless, like a hopeless romantic. It's like who's that? Miss Shells, I believe, in the chat. She
Mm-hmm.
said something to me which makes sense. And it's like one of those things, I always say like this. Lately I've been saying this quote. Uh I can't be fooled, but I only could be fooled unless I want to be fooled.
Mm-hmm.
Like I want to be not conscious of his behavior. You know what I mean? Right. I kind of dismiss a lot because I was just about to put I just got of a 22-year marriage.
That's a long marriage, Jazzy. That's a long.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, still, congratulations for even making it that long straight
Yep.
up. Like,
I
yeah.
know. Yeah, I mean we lasted a long time.
Mm-hmm. May
And
I ask, like, what contributed to the separation?
oh boy, let me count the ways. Because it was a little bit of hell in there. It was a little,
Mm-hmm.
he was a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde type of man. Well, he still is, but yeah, because now he's giving somebody else the flux, actually, And he
Mm-hmm.
was one of those what do you call them? Like oh for God's sakes. What's the word? Narcissist.
Mm-hmm.
He's almost like the poster child for that, I swear. And he doesn't hold himself accountable. Everything, he does, or even what I do, he wants to put it all off on my lap. Like this is all your fault.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he was doing that quite a bit. Like the first time he cheated on me, he basically told me it was my fault because
Wow.
I wasn't giving him enough sex.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Right. And I went ahead and took that blame, like, okay, you know what? Well, let me start. I guess that is because I was so focused on getting having, taking care of our kids,
Mm-hmm.
keeping the house together, make sure everybody's fed, because we really, in this day and age, we went into, tried to do the old school thing. You work, I stayed at home.
Yeah.
So, and it worked out. I mean, we have 5 great kids. My sons are great. They went to the Marines. I'm from Chicago, especially being here, having boys,
Yeah.
and it was rough. I was worried every day, because they would have to take the train and the bus to school, and they had to pass through some of the roughest of the, to
Yeah.
get to school. But I didn't have any police presence dealing with my boys. Thank God for that.
Mm-hmm.
And my girls didn't get pregnant while in high school.
Yeah. Amen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And well, it's not being funny. Like one of my daughters, she's a lesbian,
Mm-hmm.
and
Amen.
right. And my sister's like, I was kind of like, I don't know, I guess I just had one of those kind of brains at the time. I didn't want any of my children to be gay or
Yeah.
whatever kind of thing. And
Mm-hmm.
I was like, heartbroken, oh, my daughter's gay.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay,
I literally went through that.
and put a little pause. And put a little pause right there because I find it interesting. Like, so, like, what was your expectation when
I
you,
don't know.
like,
Mind you, I have so many gay friends.
mm-hmm.
So, I don't know how. I don't know. I don't know what my thinking was, but it was. I'm just owning up to what I was thinking.
For sure.
And my sister was like, "Well, look at this, but at least you won't get pregnant while she in high school."
That's one
like, oh my
pause.
God, whatever. But it kind of gave me a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
but all of our children, like I said, they're still great kids, even though they weren't problem kids. Thank goodness for that too,
Yeah.
But we saw him through. He was the father and I was the mother. I was the football mom. Every football game I'm there, practice I'm there.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to raise our children and make sure they're okay.
So 22 years, marriage dissolves, and were you devastated when you realized that your relationship was going to be over?
I was devastated. I was devastated. Yeah. I mean, to the point I just didn't want to. I didn't want to feel anymore. I was at that point. I wanted to end it, you know.
Wow.
And I got with the psychologist because I ended up having to leave, and I moved to Alabama. Because I said, if I don't leave Chicago, I'm not rocking that orange jumpsuit.
Yeah.
You know? So,
Yeah.
because he cheated on me, you know, once again, you know, for the umpteenth time, you know. And this one was the one that definitely pulled him away. And of course, he says it's my fault, and that's a whole and that's another thing I think you all were touching on. It was like, you know, because the first time he cheated a few times. I eventually end up cheating, you know, and you know, and
get your lick back, girl.
Huh?
Get your lick back, girl.
Well, I did, you know, and everybody, even his own family, said that was also wrong, but also right what I did. Because I found the girl he cheated with. I found her boyfriend and cheated with him.
Wow. Full circle moment. full circle moment there. Wow.
Yeah, that was, you know, but you have a lot of reflection. You know, I hold myself accountable. Only thing what was happening, I was piling shit on top of shit.
Yeah.
When nobody's sweeping the shit away.
Right.
You know, and I would just pile shit on top of shit. So, you know, it just was rocky all, you know, through our marriage pretty much. You know, we actually love each other. I'm surprised we were best friends. You know, I'm still good friends with him, even though we can't talk about me and him because it's going to blow up and turn into an argument, you know?
Yeah.
So I try to avoid the topic with him, you know, about, you know, things dealing with between me and him. So we just, you know, focus on.
Are you saying like in your current situation?
Well, yeah, you know, we're still, you know, we're friends. And I'm just surprised.
Oh, you and your ex are still friends?
Yeah, my ex-husband.
Okay, so my question to you is, because I know Tarus, I think, has some statements for you too. A Cole fam, hold on for a minute, boo. Cole fam, you gonna stop treating me like this. I don't know why you come over here and be all up in the front row seat, but you can't never get on the goddamn stage. You ain't about to go to damn bed. So my question to you is like, how have you managed to stay a hopeless romantic even after 22 years of commitment and heartache? What is making you still believe?
I don't know. I think I just want to believe that there is something right out there, because I have had nothing but toxic relationships. You know, I lost my mother when I was 5. So really, I really grew up in the streets, you know, and people always look at me because I don't look like what I've been through, kind of thing, you know. And, you know, it just, I mean, to the point, like I said, when I went down to Alabama, you know, I ended up getting with a psychologist.
Yeah.
Because I was getting Xans, and I'm on up to that because I needed to calm down.
Yeah.
You know, and they helped me through a lot. They really, it did its job at the time.
Yeah.
You know, and
are you completely over the marriage? It is.
Yeah, at this point I am.
Okay.
I made a decision to just leave it be, because he made his choice. What can I do? You know, you can't make people love you as much as we want to. You know, we put forth so much effort, and it's not reciprocated all the time. You know.
Jazzy,
right now,
question: have you gotten a rebound yet?
No, because I made a conscious decision to not be in a relationship for like about 2-3 years, and I've recently just started getting into a relationship kind of thing, and I'm not even sure what it is, but I'm crazy about this one guy who I'm now seeing to some degree, but I know there is some bullshit involved, and that's why I know I'm a hopeless romantic. It's like I'm just turning a blind eye to all the bullshit. Excuse my language, you know. And I am. I'm just like, no, I love him, you know.
And what are some of the things that you are turning the blind eye to?
Oh God. See, talking this out loud, I feel like a real fool now.
Everybody do.
Okay, so now, this man, I have yet to even spend a night out with him, and this has been going on almost 3 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you have never spent the night to his place?
Nope. So I know it's got
have
to
you
be
been to his
somebody else.
place?
Huh?
Have you been to his place?
No, I just been in front of his quote unquote his mother's
Wait,
house.
wait. You never been to his crib in 3 years?
Nope.
She only been outside of his mother's place. Is that where he lived? He lived with his mom?
I think he tries to present that's where he lives, but I don't think so. Because it's like, okay, 'cause I know he talks about how his mom goes to church every Sunday, but it's like, okay, she that relationship where she don't want any women in her house, but he's never even stated that, and he's one of those he won't talk. He, you try to ask him stuff, or it's one of those reverse psychology things. When I try to talk to him, it's like he shuts it off.
So what has he explained to you then about his living situation? I mean, like, has he explained that he lives in a house, he lives alone, he lives in a condo, he
He
like,
won't say. He, like I said, he just
and
hasn't
you
said.
and
He's
you
only been to my place, or we've been to a hotel.
and you have accepted that for 3 years.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
See what I mean?
Jazzy, what are you doing?
I don't know. That's what I'm like. You know what? I need some help with this.
okay, so wait a minute, hold on. Okay, so we got to go back a little bit there. So I need to know, what is it that because obviously you are completely enchanted. So what is it
Yeah.
about him that you are falling for? Is it like a very strong physical attraction? Like, what is the meat that's
Well, it's
holding
it's
you?
it's a physical attraction, but I'm old enough to I'm sexually experienced.
Mm-hmm.
He's great. He's good. So I'm not sure if it's necessarily just that. I told him one day not too long ago. I'm like, I think you put some voodoo on me for real, because I've been an absolute fool for him.
But,
Absolutely, but
but
we have
here's the
never
thing that all of
argued.
us fools.
I think what holds. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
think because it just dawned on me. I think what kind of endears me to him, because we
Uh-huh.
don't argue. Because I don't like argument of people. I've overcome so much. It's like I don't like confrontation, because
Yeah.
I'm one of those that have a bad temper.
Yeah.
You know, and I like the fact that I don't argue with him. That's one thing I absolutely.
And that's going to be a big deal for someone like yourself who, as you stated, you come from a long line of toxic relationships. So to be
Exactly.
with somebody who's not confrontational and somebody who doesn't necessarily drive you to have to be confrontational would be a really big win.
Right. See,
Okay.
yes.
Mhm. So that makes sense to me as a big deal factor. Is there another big deal factor at work too, outside of
I
that?
think because I think I do like that he is affectionate. He's not
Mhm.
scared to. Because I was trying to talk to another guy. He was not affectionate at all, at all. I mean, there was really no, like rub your arm, or
Mhm.
uh,
Oh, he's
kind of like
cold.
let you know how beautiful you are, or how he feels about you. He just went out of the words. I mean, he was very confrontational. It was like everything was a fucking argument. Now this guy, is a total opposite of that. Total opposite.
So this guy is easy to get along with, and he
Right.
is affectionate. Is there
Right.
Smooth
another big win?
operator.
Is there another big win?
Yep.
um, he talks a good game, shall I say? Because he does make these big time promises, but all of a sudden, a lot of times he hasn't fallen through with it. Like, oh, I'm gonna, do, like I will. Because he keeps talking about he's getting his own place. So I'm like, okay, is that from your
Okay, so
mother?
wait, hold on. So now, I think we got some clarity because I had asked you, what has he told you about his
Well,
living
that's
situation?
recently. That's because that's recently he's been saying that.
So now, I guess you know that he doesn't live alone.
I mean, that's of course, because now, like I said, I'm sexually experienced. I'm gonna be honest. I'm 53, going on 54. But 'cause I've dated married men. You know, I've dated 2 married men in my past before my marriage. Sometimes I even think I wonder if that's my karma, what he was doing. But anyway, um, but I never, I always, maybe it's an excuse for me in my head, but I'm like, I never like wanted these men to leave their wives or anything. I just had fun with them for a minute, and I just had both moments for whatever odd reason. I told him, you know what, go the fuck home to your wife. What are you even doing here? I have my fun, bye, kind of thing.
So
But
what is y'all's understanding? Are y'all in a committed situation? Are y'all in a sneaky link? Are y'all
but
just
that's what I'm saying. He
casually
he
dating?
doesn't say nothing like, oh, you're my sneaky link. He talks to me like I'm his woman.
Have y'all exchanged I love yous?
Yeah.
Do y'all have pictures of each other up on social media together and stuff?
No, he has not ever posted anyone. Not even me, but no. But he's always on my Instagram. He's always on there liking everything, though.
Have you posted any pictures of y'all together?
No.
Are you able to post any pictures of y'all together?
I never asked. I never thought to do it or anything. I don't know why, but I just haven't,
Is there any time in the day in which he's unavailable? Like, are you able to get him at 12 midnight, at 1 a.m. in the morning? Is he still reachable, obtainable?
I've never tried, and we've never talked during those hours.
Have you at the very least accepted that he's keeping something pretty big from you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I honestly think, and I've tried to ask, but he didn't say a word. Like I say, he shuts down. I'm like, are you married? Do you live with somebody? He never ever asked the question. So to
Wait a
me,
minute.
it's
So he
almost
won't even clarify to you that he's not married?
no.
So then he's married.
Wow, you
Because
think
what
so?
single man refuses to establish to the woman he's seeing that he's in fact single? No single man will leave that open-ended. No single man would, because there's no redeeming quality in leaving it open-ended. It
That's
actually
true.
is,
That's true.
yeah,
You're
it
right.
actually risks fucking shit up to leave it open-ended. So the fact that he won't even answer that question and give you an objective is an answer in and of itself.
Yeah.
Now
You know
that
what?
Mhm.
What is your name again? Your Tyrone. How you say your name?
Tyrus.
Arose.
Tyrus. Okay. Tyrus. I think Tyrus hit the nail on it. He said smooth operator because he is extremely smooth. I mean, that's that. Because I know in my heart, I'm like you said, I'm not stupid. I've dealt with married men. I wasn't able to go to their house, of course, so I mean, 'cause that's the only time I've ever had that type of situation.
If he were to come out tomorrow and say, I'm a married man, is that a deal breaker?
Yes, it is. Because I don't, I understand how that feels. I mean, I think he
No.
honestly is. So I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know what to do.
I'm gonna tell
Because
you
you
Because,
already
why.
know he is, and you still beating.
yeah,
No. Come
yeah,
on. Stop it.
you're
Just
right.
stop.
Because that's the other thing, I've gotten to the point in my life, I'm like, okay, maybe I should be open minded to this is simply man's nature. I've watched my brother, my brothers, I watched my dad. My dad was big
Put a
time
pause
homosexual.
in it right there, Jazzy. Tyrus, this is what I was talking about earlier on in our dialogue. How do you feel about other people experiencing men not being shit?
Yo.
Go ahead, Jazzy.
I do, hey, so I've gotten to the point at this age, like, well, maybe I gotta, just accept that this is just gonna be a man's nature and don't get upset by it. Because that's what's always upset me in the past, of course, especially during my marriage. It's like, well, maybe I just gotta have some type of acceptance with this and come to terms with that they're just maybe there are no faithful men out here, and this is just what they do. And I've kind of
Wow.
huh?
I said, wow.
Yeah, I don't know what else to do. You know, I'm at this age. You know, I look good for my age, and people tell me that all the time. They don't believe my age. They don't believe I have 5 children.
Oh, you look
And
so cute, Jazzy. Is it that you on the profile?
yeah, that's me.
Oh, you're so adorable. You're cute.
Thank you. And everybody thinks I'm adorable type cute person. I am. That is kind of like I'm having feistiness. Yes, I do. I just don't play
Yes,
it.
all
Jazzy, what are you doing? There's plenty of single 20-year-old
I
old
know the
dudes you can
guys.
mess with.
She
What are
just
you doing?
hold on. She just told you if she, like a lot of people, because women not only believe this, a lot of gay men think this way too. If she believes that, and her experience has been that all men are flawed in this way,
Right.
then it just means that she's just going to get with a 20-year-old man who's going to have the same issue. If that's what, you know, if that's a conclusion a person has come to.
Right, but can we at least start with the bare minimum? Hey, answer the question, yes or no. Are you married? Come on, Jazzy. Come on, Jazz.
I know. I try to keep it open, and hey, and I
She
try
has
to
asked
come to
him
him
that.
and tell him like, hey, if you're with, hey, let's talk. I'm grown. We could talk through this. But like I said, he has a certain craft that he has that he kind of keeps a foot in my neck.
Got certain witchcraft to him, man.
I think so. I told him. I told you. I said that to him. I'm like, do you have some voodoo or something? Like, this is so weird for me.
Okay,
I
so
understand.
Or maybe it's a part of insecurity of mine. Still getting older, realizing I am. See, I would tell you all
I want the
more,
code
but
fam to bring his ass up here because I'm curious to know what his politics and perceptions of cheating as men is, because code fam is an alleged floozy his damn self,
oh wow.
or have been through a floozy period in his relationships. So I'm curious to know what men think about the reality that a lot of people who don't identify as heterosexual males, whether that be same gender loving men or women themselves, are having a lot of experience of infidelity as it relates to men. But Shauna also has some questions for you, Jazzy. Welcome to the platform, Shauna. What are some of your questions, Boo? And you're on mute.
Okay. Hey, Jazzy. Hey, everybody. How are you doing?
Hi.
Hey,
I love this atmosphere. It feels like a chat line. I put that in the comments. I feel like we're in the chat line. My question for Jazzy is, your past is your past, and I'm totally accepting of whatever you did in the past is the past. But your experience with married men before, I'm curious because I'll just give my overall impression is that the fact that you have dated married men before,
Yeah.
that you already know there's a possibility that he's giving you all the signs and symptoms that to some degree or to all the degree that you're okay with it, and that's okay if you're okay with it because
Right. That's what and how you say Tyrus pretty much called me on it, which is true.
yeah.
And that's part of why Conscious asked the question, because they're seeing something that I'm not owning up to. And actually I do have to own up to it, like I said, I guess I've got to the age, it's like, well, if they're gonna be with somebody, they're gonna be with somebody, you know. So
My question is, what are you needing that he's fulfilling for you at this point in time? What do you need that he's giving to you?
I think I want the overnight. I think I want the more time. I want to make it feel a little bit more real. And I'm not sure if I don't know what's going on, because like I said, he's been saying he's about to get his crib, his own place, I guess. And I don't know if he's referring to from this person, because he will not utter any word about it, or from his mother's. Is his mother this church strict type woman? And because there are women I grew up around, guys who had mothers like that. Ain't no woman can't spend a night in here.
Right.
So
But I'm asking, what is he
she
giving
could
to
watch
you?
TV or something like that, right?
What need is he fulfilling in you right now? What do you need from him that he's giving you right now?
like I said, he's giving me the feeling of I don't have to argue with you, which I absolutely love. He does talk affectionate. He shows affection. Um, but like I said, I think it's just I don't have the time with him. That's the only part I don't like. Cause I keep sometimes I'll leave it out my head. It's like I'll completely deny it, that I've never spent the night overnight with this man, and
Because
it's
he's
like
giving you the love and attention that you need at this point in time.
pretty much, yeah.
And then the married men you had dated before, were they pretty much the same? They kind of, parsed out their time and love and affection to you sparingly, or
I guess so, yeah. I mean, because this was quite a few years ago. Like I said, I'm going on 54 this month.
right?
But, and I was actually in my very early 20s during that time. But what I can remember is I just can remember having fun. I had fun with them. They took me out of town. I was a young girl, no kids, living my life. I was living in California at the time, you know. So
And
I
what?
guess it was, but I know I was dealing with insecurities then, of course, because my second boyfriend was he was my first abusive man, boy, whatever, in my life at that time. And um it just like I said, just it was just toxicity after that. My very first boyfriend wasn't, but I have a very complicated lifestyle and how I grew up, you know. Like I said, my mother was killed when I was 5. And I only had my father, but then my father would push us off. Me and my twin, I have a twin sister. She would push us off. He would push us off to live with different people, his girlfriends, different girlfriends. One was abusive. She was like the wicked stepmother. I feel like the kid in Snow White and Cinderella and shit, It's like, wow, this woman is crazy fucking abusive. She's fucking, and my dad wouldn't believe us. We were like, this woman is beating us, you know? And so, but I grew up like I said, I didn't have anything stable. So I really had no foundation. I had nothing to learn from. Only thing I learned from is watching my father, you know, being a hoe,
Right.
and so I really had no real structure. I don't think he really cared because even after a while, 16, I started living on my own, just running the streets and everything. And then eventually, like I said, I moved to California. And see, like I said, it's so much more I could tell you all, and you would trip out to find out, a lot of uh, who I was, shall I say? Because I'll just drop this hint that I was once in the music industry. I had 2 albums out before, long time ago. My first album was in 1991. My second album was in 94. So,
Oh, that's
and I
cool.
turned and I,
Well, yeah.
huh?
I said that's cool.
Yeah,
Hell
it
yeah.
was. It was a tremendous experience, but sometimes you don't realize what you have until it's gone. But there was a lot going on, as you all know, during the 90s in hip hop. And it just kind of, you know, deterred me at a certain point, and I completely turned my life, into being married with children. I did a complete 180 and flipped it. And I think even my husband didn't understand at the time that here I was, a single, carefree, traveling, being flown around in private jets and shit, to settling down with a man. And everybody, used to mess with me about it. Like, oh, we expected you to marry like an NFL guy and, all this other stuff. And I didn't do it. I married a blue collar worker because I didn't want to be viewed as one of those gold digging type of women. And, so I would try to hold those type of standards, to myself. Say, no, I'm not that type of chick, which I was, even my brother-in-law knew that about me. He said, you like who you like. Because my husband had an insecurity about it. He was like, oh, how do I live up to, she's dated this guy and dated this type of guy. And it's like my brother-in-law told my husband during that time, he said, You know, I've seen her, you know, turn down NFL, NBA niggas. If she like you, she like you. So that's just been the type of person that I am, you know. Now my other sister, on the other hand, now you can't talk to her unless you're talking about baguettes and shit, you know. But, you know, um, I just had a very, very complicated upbringing. A lot of it I had to learn on my own, or I've taken bits and pieces from different people I've lived with. Like one lady, she was a real clean freak. So I learned my cleaning abilities from her. My aunt, who taught modeling, and she was into the arts, you know, she was, you know, allowed me to be free to express myself. Cause I used to be a dancing fool. I love dancing. I still love dancing. You know, now my bones try to tell me like, no, you just sit your ass down somewhere. But I mean, because like people even ask me like, oh, when are you gonna do a new album? I mean, like if you all, and I'm not gonna tell you, I mean, but if you all were like on my Facebook, on my Instagram, you will see people asking me that, like, oh, when are you gonna do a new album? When are you gonna? I'm like, I am too old for that shit. I ain't trying to compete with Meg and them. They too young and motherfucking pretty for that. You know, yeah, I feel like I look good for my age, but like I said, it's just, yeah, I'm not what I used to be. I mean, I've had 5 kids, you know. I've lived my life, you know. A lot of people even view us. I really want to do a book, you know.
Mm.
I want to do a book, and I'm trying to work on that, you know, because we were literally the blueprint for the Little Kims, Nicki Minaj's, all of them. Literally, we were literally the very first girls to do that, you know, type of hip hop. And I look at it, people judge everybody so harshly now. And I look at like, should we, you know, I still haven't come to terms with that part. Am I going to, you know, try to appease and try to be politically correct? Like, oh yeah, you know, we shouldn't have been doing that, you know. And I have to really come to terms. I mean, but I have no shame about it, you know, about the way we rapped or the way we dressed, you know.
Okay, so that's very interesting intel. And bringing it back a little bit. So, okay, so I got a question for Shauna, the other woman on the panel. Do all men cheat?
I don't think so. I mean, I think going back to what you were saying earlier in the live about not being honest about your expectation and what you want, and I think people can't be honest because they don't know. So and I think there's a lot of societal pressures to act a certain way and to be a certain person that I would venture to say the majority of us aren't really made that way. I Yeah, I'd say no. I think that's pretty uh, a sweeping generalization that I don't think is fair to say to put on anybody.
But which is true, but and the only thing I can do is go by my experience from what
And
I've
that was
seen.
going to be my next question. So, what would you say, Shauna, to somebody who have only experienced men being a certain way? Like, if your personal experience has been men are unfaithful,
Hmm.
where else is your data supposed to come from?
Oh, that's a good
Other
one.
experience.
Oh, that's a good
Okay, hold
one.
on. Actually, I just came up with another question then.
Yeah.
So, Jazzy. So, even though men have been unfaithful in your experience, does that mean that you also believe that every woman around you who is with man has or is or will be cheated on at some point too? That even the women around you also have unfaithful men?
Yeah, it's been my experience.
Oh,
It's been my experience. I've seen friends and family members being cheated on.
wow.
Yeah. I
A
mean, it's
Tyrone.
just been my experience. It's just what I've seen, I haven't seen a friend with, or even a family member with a loyal man yet. I have yet to see it. And like I said, I'm 54, and I've been around this world quite a bit. I just told you I was in the music industry, trying to live a normal life, everything, and I just haven't seen it. I have not seen it.
I was going to say I know at least one man who has not cheated, and that is my cousin. But even he cheated he cheated during our other cousins, on our other cousin's bachelor night. He ended up cheating. And he's a good dude. He is like solid across the board, but he fell for the fuckery during our other cousin's bachelor party extravaganza situation. And Tyrus, you running with the boys club, you being a man yourself, have you ever cheated on any of your women? And what do you believe about the notion that all men cheat?
Yes, I've cheated on the women in my life. I know a couple of dudes that
Even on your current wife, you cheated?
yeah, early in the marriage, for sure.
Okay, so I have questions about that then. What were the circumstances around your infidelity? Like, why was there infidelity on your part?
Oh, that was all me, bro. I was in this I was 22 years old, stationed in Germany, just got off the fucking 15-month deployment. My wife pregnant again. And I don't know, bro. I was just like, wait, hold up, man. I'm in Germany. I'm supposed to be that dude. I was him when I first got here. It was just a straight up ego thing, bro. Like it was just nothing but just trying to flex in front of the boys, man. Yeah.
I have a question for Tarus. And I'm glad you asked that, Conscious, because I was wondering that, but I didn't want to pry. What was your reasoning for getting married? I mean, 20 is young for anybody, but I will be cautious to say that it is for a man, even though I think it's the
Oh
same.
yeah, for sure.
But what was your ideals when you were saying yes, I want to get married? What was the purpose of marriage?
I don't know. There was I think it was multiple things, Shauna. There was like, so I went through basic at 18 years old in 2006, right? And as you know, that was the peak of 2 different war campaigns. And when you going through like basic and stuff like that, it gets real. Like, yo, you really put this shit on, and you can die early. And so, because you think like as a guy, a lot of us go like, you see a lot of us soldiers like we get married like really early because it's just got to be real. It's almost like we want to have a nice legacy to leave behind. You know what I mean? And so I grew up in a stable household. You know what I mean? 2-parent household. You know, we had problems like everyone else, but I mean, you know, my parents was married 20 plus years, and I knew I wanted to be married for a long time, but yeah. And then getting deployed, China don't help because you're like, man, shit. I don't know. It's a lot of things.
So, considering, I want to say, hey, the flame in the chat. Hey, Bill. The flame and Roy in the chat, y'all. Hey. Flame back headliner, y'all. she done got some shit stirred up.
You said Flame Monroe? Is Flame from Chicago?
Huh?
Is Flame from Chicago?
Oh, where you from, Flame? I don't know if Flame. Flame act like her ass is from damn Chicago.
She be a gorgeous Flame Monroe. I used to always see at the clubs.
Flame Monroe is a comedian, a personality, etc. Honey, she got all on Netflix comedy shows. Dave Chappelle, the whole nine.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, big things popping.
Okay.
So my question was gonna be So Tyrus, you said earlier that you believe that a good feminine energy pulls up. They pull these men, this masculinity up. So were you expecting your wife to, of course you knew she would be hurt. Of course you knew what the penalty of your actions could be on the relationship, marriage, etc. I don't know if she found out or not, but was your expectation that she would ultimately forgive you?
Fuck no. I thought I thought them child support payments was about to be €1. Ooh, I thought my pocket's about to be empty. Yeah, I thought I was about to get it.
Oh, she said Chicago all day. So yeah, 'cause I remember seeing you at clubs. She, like kind of like she was like, you know, the grandest every time she walked in. I
That's
used to be in
Flame, baby.
awe of you, Flame.
Mhm.
I used to be in awe of Flame. Yes.
That's crazy. That Flame popped up and you here and you actually
Right.
know Flame from way back in the day.
Okay. Way back, yeah.
Wow. That's
I used to be
amazing.
such in awe of Flame. Gorgeous.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. So then, my question is, if you thought it was proper, Tyrus, for you to be dumped, rejected, held accountable, etc. Or not Flame saying she only 25, baby, so you could have known her from way back. you must got the wrong Flame, baby, because this one only 25, baby. But Tyrus, so then why should any other masculine energy be coddled rather than be held to the fire? Because you ultimately still got what you wanted despite the mistakes you made, etc. But you also feel that it was completely logical for you to be held accountable for your actions. So why should there be a pulling up per se? I mean, in life,
That's a case by case basis. I can't answer that question for the next relationship. That's a case by case basis.
Well, I have a question.
Like, for example, real quick, Shauna.
Oh yeah.
For example, this is what in my general experience, here's what I've noticed. Women will tolerate a lot of shit from us dudes.
Yeah.
One thing they will not tolerate is a whole affair.
It's feedback.
They will tolerate. Oh, can you guys hear me?
No, it's feedback in Jazzy's mic.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Tyrus. Tyrus, can you hear me? Go ahead. I think Tyrus. You on mute, Tyrus. It was feedback in Jazzy's mic, not in your mic, Tyrus. I think Tyrus might have unplugged his mic or something. Let me see. I might have to because it kind of only your microphone only has feedback like when somebody else is talking, Jazzy. So I might have to mute you until like you want to talk, and then because it goes out like when you actually start talking. But when other people are talking, Tyrus, can you hear me? Tyrus, he might be changing out his thing. But Shauna, you had a question or something that you was about to ask.
Yeah, what I would like to know is for Tyrus, what does he see marriage as forever at this point in stage of his life? Is that his expectation, is to be married?
Yes, I can say on his behalf, yes, his expectation for certain is that, to make it, until death, to old age, to the end.
And I think that's interesting because, I mean, I've never been married. I can't speak to what it would feel like. But at this point in time, especially looking at our divorce rate, I would think that, and I think my perspective could be heavily flawed. Is what would make someone think anything is forever?
Charus,
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right. Hey, what was the question? Oh yeah. So I
Shauna
have
says
to finish this
forever.
thought. It's like women will tolerate a lot of shit. What they won't tolerate is an affair, right? Thankfully.
Shit.
Thankfully. No, man. I'm like dead ass.
Nowadays.
Like, thankfully, like I've never been caught up in no affair, because that's the problem with these dudes. Like, you get into an affair, bro, you having like a whole second.
Oh wait,
life.
hold on. So you are making a distinction between cheating and an affair, like a
No.
cheating.
If she want to divorce you for the cheating, that's legit too. I'm talking about
But I'm asking, like,
yeah.
Are you making a distinction between affair and cheating? Like, cheating is like an isolated incident, and affair is like an ongoing.
Yeah, like if you cheat once, you know, one person might look the other way, but if it's a habitual thing, you know, obviously. But like a whole affair, like you actually like you got like a second life, you get what I mean? Like you buying this girl or you buying this dude presents and this kind of shit. Yeah, or you get her pregnant, you get what I mean? Like you got a whole like second relationship. You can't come back from a whole affairs because you basically like, okay, this woman that you say you're going to be in a monogamous relationship with.
It's not a mistake at this point. It's a
yeah. You're giving an actual huge piece of your heart to a whole nother woman at the same time. You get what I mean? Like you see, I hate being like this because obviously cheating's wrong, but you see women forgive they dudes on some bachelor party shit.
Yeah.
The hard part is, yo, how long were you fucking smashing this girl? Oh, you was going over there? Oh, this is where you was at when you say you was on this business trip? That's the shit that be getting dudes.
But you also had recognized the hypocrisy earlier, because you also said that you don't even know if you would be capable of returning the virtue if the shoes were on the other foot, if your wife was the one.
Absolutely. I hope to God that I forgive the fling. I know for a fact I want to be able to forgive the affair. Thankfully, I've never been in the affair, but, you know, hopefully, hey, bro, hopefully I never get called out. But if I do, I got nobody to blame but myself. You know what I mean? Just coming back. I get it.
How did your wife find out about
my situation?
Like, did she catch you in the cheating, or did you tell her about the cheating? Or does she still not know?
Oh, nah, bro. I got caught red-handed. Yeah.
Okay, you got caught. And what was her reaction to... Well, a better question would be, what did she need in order for her to move forward in a relationship?
Other than my head through a window?
Did you give her
repentance, bro? Yeah.
Did you give her the luxury of slamming your hair through a window?
I'll say this: I didn't fight against anything. Like, I earned it. You know what I mean? Like I said, bro. Like, there was no, hey, this is your fault. There ain't no gaslight. Like, bro, I was being straight up bonehead at the time. Like, you know what I mean? I was just on some, hey, I can't miss from the 3-point line. Let's go. So that was all me. That's why I said, like, whatever happens, bro, it's almost like karma, you know what I mean? But hopefully I never get called on it. That's all I could hope for.
Now, wouldn't it have been an even more idealistic situation had y'all had implemented the thing that I am now implementing in my own personal life, which is just acknowledging that, like, we both have a humanity. We don't have to make commitments that we not sure about, etc. That we can have each other and just continue to grow and communicate along the way of that growth, etc. Like,
but bro, I've been sober for over 11 years. What do you mean? Like, you know what I mean?
No, but I'm saying, like, that also was those were experiences that in an alternative universe that could have been experienced differently.
Because I did, even before the marriage, I've always been a monogamous. Like, I wasn't out here being like,
No, I know, like, what you thought. You clearly were not. In your head,
right,
you were
well,
monogamous, but your dick was communal.
sure, but the fact that I changed said that's what I actually wanted. Right, just
Yeah,
because you
but I'm not
stray from
even
the
talking
path
about
doesn't.
the hypothetical of like you changing. I'm saying that like in an alternative reality, it
Mm,
once you became aware, right? Like in an integral reality, once you became aware that hey, I need to go sow my wild oats because I just feel like that's what I'm supposed to do as a man, and I feel like that's what I just should do for my own bravado or whatever the fuck it was. You could have also communicated that to her, but you
I'm just speaking from myself conscious.
right.
The reason, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day, I can only speak for myself. Like, no, because I'm the one who asked for her hand in marriage. I like those standards. Like, even though your standard might sound better to you, personally, I don't want those standards. I like the monogamous. And I've proven that I can be monogamous into the standards that
Yeah,
I
but
want.
I'm not thinking about only you in this situation, which was
Right.
the
But you
problem
asked me
that
specifically. And I'm
right.
only talking specifically.
I
Yeah.
know, but I'm not just talking about you and your situation. I'm also thinking about your wife too, which is what I'm talking about when it comes to the situation that I'm talking about. Whereas in
Right.
when we show up as our when we choose to be honest and we also give ourselves time to live and we're honest, like we help everybody out in the situation, not just ourselves. Because when we don't, somebody is going to end up hurt. Somebody's going to end up on the shorter end of the stick. It's not actually just about us. It's my whole point. Now, if we don't mind a bunch of casualties of war, then sure, like don't give a fuck. Keep it all to yourself. Take your chances, and then risk somebody leaping to their death as a result of heartbreak. Or
Doesn't
throwing
that
you
depend on
overboard.
maturity level though? Like, what
And
point in
that's
your
my
life are
whole.
you?
And that's my whole. And that's exactly why I'm okay with giving men time to grow up, because you have to live in order to be capable of all of that. Like you have to get into that space and you have to grow up and you gotta go run through the forest and you gotta go touch all the shit you gotta go touch and you gotta go do you. And I want to live in a world where we welcome people to do that on both sides, men and women, and that we encourage more upfrontness and we teach like the beauty of truth and we teach the beauty of like authenticity and we teach like the beauty of integrity and we let people know that you can never be the bad guy as long as you're being honest. Yeah, people can say what they want about what you want, but you can never actually objectively be the bad guy in anybody's story if you're being clear. And that's what's going to be all about saving grace, is being honest. I can, if we midway in a relationship and I say, I want to fuck other people, but I still want to be with you. Yes, you can cuss me out for me now wanting to be with other people and then having the audacity to also want to keep you. But you can't actually prosecute me as a bad guy. You get to have your moral objection and your opinion and feeling about what I want. But because I'm also being upfront with you about where I now am, this gives you the opportunity to figure out what proximity and relationship you want to what it is I'm now offering. And I've given you the grace to make up your own mind rather than to throw us both into a situation and make a choice that two of us should be making. I'm making it for us both, whether us both collaborate on this choice, and then I'm risking the consequences of you finding out at some point that I've made a choice that you were never informed about because I couldn't be clear about who I was and what I wanted, which is the world we need to undo. We need to undo that world. And that has to start with the ability to, that starts with courage, and it starts with the virtue of transparency, and us taking a bigger priority to how we make other people feel rather than what it is we want. Because right now, most people are choosing what they want, regardless of what the other person feels. If I know I wouldn't want to be in those shoes, I have to also be able to do things in a way that I would want somebody to do them if the shoes were also in reverse. And look, I can't even be mad at men for like falling short of the glory when it comes to fidelity, because in a big way, I feel like men are socialized to be hoes. Men are socialized to, you know, sow their wild oats and to have a lot more sexual autonomy than women, than the feminine. So I get why men fall prey to their reproductive organs, why we fall, I should say we, but I'm gonna say we, while we fall prey to our sexual organs and we fall prey to our sexual impulses and desires. I get it. But once again, these are all things that we gonna have to fucking undo, because a lot of good people are ending up with a lot of scars that they just don't fucking deserve. They just don't. And a lot of this pain and heartache and a lot of this wreckage can be mitigated a lot better and ultimately could be avoided, hell.
But it can't.
But it can.
There's not a society you can name where somebody didn't get caught cheating on someone else. There's not one. Because relationships and sex is sloppy and complicated in any society, in any universe.
I will wait. I can accept that there is no society that is void of infidelity as a reality, but there are millions of human beings who have never cheated on their partners. There are people who don't cheat. There are people who don't lie.
Which is why I had originally answered it's a case-by-case basis. Remember that? Like when it comes to the infidelity, that is a case-by-case basis, whether you tolerate that or not.
But remember, you also just acknowledge yourself as a man that most men cheat.
Yeah, but most doesn't equal all. And by the way, I'm limited. I am one out of what?
You're clearly not, because everybody here. You're clearly not, because everybody here has experienced infidelities their whole love life and have witnessed those infidelities in other people's love lives outside of themselves.
Sure, but there's also plenty of people that we know and don't know who haven't. Like both can exist at the same time.
So then, okay, so let me get back to my original question. And Storm, I'm gonna drop the link for you if you want to come up. Storm says, "What if people don't believe your honesty?" Okay, so that can be another question that the panel can speak to. I
have a quick question.
Yes.
For Bruce, what keeps you monogamous right now in your relationship?
I guess just I've never had the desire to be in multiple relationships at the same time, Sean. I just like being with one person. I wish I could really give you a deep answer for that, but it's just what I saw growing up, how I was raised, what I like, what I'm comfortable with, what I love. You know what I mean?
I can tell you, Shauna, what it is for most folk who are monogamously driven is ego. I fully believe that all people who desire monogamy have you have to have some degree of ownership. There has to be some concept of ownership that's being adhered to, some idea of personal property. There has to be some type of a possessive trait that has to exist on one end or the other, from one extreme to the mildest, most subtlest, but it has to be there nonetheless in order for there to be it has to be there on a medium to extreme for there to be a strong conviction around monogamy. The only thing that's holding monogamy together is the idea that I only feel safe if shit is mine. That I'm only giving myself the permission to feel okay if I'm under the impression that this is my shit. This is my shit. And being able to make the my claim, the me claim, is where all of the emotional mental reward is. And because I'm able to feel okay.
You're definitely not speaking for me. I don't feel like that at all.
I
You're not
disagree
speaking
with
for
that.
me at all. Yeah, I disagree with that completely.
I would have to disagree.
Okay. I see what Storm.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this real quick. My ideal, when I ask somebody a question, I play in my mind what I think the answer was going to be, and I was thinking more of, because I know I can only speak for experience, and when I'm I am who my word is who I am, and to say I'm committed to anything means that I'm committed to this, whatever it is. And it's like I forget what the saying is. Something my word is it's who I am. So I was expecting more of an answer of why one would feel that if I was saying I was going to be monogamy because I respect this person and I told them you are the only one. That's why I'm monogamous, because I said this is what I am going to do, and I'm going to do it. That has nothing to do with possession, because that's what I think a lot of men think. I'm going to say I'm monogamous, so my lady doesn't cheat, but I'm free to do whatever I want. Because you will hear a lot of relationships where the man cheats, that if the roles were turned, like, oh hell no, I wouldn't tolerate it.
Put a pause in the channel. That's exactly why I know what Tyrus is saying. That his objection to what I said is total bullshit, because he already done admitted that if the shoe was on the other foot, he wouldn't be able to frisbee the virtue back, and it's because
I specifically said I don't know.
I don't know is I can't. I don't know is I can't.
Stop.
And
you're not just gonna
hold on. I'm gonna let you rebuttal.
No. You're not gonna make up a scenario that I never said to make a point that doesn't exist. Because you're not gonna make up a scenario that never existed.
It's not a scenario.
No,
it's not a scenario. We're talking about we are talking about what you have stated. You have said you would deeply struggle to return the virtue. Okay.
Right.
And
that's what you said initially. So just own that.
I want to let you rebuttal, but you're going to struggle. The reason why that's a struggle for you, and the reason why it's a struggle for most people, is because the my psychology, the ego psychology, is being completely disrupted now. It's being completely disrupted now, because now you're face to face with a reality that this ain't my shit, which means that I don't have any control, which is what the ego ultimately is resting upon. The ego needs control. It believes in the idea of solidarity, of a firmness and a ground beneath its feet. When that is disrupted, the ego goes ballistic. The ego needs to be rooted in these rudiment verbal affirmations of I love you, you're committed, here's the ring, here's the certificate, here's the ritual, here's the ceremony. This is all about the psychology of the ego, and the ego ultimately, unfortunately, is frail, which is why it's not sustainable when it comes to having to really compete, and when it comes to really having to contend with real life situations. Typically, the ego is obliterated, and people find themselves either in rage, violence, and despair. And instead of chaos, the ego is purely superficial and shallow, which is also something that is that's something that's completely avoidable in my situation, because my situation actually allows people to get to know their ego, and then in becoming aware of their ego, dismantle their egos, because they are aware how much of their ego is living and chasing and controlling their lives. And that, in recognizing your ego in the mirror, isn't something that you can do just because. It's literally something that you just have to bob up against life enough to be in a position to come to understand and understand, and then continue to hammer at that ego thing, because you really never stop undoing the ego, but you can manage your life and be free from the ego. But it does require day-to-day maintenance to do so, because our egos are so inherent to us. There is no real reason why anybody would be addicted and lust after the idea of monogamy if it wasn't for some sense of territorialism. There is nothing else gluing monogamy together other than the ideas and the pseudo security that we believe we have as a real security, because of the idea that this is my thing, and because it's mine, I control the outcome. I control the ins and outs. There is an absolute in this thing that we're all saying in actuality, right? It isn't really absolute, because Tyrus has been the cheater. Jazzy has been cheated on. Shauna has been cheated on. CTV has been cheated on. So despite how much we continue to project this falsity onto human nature a lot of times prevails until we learn enough about our human nature and we develop enough discipline regarding our human nature to be masterful in being able to marry our intent with our actions. But that is something that most people just don't find natural to them, because we actually do have to develop disciplinaries in order to make sure that we're not hypocrites. It actually comes natural for us to be hypocrites, because we have two governments operating within ourselves at all time. We have what we want, and then we have human nature that is thriving and vibrating at all times. That's why we like religion, because religion gives us a discipline regarding our human nature. Because if it wasn't for a belief in hell, and if it wasn't for this reward-based spiritual system, most of us would be selfish. We would be greedy. We would do bad things. We would succumb to our intrusive ass thoughts. We like the idea of living in a law-based society, because the law itself represents a discipline that helps us to manage the things that we would probably become and yield to if it wasn't for these concepts that exist. Most people, I believe, are very well meaning. Like, do I believe that Tyrus, at the time that he was cheating on his wife, was doing that because he wanted to hurt her? No. That was going to be the byproduct of his actions. That wasn't the intent of his behavior. And in an alternate reality, if we lived another world where we prioritize different things, this also could have been the way this was experienced, or this even happening altogether, could have been ultimately avoided. I don't want to participate in the world that currently is, that leads everybody to being like a casualty in everybody else's experience, because we can reverse that. We can reverse that by having these conversations. We can reverse that by raising our children with certain values, by encouraging their humanity, by getting them to also see other people's humanity, welcoming people's humanity, understanding that everybody has to grow, that these promises are not necessary, etc. That we can also get to a place where we can fulfill our promises and commitments to each other, but that also comes with, once again, disciplines. It comes with integrity. It comes with also living and allowing yourself to like actually have experiences so you can collect data about who the fuck you are, etc. That yes, you may have feelings for somebody at a very early, because we have a lot of people who get married right out of high school, a lot of high school sweethearts. I have an auntie and an uncle who are high school sweethearts. They have known each other practically their whole life. This is who my auntie gave her virginity to. She had all 6 of her children by my uncle-in-law, etc. And guess what? They went through a nasty divorce. There was infidelity in that marriage. Then they were like separated after being together for like 30, 40 something fucking years, almost 50 fucking years together. They separated for another decade and then came back full circle and got remarried and rededicated their lives together. My auntie never even went and was with any other man, but my uncle-in-law was with other women, etc. You know, he went on about his life and did his thing in the world for that decade that they wasn't together. And, you know, now they're back together and seemingly going to grow old together, etc. But when you start off that inexperience and you're lacking the level of life necessary to really grow the fuck up, and discipline as a man is not something that's taught, because as Tyrus know, we as men live in a society, once again, that kind of encourage us to have a sexual quota that has to be met, almost like sexual exploration and fucking is almost a rite of passage as a man. And then if you incubate yourself in very patriarchal spaces, such as the military, such as being a part of an athletic team, like when you are literally in environments where maleness is completely exacerbated to the extreme, when you get into these like very strong male governed spaces, I mean, it's the rules are even more goddamn capitalized, you know, of things around commitment and virtue, you know, are almost anti in these damn spaces. So men are given that a pressure to not develop the level of sexual chastity that women are very much so taught at an early ages. Wear your fucking skirts down to your fucking feet. Keep your cleavage to yourself. Dress modest. You bet not be a hoe. And anything outside of coming off like a virtuous woman makes you a damn hoe. And if you dare scribble outside those lines, there will be severe penalty to your reputation, such as you being narrated as a fucking hoe. That's compounded by Christianity. That's reinforced by what your father expects out of you. He damn sure don't want to raise no hoe. And your mama damn sure don't want to raise no hoe, because she, as far as she's concerned, sees you and her, etc. So women are socialized so strongly away from a lot of the things that maybe men are weak at, that women are strong at. And somebody had put Priscilla in the chat, but where I disagree with Priscilla at is that Priscilla believes that men and women are inherently different from each other. And I believe that men and women are largely different from each other because of the socialization, not because of any biological inherent difference between the two sexes. But I do agree that men and women clearly are very different and share strengths and have strengths and weaknesses, relatively speaking, to each other. But that's really because men and women exist in two different worlds in these communities. We're socialized very differently. We are just given different expectations. But there can be a better world where Tyrus could develop in his honest manhood and evolution, etc., also without having to look like a shithead or hurt somebody in return. That is a world we can create. That world is not impossible. We just have to break the cycles. We just have to actually disrupt the social cues that are running through all of our programming as human beings. We just have to raise our self-awarenesses. We can eventually eliminate all of these unnecessary bodies in the street, these unnecessary casualties of war in the street, if we incentivize self-enlightenment more, because that's really what we're all lacking. But the reason why this society doesn't want to prioritize self-awareness is because you got too many systems, whether it's the family system, whether it's the household system, whether it's the parental system, whether it's the school system, whether it's the governmental system, whether it's the religious system that want control. And you really can't have that, right? If you're also going to encourage people to be individuals, and you're going to encourage people and greenlight people to get to their own bottom line, and you're going to actually welcome people to have agency and autonomy. You actually can't have control and also have autonomy. You have to give up one for the other. And because this system benefits from controlling people, parents feel they benefit from controlling. The church and religion feels like they benefit from the control because everybody is after control of the other. Nobody, like I said earlier on, is being given the opportunity to even know what the fuck it feels like to really be a actual free human being with full and entire autonomy, because everything right now about us is largely informed from the expectations of the system that we're all being washed and rinsed in. So now you're not going to have permission to do that from the system. But if you go up against that wall enough times, the egg will start to crack, and then it becomes your personal right and opportunity to further the dismantling of that egg that you now realize you've been encased in. Now, that's also not a very... Look, I'm not saying that breaking free is for the faint of heart, because it's not. Freedom is terrifying. To lose familiarity in exchange for the truth is almost death-defying. And there will be levels of death experience for any person who is a truth seeker and anybody who is truly seeking intimate knowledge of themselves. It's not easy, but it's only severely not easy right now because we live in an over-policed society where our right to personal agency is challenged in every direction. If not from our parents, then the family. If not the family, then the workplace. If not the workplace, the culture. If not the culture, then religion. If not religion, like our ability to find ourselves and to know ourselves free of all of this shit, all of this forced agenda, almost feels impossible, but it's not. And it can get better. And I feel bad for Tyrus. I feel bad for so many people that have made choices because guess what? They were fucking human beings. And you don't even know how much you're being.
I don't feel bad. I've been got over that shit. I don't know who you talking about right
Look, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking. I feel bad because
you don't want to let me rebuttal. You calling me shithead and all this, bro. Like, when do I get the rebuttal? I
am literally talking about a world where other people could have a way.
Yeah, but this world doesn't exist because guess what? Dudes like me, we're still gonna be happily married.
Some of y'all are too pessimistic to work toward that world. Of course, the world right now exists because that's the world we've created. We're very clear.
Optimistic
We're very clear about the right now world. We're also talking about the ills of the right now world.
Bro,
I know that you largely enjoy being a pessimistic motherfucker who.
What are you talking about?
Settle down because this ain't your fault. Because you do this almost in every conversation. Where as soon as we get to talking about the light of it, here it is. You come swooping down to remind us that humans ain't shit. The world ain't shit. This is just the way it is. Fine, it ain't the way that it got to be, and this wasn't always the world because we all live in a world. The same thing you're talking about.
No, you're not talking about the same thing I'm talking about at all.
And I never called you a shithead.
You absolutely did.
Can I say this?
Run the tape back
real quick, and I'm trying to make it quick. You know what, Conscious? You had so many mic drop moments.
Oh, wow. I know.
I'm just wow.
Because I'm that bitch in these conversations. Yes. And tell me about it, Jazzy.
Exactly what you're saying. I get exactly what you're saying. And it's not being funny, Tyrus. I think it's just, see, Conscious is in a higher level of consciousness.
Thank you.
Of a lot of things, and his awareness is out of this fucking world.
How? I'm just trying to understand how, because I'm the optimistic one in a happily marriage, and he's talking about free spirit, and he's by himself. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't make
hold on, wait a minute.
Relative, right?
Hold on, wait a minute.
Wouldn't you agree that's relative?
Hold on, but let's be
case
clear.
By case.
I'm by myself by choice. You the one trying to force me to give opportunity to niggas who at my door. I'm the one who got the option.
Anything.
I'm the one who got the option. You are also the one who has made all of the mistakes. You are also the one who's made all of the mistakes that I'm not letting a nigga make in my life. So let's also be clear about that.
Which means we also live in a reality where a dude can redeem himself.
Also be clear about that.
Decisions, right?
Yeah, you're trying to talk me into giving niggas at my door an opportunity, and you're also the person, and you're also the person that I'm not going to let these niggas be to me because I'm not pulling no nigga up out of nowhere.
That's fine, but if
that's what comes with men will remain at the door because I can make my banana pudding by myself and be just fine. I don't need a nigga. I don't need 2 and 3 kids. I don't need none of that responsibility and burden. I am completely spending all my coin on myself.
It's not really sounding like an opportunity
to get up and go and to fucking feel without any of the obligation and the commitment and without any of the consequences. It is a very beautiful, freeing, inconsequential existence.
Sure.
And I'm trying to help all the other people and inhabitants of the earth to understand that it's also okay. That is also okay. also
People still
okay
cheat.
to be
People still cheat in
married
your
up and with
existence.
child up. You can have all of that, but we need to prioritize being clear, something that our parents have not encouraged, something that this society does not encourage, something that this patriarchy does not encourage, something that this matrix does not encourage. People have not made the choices, the piss poor choices that they have because they're per se evil. People are just largely misguided and not allowed to actually actualize. And then they're living ahead of their actual actualization, but because the actualization is necessary, they're then forced to make all of the mistakes in the promised land. And that's what I'm talking about undoing and avoiding.
Yeah, but it's still impossible from your scenario because what you're doing.
Because you get to make the mistakes, just not at my expense. When you are an honest person. When you are an honest person.
No, the fact that you think you can control every situation
I don't, which is why I'm only controlling me. That's actually what I don't. That's why I'm sitting here with me, because actually I don't. I'm only controlling my reality. That seems to be what you are upset about. Why are you upset about me controlling my reality? I am going to.
I'm saying multiple things.
I'm going to control when I'm with somebody. I'm going to control how I'm with somebody. I'm going to control what they bring into my life. I'm going to control when I get my ass up. I'm going to control all of that. I'm going to have that level.
You understand that you can't control the universe.
But who's trying to control the universe?
You.
How?
No, he's not.
How? Who's trying to control the universe?
You.
I'm teaching other
people. Man. Sometimes shit just happens.
Who's trying to control the universe?
Sometimes people can redeem themselves. You know what I mean?
Conversation about the universe. We're talking about living in a world where people can have the freedom to actually let their humanity
run. We already live in that world. We already live in that world. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about creating a society by way of, first and foremost, us all letting go of control over each other, so that people can actually have the freedom and the agency to come into substantive self-knowing, so that then there won't have to be so many bodies left in the streets in the name of self-discovery.
There will be bodies no matter what society we live in. And we live in that society.
I'm talking about there don't have to be the degree of bodies that there are now as a result. Like, obviously, if you put experienced drivers,
you don't even know what's normal.
If you put experience, if you have experienced drivers all on the interstate, statistically, there are still going to be wrecks, but those wrecks are going to be mitigated based upon there being experienced drivers on the highway versus having a bunch of unlicensed folk on the road. I don't understand what you're bucking against. If I'm talking about living in a society where more people have a license,
and yet life is so random.
Versus
people will still
who
catch
don't have a license to be on
charge
road.
over a crime of passion. And yet, no matter how trained that person is, you'll still have a nurse crash her car through an intersection at 106 miles per hour.
And how many nurses? And would you rather 80% of nurses do the crashing, or would you rather 10% of nurses do the crashing?
Doesn't exist.
I would prefer 10. I would prefer 10. I would prefer 10 accidents a year versus 80.
I prefer to not get
10% car.
I would prefer to not get hit.
Then
I would prefer to not get hit by a teenager texting and driving, but shit happens, dog.
People need to wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up.
People gotta understand that shit happens. You can't control every narrative.
You want to live in a lazy ass, unconscious society because that's just the way.
I want to live in a free society.
That's how indoctrinated you are. That's how indoctrinated. That's how indoctrinated you are.
You're the one talking about changing society and shit like that.
This is just the way it is. This is just no.
You're the
No,
one.
motherfucker,
You're
this
the one
ain't just
putting
the
the
way the
snake
world
oil
is.
to
The way the
Brooklyn
world
Bridge right
is
now.
has been sustained by all of our willingness to go along to get along with those who actually are curating reality.
Right.
Once we disrupt that shit,
A lot of
by
happy people in
waking
that
the fuck
reality
up,
too.
taking more responsibility for ourselves, actually encouraging people to become self-aware rather than placate to the pseudo control we want to have other people over other people so that we can have some sense of a pseudo security ourselves. Once we divorce all of that shit, this world can be on a better path.
And that relationship is still going to
People
face
can be on
adversity
their
in
way to
your
being better
society
human
because you're going
beings.
to have to figure out why you cheated and how we're going to get past this. No matter what society you build, it's going to be a relationship where it's going to be
I don't
like,
know what the
damn,
hell
why did
Tyrus
you
is talking
cheat? We
about.
got to figure this out.
But Jazzy, you can continue to
You
tell
know
me
what I mean?
how Tyrus is unenlightened and how I'm dropping major gems here.
Well,
Shit,
he
I'm the
is
only one in a
Tyrese, and
relationship.
you have to be
One where you have been the cheater,
Ooh.
something
you
that some of us don't want.
It came back like MJ too,
No,
conscious.
some of us don't want to be cheated.
Sure
Sorry,
did.
that's not ideal
Sure
for the rest
did.
of us. Sorry, no. I don't
Hey, I
want
got
the love of my life fucking
a
breaking
scenario.
my heart all
Can
the
I say win
fucking
multiple
time.
championships? I got
Sorry,
redemption
that is
there.
not a yellow brick
Hey,
road for a lot of us. It's signing up to be
that's
fucking
fine. It is for
on
me
and
though. It
betrayed.
is for me.
That's not
Remember,
that's not ideal
number
for us.
one,
I'm glad
number
that
one.
worked out for y'all, but that's not the prize for
Appreciate
the rest
that.
of
Thank
us.
you.
That's not
I
a prize
appreciate
for the
that.
rest of us, okay?
One day it can happen to you,
Okay,
conscious. All you gotta do is believe.
you gambled
All
with
you
your
gotta do is
shit.
believe in
Some of us
yourself,
don't want to be
conscious.
gambled
And
with, boo.
one day
Some of
it can
us don't
happen to
want to be
you.
gambled with, boo.
One
You
day,
gambled your shit. You
one.
almost fucked up your shit.
I gambled
You
and won,
almost
right?
fucked up
Hey,
your shit,
hey,
okay? That's trauma
almost
that your
doesn't
partner had to
count.
work through. Some of us don't
Almost
want to be
doesn't
a crash
count.
dummy for a nigga. Some
Almost
of us
doesn't
don't want to be a
count.
crash dummy for a nigga. If a
Almost
nigga say
doesn't
he
count.
faithful, be faithful, nigga. If you say you
Almost doesn't
committed, be
count.
committed, nigga. If you
Hey,
say that this what you want, then act like this what you want,
multiple
nigga. Some of us
championship
don't want to be a
rings.
trauma dump for you niggas who don't know what y'all want. That's what
see right.
that's what I'm
You
talking
trauma
about.
dumping right now.
Exactly.
Everybody's not
You
signing up
trauma
for
dump.
that, and
I
everybody
know about
ain't
your
gonna pull you up.
response to
You
your
got
dude.
lucky.
Your dude
You
knows.
got
That's
Let
what's
me
lucky.
testify to what
You
you're
lucky
saying,
that she did pull you up because the rest of us ain't
hey,
gonna be
man.
affording that level of virtue
Sometimes
to
it's
the rest
better
of
to be
these
lucky
niggas
than good.
making
Hey,
those mistakes.
sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. What can I say? Sometimes it's better to be lucky than
It's
good.
it's
let
better
me
to be unscarred and untraumatized and sit in your
Hey,
damn peace and let these niggas go marching off of a cliff
and
than let
sometimes it's
them
better to be lucky than good. What can I say?
than to
Haters
let
gonna
them
hate.
socially experiment on your
I'm
ass.
good. I'm good.
no, but seriously, you know what? Conscious is exactly right. That has been kind of a freeing thing for me because I have had that ego to say, no, this is mine. That's mine. And have hurt myself. Not only because I have to hold myself accountable for some of that, because I've allowed them to hurt me like that. But by having that ego saying, being selfish, and saying this is mine, instead of understanding the true nature. And of course, by them lying by their nature and by me being in denial about the nature
You was in
of another
denial for
person.
3 years and not step into that dude's house once. Please. Like, come on,
Right. I
lady.
mean, but that's something I'm willing
Like,
to
come
accept.
on.
It's like
Ma'am,
conscious.
if
This is
that dude
my
hits you
world.
up right now, you running back. Like, stop. If he
Oh,
hits you up right now, you going right
hit
back.
me. No, 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 no.
Really?
No. Now that
I
no.
can hear it in your voice, Jazzy.
No, you can't hear nothing in my voice. I'm
Yeah.
not sure what you hear
Mm-hmm.
because I ain't one of them. Because
Got him.
now
Right
the
on
second
back.
person my husband was, but no,
Right
enough
on
is
back.
enough with that. No, that he's not. I don't think he's even of that caliber of a type of man. And like I
Yeah,
said,
look at that. We already asking questions now. Yep.
asking what question?
I don't
You know,
even know if he's capable of that. Well, I wonder
no,
if
I
he
didn't say.
is.
I said I know. I
Maybe.
already know he's not because if that's the case, I would have seen because I have enough experience to know when you know an abusive person. I mean, I'm experienced enough to recognize that because that's what made me stop dating the other guy because I recognized the signs, of an abusive person, being a hoe or being abusive. Some people can be a combination of all those things, but everybody is not. Just because he hasn't shown me where he, well, because like I said, I've been in front of his mother's house. He's tried, I guess, to portray that's where he lives, but nonetheless, that doesn't make him abusive. So I'm not sure about that part.
No,
But
he
anyway,
he meant hitting you up. Like if he called you right now, I'm like, hey girl, let's get together right now. He's hitting you up, not physically hitting you.
oh, okay.
That's what he meant.
I mean, well, yeah. I mean, I don't know what. Well, yeah. I mean, I'll be, you know, there for him. I mean, I want to be with the guy, so yeah, of course. Like, hello.
Because Jazzy has already admitted that her worldview is this might be a biological incentive on behalf of men. So she can make space for a man being.
Oh, but my answer to Shauna wasn't acceptable then. Shauna, was my answer not acceptable to you?
I mean, because it's almost like I look at my husband. He has all the drama over there. I'm like, you know what? I think God could come home and I ain't got that bullshit to deal with. You know? So
what answer?
Shauna, was my answer to you when you asked me what makes me want to try to stay monogamous? Was that answer not sufficient to you?
Well, it wasn't what I was expecting, I guess, in which I shouldn't expect anything if I'm asking you a question, but I had an idea, but it's only based on my own ideals. You know, I was expecting more of, yeah, because I think if you don't know, then you leave yourself open to situational cheating. That's it. You know, you may find yourself in a situation that, you know, the chick is down with it. That if you don't know why you're staying monogamous to your wife, then you're opening yourself up to not being monogamous. If it's not you know, if it's not palpable why you're being monogamous in your marriage, then it would be easy to step out of it.
Growing up in a that kind of household, that answer wasn't sufficient to you. That's what you're saying.
I mean, just because you grew up in it doesn't mean you mimic it.
You just went, Shauna, you just went from saying it's different to then kind of going, oh, well, I actually disagree with you. You see what I mean?
No, say that again.
You went from just saying this wasn't the answer you was expecting to basically disagreeing with why I answered the way I did.
No, I don't think it was a disagreement. I don't think it was a disagreement at all. When you ask somebody a question, you can't expect the answer. I thought you would answer it in a way that I said I would answer. I would say A, B, and C. Like your commitment has to do with you of why you're monogamous, not really. I would think you'd be pretty firm on that, even though it may not be true or, you know, whatever. But to not really know why you're monogamous is, I think that opens yourself up to be not monogamous. That makes sense?
Yeah. I mean, I don't study DNA strains, Donna. Like, I just naturally grew up just wanting to be monogamous. Like,
I know
you.
Okay.
Like, if you like, I just don't understand the question.
Okay.
So,
no.
like, I don't understand the difference.
What keeps you right now monogamous in your relationship right now? The marriage you're in.
My wife.
Your wife keeps you monogamous.
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? I don't want to. First off, that's what I grew up seeing. I don't want to deal with multiple women at the same freaking time. You know what I mean? I like having this idea of a traditional family, regardless if people want to say if it's a fake reality or not. Mm-hmm. But I just like this outline of monogamy, and it works out. So I just keep it going.
Okay. This is, let me just tell you, if you asked me if I was in a relationship, what my answer would be. My answer would be that I told this person I'm committed to this relationship, and that's what it is. You know, that
doesn't have to be
because it really,
right?
my monogamy has to do with me and me only. It doesn't really have to do with what circumstance I am. It has to do with me and my ideals. Just like people believe that you can't have, or you shouldn't kill people, or I'm not saying they're the same, but you know, that's the first thing. Like, there's a reason why I would think I would never have an whatever, but you know, You know, that's what I'm saying. It
Here's
seems
the headache.
monogamy comes from the inside, not really outside. Because if it came from outside, those
Okay.
circumstances can change,
Right.
which could cause infidelity.
So here's where I think I'm at a disconnect with you.
Okay.
The way you answered it, to me, all you did was just answer the question with the definition of monogamy. You asked me what keeps me monogamous. What
Okay.
I don't answer that with a definition. I answered that with what keeps me monogamous, aka your definition. You know what I mean? That's the disconnect.
Well, the definition of monogamy isn't saying, "Hey, I gave you my word. I'm not going to cheat on you." That's not the definition of monogamy.
Well, then,
That's a loyalty.
well, what's monogamy then, Shauna?
Being with one person. But I'm saying I'm putting more emphasis on the fact that
So,
I'm saying this
you
is my
answered
word I am giving to you that I'm not going to do this.
monogamy. You just said defined as being with one person.
Right.
So why would I want to be monogamous? Why would I answer that with the definition of monogamy, saying I want to be with one person? That doesn't answer your question.
Okay. Okay.
And we are introducing my boo China to the chat. What's going on, China?
Hey, love. How you guys doing? Hey, beautiful people.
We are well.
Hey.
Having a very interesting dynamic dialogue. What do you think about everything that you're hearing here tonight regarding relationships and these ideas of commitment, and are these things necessary in order for people to still love each other, or etc.? Like, what is your attitude about the thing?
Conscious. I was ready to roll off into the sunset with you, boo, because I'm like, damn. First of all, I feel like a lot of times, based off of okay, so let me get it together. For one, I just got off of work, so I was catching the replay and trying to catch up, just crashing through what you were saying in the beginning. So I got a lot of, when you were just talking to the first guy about your own, I guess, personal relationship dynamic, or what's going on right now when it comes to your personal, right? So just based off of personal experience, I know that we have not been afforded the opportunity of seeing different relationship dynamics broadly. We're always just spoon-fed monogamy, and not seeing different relationship constructs, and then how they can successfully or have been successful in different cultures, religion, race, whatever, however you guys sit in that pocket when it comes to that. What I would say is, a lot of times I feel like I've gotten the most education around relationship and stuff, and I hate to say it, but through reading. The Ethnical Slut and Open Up, two different books. It's called The Ethnical Slut, I'll repeat that, and Open Up. One is by Tristan Tamburino, and the other one is, I forget, with The Ethnical Slut is about is authored. I forget who the author of that book is, but both break down the relationship dynamics of open and poly relationship constructs. And I would say my thinking and my being, for me personally, I am very much so very poly. I very much so feel like my spirit agrees with that more. I felt like, for my love and to hold on to what I feel is my truest love of all, then I've chosen to be in a monogamous relationship. And if I was to do what my heart and my being is telling me, then I would not be in a monogamous relationship. So it's a battle between, myself and my life journey. I feel like like when you look at your life and you say, you don't want to have any regrets about how you live this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, every decision you made, who you loved, who you fucked, who you just shared an experience with, who you shut down, or what experiences you blocked, that kind of hunts me. And that comes back in my dreams. So let me speak. Let me make sure my partner, hold on. Okay, she doing her own thing. Okay, just want to make sure. So for me, I found myself kind of sometimes regretting or holding back on true life experiences with people because of my partner, because I care about her feelings. I care about the love and what I'm building with that. But that kind of has come back to haunt me in my dreams. I've had women come back to me, or people, beautiful beings, just come back to me and let me know that there's something there that I'm missing. There's opportunities or people or experiences that I'm missing. And right now I'm going through a transition period where am I really ready to accept that, you know? But I'm choosing love, and I'm choosing my truest love is what I feel. But I feel like people just need to educate themselves and truly have a time in your life where you say, fuck it, fuck anyone else feels, what they think, but live your life and do you. Open up, meet as many people, do as many experiences, share as many as you possibly can, because we only truly have one life to live. And I don't want to look back, when we 80 and we sitting there with our grandkids talking about the one time I didn't give this person a chance, or the one time I didn't have this experience and it was just supposed to be,
Yeah.
That's just my personal little say on that. But I feel like as beings, I feel like the reason why we have so many cheaters, we have so many people who are so conflicted with that, is because it's more natural for us to not be confined in monogamous relationship, whether that's for intimacy or holding relationship in any capacity with people. I really feel like we're supposed to be very much so open.
Somebody asked here today, and thank you for sharing that, about monogamy and what. So I'm gonna ask you, like, what do you believe, like, attracts particularly like the West to monogamy? Because you had touched on the fact that we largely, as Americans, we definitely are not exposed to culture largely outside of ourselves. Like, we pretty much live in a damn bubble, like most bubbles. We think that our way of life is the way of life, and like you said, there hasn't been a lot of examples of other relational dynamics because of how intentional this system has been to pushing the monogamous concept. Do you think that a lot of people look toward monogamy here because it's just a part of the habit? Or do you think there's something else that drives a monogamous psychology? And do you believe that monogamy is a natural desire? Because some people don't believe that monogamy is a natural desire or a natural way of being for a human.
I do not think it's that way. I believe it is taught because unfortunately, along with the construct of like relationships, it ties into like the religion, because the religion also will beat you down or make you feel like monogamy, having the one partner. But also with religion, it's kind of tricky, right? Because in the certain parts, well, they very much will vouch for and support open or multiple relationships. I mean a man, let me be specific, a man having multiple relationships. And I wouldn't even say it's even really could be considered relationships, more so just as sexual partners, how it's depicted in religion. So it can be very confusing, but I feel like when it comes to Christianity, monogamy is pushed strongly to, especially when you're talking about, the sins of adultery and I guess, and having sex, I guess, for the first time or whatever, all of that. I feel like it's kind of also kind of pushed more and kind of catered to monogamous, the marriage, that whole ideology around that is kind of pushing and shaping what you should think or feel relationships should be, especially when you also throw in marriage. When you do that, you singulify one person or two people, and that's it. There's no marrying of multiple people as well. So I feel like it's taught, because I don't know if you guys can think about when we were younger, think about the first time, like when we were children, and we realized that we saw something that was wrong in a relationship dynamic of being open. You know what I'm saying? I feel like very much so, very early on, males don't have the ideology or the thought process of being singular to one person. But then again, it's beat into them and kind of taught or shunned. When you get that feeling of shame, of doing something that gets ingrained into or kind of pushed, that I think that's where that come in at. I feel like the reason why we haven't seen, like you said, we're in this bubble when it comes to America and how we feel like we should think. But I feel like if we study other cultures, Greek cultures, cultures in Europe and stuff, I feel like sexuality, especially with men fluid, being sexually fluid, and open sexually about their desires, is not looked at like how it is in America, how it is in other countries, when in their history, orgies and men pleasing other men sexually without being considered gay is very much, or was very much so, a part of the culture. So having orgies and open relationships and things like this is very much so a thing in other countries, Norway and things like that, where sister wives and all these different names that we can put on it now. These are things that are normal. Not to mention, I would like to just point out, in my own personal family, we didn't have a name on it, but I have two aunties that dealt with two men, and it's very much so known in the family, and they're very much so very open about it, and they never put a name on it. And I was the only one in the family to tell them that they were in an open relationship for the last 50 years. Okay. And these four men, two women, right? Two separate relationships. They shared these two women. One was a boyfriend, one actually got married for the couples. So, but they operated, and very much so it was the norm. You got Uncle John, you got Jake, and you got Joe, and what's the Henry passed away, rest his soul. But like this was very much so known and open in our family, but older generations didn't have language or certain words to put to it. So I would like to say that a lot of that is language barriers as well, with folks just not putting the name to what they doing, if it was happening here. But that's what it is. My bad.
So that's interesting, because my whole thing, because I have sat in, like, I do scientific experiments on my own brain, especially when I'm in situations. There have been times where I have sat in relationships and being like, why does my partner, like, I can remember distinct times laying next to my partner in bed and just being like, if my partner was to get up and go lay up with somebody else right now, what really is that about for me? Like, why would that disrupt me? And is there any real substance to the disruption? And when I talk to other couples, I have never heard anything outside of couples other than my. It's obviously this idea of your partner partnering with someone else. Once again, it disrupts this my psychology, this my property, my. Even when I look at how men respond to other men about their wives in public or something, don't speak to my wife. Like, it's you can, like, people are obviously there's a lot of pride in something that belongs to you. And once again, we are rewarded emotionally and psychologically by this idea of ownership, etc. But I also think that it's fascinating that we are a deeply monogamous country, but yet we don't practice monogamy anywhere else in our lives outside of relationships. We have a lot of children. We a lot of times have a lot of pets. We have a lot of relatives and friends who we love and want to share our life with. And yet we get to the romantic concept, and all of a sudden now it's almost as if, you know, it's like it's irrational to think of oneself as being capable of having to have meaningful relationships of all kinds in a multitude, in abundance, you know, outside, when we do that in every other part of our damn life. We already are non-monogamous poly-ass people.
It's that ownership of the like, oh man, this was a huge ego bruiser. So when I finally called myself like trying to dabble in poly, right? I was with a girl who was very much so advanced in this shit, had already been doing it for years. But I was very much so like coming in like very new, but still like, okay, I'm willing to try anything. Like, sure, you know, multiple partners, sure, let's go. Like I had no direction, no nothing. And she was like, no, you know, you need to read up, you need to get some education. So you're gonna read this book for one. Start off there. But while dealing with her, she was pointing out some of my shit. Like, you know, like okay, so for one, you know, she was my secondary partner. Well, I was her secondary partner. I wasn't even a primary. She was dealing with a guy as well. I had to bite my inner feelings around that. And we had some unpacking to do around that, because for me, it was like, what? I'm selling my coochie, you getting dick down. What? So we had this whole like, even around that, right? Like the ownership of pussy, right? Like the ownership of feeling like, no, that's mine and no one else gets to touch it. Like, or the fact that, oh, you're penetration, but you're getting penetration by a dick, like, that's dirty. Like, you know, just a lot of that unpacking of that shit. And she was calling me out on a lot of my shit, you know. When I say it kind of bruised the ego, because she was the first girl that pretty much like was like, I don't want to be with you. You got some shit. You feel like you own me and I own myself. You don't own my body. I have autonomy over me. You don't. And she kind of like put me in my place, to be honest. Like, and that was the first time where I actually felt a girl lay down boundaries within her body and herself in a relationship sense, that had me looking, you know, very much so, you know, called me. That was the first girl I told you when I first got on your platform, that very much pointed out and was like, hey, you misogynistic as fuck. Okay, you have some shit that you need to unpack. I see you trying to get it together, but you ain't all together, boo. Like, she pointed my shit out. And I went on without her and continued to grow and learn.
Okay, because I was going to ask you, China, if you did, like, did you successfully overcome the nuances or the like triggers that you had, or the ego stuff that happened in you?
Yeah, it was tough. Like that first year, it was definitely tough. But by the time I progressed and I ended up meeting my partner that I'm with now, I was like teaching her and pretty much like, you don't own me. Like, what do you mean? Like, you got a problem with me? Like, what is the problem? You need to unpack. Like, I've told my partner this. Like, I want you to unpack what it does, like what it feels. And to be honest, like, I hate having the conversation because I don't like to hurt my love. Like, she's everything to me. And when you see the hurt and the pain, for me, that's enough for me to surrender. I don't want to go back and forth. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's enough for me. And I love her. The love that I have surpassed my own personal whatever it is to want to be in somebody's face. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, wait. So hold on. So are you saying, China, that you and your partner now are in a monogamous relationship?
Very much so, Conscious. I've been with this one for 6 years.
But see, that's when I think that, but see, I would find like what you're saying is on par. Like, you have you have lived, you have gone through experiences, you have explored, but you said something very pivotal too, that you genuinely are arriving at the monogamous point. And that's what it should be, is a genuine arrival. It's not informed by religion. It's not informed by your parents. It's not informed by society that you are experiencing her in a way that also makes that a genuine desire and phenomenon for yourself. And because of that, you're going to be able to be successful at giving your partner that. Because and thank God you have unpacked all these other experiences to come to this level of self-awareness. Like, I liked what I heard there. Like you saying that, you know, I'm experiencing her in a way that transcends it transcends me. It transcends all of my whatever. Like, it's above me now type of, you know, like it's above me now. Like it's hit that plateau. Like, this is almost something that is being spiritually experienced. Like, this is something that feels innate in and of itself. This is a natural manifestation of this versus something that you're trying to give to her because it's what she want and you don't really want to hurt her and you're just really going to make the sacrifice to give up, but you also are experiencing monogamy spiritually yourself, and that's really dope. And I so now with that, I want to take it up a notch. If for whatever reason, because I don't have you and your partner been together.
So we've been together for 6 years. And I also want to make it clear, conscious too. Like, it, you know, in the very beginning, you know, when we first got together, it wasn't off the bat that we were jumping in a monogamous relationship. She was very much so like, oh yeah, I'm down. Like, you know, like, sure, you know, cool. But at the time, like, you know, I was so into her, like she was just a whole nother different vibe that literally anything that I was focused on, it dwindled away. Like she became my everything, and it just naturally is and was. However, you know, I ended up, you know, wanting to, you know, wanting to, you know, it still have that freedom and be free. And I ended up being in a situation where I cheated on my love. Like, I ended up, you know, being in my, what I would say, you know, my natural, more free element. But just because I was acting that way doesn't mean that I didn't have an obligation to the requirements and the agreement in which I, you know, agreed to, which was a monogamous. I was at this point in a very much so 3 years in monogamous relationship, and I fucked around, or 2 years in, and I fucked around, and, you know.
So I want you to unpack that too. So for you, what were the circumstances around you cheated on your partner? Why?
Yeah. Okay. Because we went through that. So I was very much so still like kind of battling, like I said, that energy. I still have that energy where people can come into my space. I can go sit down at the bar and act like I don't want to make contact with nobody, and people still come and calm and talk and do things. And I was finding myself feeling like I was isolated, like I you know, dove into her and got sucked in, and I was trying to claw my way back out, trying to get back into my normal rhythm of my friends or whoever. And I was in this organization that I was working with. And you know, just, you know, when you're doing organizing work and you're around different people again, you know, you're hearing your ideologies, you're hearing your original belief systems coming into play, and you're like, man, I miss all of that. And you get in a space where you know, I was in a space where I was away from my partner, and I got free, and I got to flirting with girls and getting that attention, and, you know, caught the little flirtatious, little, you know, sexual energy spark with somebody. And instead of shutting that shit down, I fed into it. Like, I love that feeling of being, you know, I love that sexual energy. Like, I loved it. I love that attention. I love all of that. And that's not to say that I wasn't getting that at home. But for me, like, that's the interaction, that natural human interaction that I love with people, that I have to stop myself from having. Like, it could come naturally, right? But out of respect for my partner, I have to tame that, because if I don't, then I end up being foolish and I end up doing some shit that hurts her in the end. in a way that I can't take back.
And that's what I was talking about. So for the beginning of the relationship, so for the first half of the relationship, you was more so practicing monogamy, but it wasn't a genuine
right
for you yet. It was just a practice.
Right. It was like, okay, I could do fine. I don't gotta talk to nobody like it's, shit, I'm crazy about you. I ain't even thinking about it. So why would I, it was that. And then once I actually was, once you get out of that, you're like, okay, you lift your head up out of the coochie and you're like, okay, back to life. And then you realize, well, shit, hell yeah. Well, why can't I still have all these different things? And you were cool with it when we first got together. You met me like this. You loved all the ideas. What was going on? Da 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 da. And then, well, the love deepened and all this other stuff happened for her and for me, but more so like, when the cheating thing happened and it came out, I lied about it. She had her own feelings, and I feel like she knew, and for years she knew. We ended up doing mushrooms together, and that's when it came out. I could not hold anything in. I don't know if you guys know, like when you guys do mushrooms, for me is not something that I do on a regular. I don't do it at all. I only did it that one time just to have a spiritual experience, right? Which I did, but that spiritual experience came with consequences. It came with me being very much so honest. I could not hold nothing in. And I ended up telling her right in there while I'm tripping, because by the way, she is not. She is very much so sober. Okay. So after coming out of that experience, to still look up and still see her, waiting around and still wanting to talk about it and unpack it, and to realize that, even though you lied to someone about something years ago and it comes out years later, it still stings. It still stings.
Absolutely.
Like, there's no worse. There's not a worse regret in our relationship than when I did that.
So
In
the words of Tyrus, you also are another lucky one, because your partner was able to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't deserve her. I can tell you this, Conscious. Like, we met on POF. She messaged me. In the first message that she messaged me, I'm telling you, I felt like I was speaking to my wife. Like, I said to myself, and I said to her, like,
you just knew that you knew.
No one spoke to me like that ever before in my life. Like, it wasn't no basic conversation. This woman spoke to my heart, just grabbed it out of the screen.
I have two flames of China. I have two twin flames, and both of my twin flames, it was love at first sight. It was, like you say, it was that immediate. It's like when you hit something electrifying, or when you touch fire. It's like there's this immediate, almost physiological impact. Like you know that you know.
I knew. And it's the reason why I can't. It's I'll rather I take it as, even though I do miss sometimes creating those connections and things like that, I wouldn't sacrifice any of those for this.
Okay, so I could ask you a trillion questions, but I got one more question that I got to get Storm up in here. But so you said that so when it up and came out, you had initially lied about the infidelity. What is, in your opinion, the root cause of lying? Like, what creates the willingness to lie?
Because
is it fear?
It's the fear in knowing that the person that you're telling it to, you're about to shatter them. It's either because you know that this is not a person that, for one, you're telling the news to the person that is going to turn up on you the most. So there's a mixture between fear of the outcome of your consequences. So one is the fear of the outcome of the consequences, because that once you tell it, you don't control what happens. And the other part is the fact that you knew that whatever you did, that you're hiding it for a reason. And 9 times out of 10, it's because not even the consequences that are great. It's that pain that that you're going to have to look, that pain that you're going to have to hear and see in them. at least for, you know, for me, like, you know, it's not like I went out and planned it. I think there's a difference between strategically planning and knowing, but that you're about to do something compared to just doing some shit in the moment and living your life and seeing where it goes. But at the end of the day, if we're being accountable at any end, you're accountable to that person. You're accountable to your person. You're accountable to you should be and should feel like you're accountable to the commitments and the promises in which you made with that person, whoever that is. Point blank and period.
Okay. Storm, are you there? Because it's two storms. Okay, I think this is
Storm Monroe?
Yeah, Storm. Storm?
Yep.
Okay, I was because it was two storms. There was one still up here, and then there was one in the back chat. Are you there?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Okay, so China. Okay, so one more question before I let Storm pull up in the conversation. Lying is, you know, so we're having a conversation about if monogamy is natural, etc. Is lying natural in your opinion, or is lying something that you believe that we have to be taught?
Oh my goodness. I think lying is natural because it becomes it could be a natural response to that's kind of like a self-preservation almost, because you're trying to preserve something. And sometimes, like, you don't have to teach a child to lie. A child will just lie. And that's because they're trying to protect them from, a lot of times, it's not even for themselves. I mean, once again, the fear of self-preservation, the fear of trying to avoid the consequence. Pause. After that, it's the person in which they're dealing with, the direct person that has to suffer or be upset at the other end of whatever we're doing. So it's, to me, it's no, you don't. I mean, I don't know if you've been around younger children, Conscious.
Yeah, of course.
Purely beautiful spirits, right? And that pure spirit will lie in your face. And it'll be about something so simple. Like, did you take that cookie? They know the moment that you're able to distinguish that you're going to upset someone based off of an action you will lie to pacify or to self-preserve.
But what about a situation almost like mine?
Okay, hold on,
The
you guys.
person's not lying.
You guys. Put a pause in it right there. Hopefully, China, you got some time to stick around. I want to let Storm pull up super quick because he also had a question for the panel earlier. Welcome to the platform, Storm.
What's up, Conscious? What's up, folks?
What's going on?
Hey, Storm.
I know you had a question earlier. What was your question for the panel?
Okay, so my question was, what do you guys think about when you tell your truth, but people don't believe it's your truth?
What do you mean by when you say your truth?
Okay, so if a guy says to you, I'm poly or whatever, and you go, no, you're not. You don't really want to be that. You want to be this, or you're only poly because you're hurt from your childhood or whatever. Like, what do you do when you're honest with someone, but they're not taking that for an answer?
You set strong boundaries and cut their crazy ass off. I'm serious. Like, I do not play with that. I hate when people do that. That sounds bananas. I'm telling you A, you're going to sit in my face and tell me B. No.
Yeah, okay. That's a cut and dry answer.
Anybody else? I'm trying to say cut their motherfucking ass off.
Yeah. She kind of got right to the point. She did not play.
Anybody else have a feedback about what to do when people are not accepting what you're telling them? Okay, like I'll raise the stakes a little higher here. Your partner believes that you did something that you in fact didn't do. if they are unwilling to trust that and accept that, or it's a lot of women here on the chat. If a man told y'all that he experienced that he's went through a bi phase,
Oh, they not trying to hear that concept.
and that's exactly why I asked it, because I wanted to put the question, I wanted to put this situation right on the leading edge.
You know they not going for that shit.
And he says, I'm not gay. I went through a phase, etc. You know, I dated a guy in high school, or I had my dick suck a time or two in my 20s, but I haven't been with a man, you know, for 15 years. I don't want to be with a man. I'm not interested in dating men or pursuing men sexually, emotionally, etc. There's no connection I have to men at this point in my life. If you couldn't accept that, what does that mean about you?
Wow, that's a good question. Okay. I mean, what can you say? If you're accepting that person, then you're accepting that person. I mean, is that a lie? I don't know. Are you saying you think that would be they're lying or lying to themselves or something, Conscious?
Well, to Storm's scenario, like, you know, what do you do if you are telling somebody what's in fact true, but they are not accepting your honesty? Like, they're not accepting.
I don't know. Maybe that kind of dives into here we go again, the individual. Maybe that's along the lines of insecurity, of the factors, you know, maybe a person like me, you know, you've had so much dishonesty, so many dishonest people and all those things. Now you get to a point, you know, because at one point I probably wouldn't take somebody's word, but I've just kind of calmed myself down a lot and opened up. So like I said, it just comes, I think it's still the individual, and maybe something like that, I'm not going to take your word is a certain insecurity there, maybe.
Okay.
Would I be wrong in that assessment? I don't think so. You know?
I think it's a lot of reasons why people don't believe, you know, people it could be. And so, okay, so what would you do? Like, Storm, give us another example of something that somebody else would like contend against in terms of a person being honest. Or it sounds like you've had a personal experience either being a person who could not accept somebody's truth or vice versa.
It's usually vice versa with me.
So what's been the situation at hand? Is it like what you stated about like saying I'm poly, but somebody like really wanting you to be monogamous and not wanting to accept that you are more open?
Yeah, because think about it, like, since I've been in the lifestyle, per se, as we call it, and I've done, you know, all kinds of orgies and this and that, some people don't believe like you can go from that to like settling down and just being with one person. Some people don't believe it. So
that you can't turn on to a housewife or a house husband in this case.
Right, or a house husband. Or if you say I'm not interested in settling down at all, it's like, nah, you don't believe that. Nah, you don't believe
that. And you know what? It's because that those other people probably believe in their pussies a lot more.
Yeah, yo, I swear it's a thing. I understand it, Storm, because look, I would tell, like, look, we've had these conversations with my love, like when it came to the whole poly thing for a long time. When we were together in the beginning, I would still say, you know, if they were be like, you know, you poly, blah blah blah, or if you monogamous, I'd be like, yeah, I'm poly, but I'm in a monogamous relationship, you know. The thinking is there, you know what I mean? Like, but But you gotta be with a person who is like-minded, and you it's gonna be hard and a struggle if you're dealing with somebody who feels like over time they can change you, because that's essentially what that is. Over time, your feelings you haven't had this, so, and if only you had this, you would have this outcome, or you would feel this way. They felt the same thing. Like when it came to, like, we were getting arguments about monogamy and poly. And my thing is this: when it comes to monogamy, it's like I never felt like one person should or could be your everything. That's one of my arguing points. That one singular
I've heard
person,
a lot of married couples say that too. Like
right? Like
they
this
may have
one person,
their sexual partners, but they're like emotionally they're
right?
good,
Yeah.
There's
they're
gonna be
secure.
something. There's gonna be something there,
Emotionally monogamous.
Yes.
right? And you know,
Monogamy is compartmentalized.
so
Because I was ask you, China, like if you were to wake up a year from now and that desire to be with someone else would be there very strongly, what would happen from that point? Like, would you communicate that? Is that something that you're going to bring to the table, or are you just going to just continue to move forward and not give energy to it? Or like, how would you handle the desire to also love somebody else? Like maybe somebody else came into your experience and just without trying, y'all just, you know, 'cause all of us live in a society and we have proximity to each other. And sometimes we in positions to spend a lot of time with people, whether they are our classmates or a workmate or whatever the circumstances is that allow for us to like build a connection. And sometimes unbeknownst, you know, to you, you just kind of stumble upon a situation. Obviously, like
yeah,
monogamy can be a natural phenomenon. It can also be like a choice, because just because we feel an attraction to someone else spiritually or emotionally or physically doesn't mean we have to per se act on those things either. We can
right.
choose to accept we have an attraction and there is a connection, but you know, nonetheless going to move forward with my partner as is. But how would you deal with a situation like that?
Because conscious, like for me, I am that. It would not be hard for me to move about in the world doing everyday things, like you said, whether that's being in the workplace, shoot, joining the membership, or being in a group situation. Like it could naturally happen with me. I have to force myself or stop those connections, or not even allow it to happen. So a lot of times for me, I don't make eye contact. I don't get too close. The
Come
reason
on,
why right now, yeah, like
you made sure like I'm fencing my damn self off, honey.
yeah, like I have to, man. Like literally, like it would make my girl so upset because we couldn't go places or whatever, and she'd be like, "Bitches motherfuckers can't never stop talking to you. Motherfuckers you can't never go nowhere and I give out you can't never go nowhere and I connect with people. You can't never da da da." It almost kind of disturbs her spirit to see that so many motherfuckers come to me without me
China
even
for the
fucking
streets,
trying.
baby. China for the streets.
Boy, I tell you, it ain't me. I'm blessed and it's a curse. But
I think this is such a intriguing phenomenon, because I want to know, because everybody here could probably imagine being triggered up by the idea of your partner wanting someone else, giving someone else that special attention. But I mean, do anybody here really believe that feeling is real? That there's actually something really happening? Because if we also accept that people can have multiple relationships and that we're already all poly by nature, because we are just already in multiple relationships to people that we love and care about, etc. It doesn't take away from, you know, the other connection. We have two parents a lot of times. We love both mom and dad. You know, like we have multiple siblings. We love all of our siblings, etc. So is that feeling really real? Is that anger and that theory really real, or is it not?
It's not conscious. And I think I really could break this down. I don't want to say it too loud, my girl. But no, it's like that sense, like I said, that ownership over a person's body for no reason. Like they don't even really have the logic to put behind it outside of like the emotion and the passion that they have besides the love for you as a person. But to say like because I always say, you know, like for women a lot of times for men what they do, you don't y'all be good, y'all be doing good. Y'all be doing good. The moment you find out that he entertaining another bitch, oh, you got a problem. For what? For what though? Because the bliss and the everything else was still being maintained. How?
I was
They're not
How?
going for that.
How is it a how?
exactly.
And I'm not saying, and I'm not trying to. Women don't hop on me on here. I ain't trying to encourage your dudes to do. You do what you want to do. Handle that how you want to handle it. But what I'm saying is, if we really had to unpack, why are you bothered? Why are you upset with this person sharing their sexual energy with somebody else after you're already fed? You full fed and delivered, honey. You good, but your
And
partner
this
got
other
love to
person been
spread.
giving themselves away unbeknownst to you, and you've been just fine.
Right, right. So
You've been
why?
happy in a
Why?
relationship. You fulfilled in
Right,
a relationship. The only thing that
right,
now has changed is you now know that this
right.
person is also involved with somebody else.
Exactly. That.
And
Yeah.
outside of them lying, obviously, like that would be one of the offense. But put that aside. What, like China said, what is it beyond that? Because you now also just learned that you could be happy unbeknownst to you in a situation where somebody else was clearly multitasking successfully because you've been happy and you didn't even know that, you know, there was an entire situation going on. But nonetheless, this person was able to navigate being with other people in a way that didn't take anything away from you and your family, you and what y'all got together. Is that information not enriching? Is it I understand that information is being funneled by a very offensive circumstance because you've just been betrayed. So obviously you probably don't appreciate the information that also comes out of that experience because it's being slandered by the way that awareness is being brought to you. But nonetheless, that information and that enlightenment is still there that, oh my God, I've been involved with this motherfucker for a year or 3 or 6, and you've also had a whole nother girlfriend or a whole nother boyfriend on the fucking side. Like that's an interesting set of circumstances, and I think there's a lot of information in that because
Yeah.
I for me, I have done that work, China, and I have been able to not come up with a substantive excuse for why I then can't be in a polygamous or poly situation, because at the end of the day, as you just said, like, I mean, most people in monogamous relationships are already in damn poly. They just don't know they're in damn poly or polygamous relationships. Like, lots of people are being cheated on right now as we speak and are being cheated on successfully. But so if you come out of a situation like that and now the future is, well, damn, I could just go forth and be in a poly relationship. I could be with somebody who actually has the capacity to be with other people and it not necessarily infringe in any real way upon what I'm creating with that person. Why can't I then be in a poly? And then so for me, I went and also made space for poly and polygamous situations. I have been in polygamous situations where I have been a secondary partner. I have been in poly experiences where I've been in relationships to a group relationship dynamic. I've also been in monogamous relationships, and I'm really glad in a way that I I did something productive with being cheated on before, which is allowing myself to unpack that, because by being capable of being in poly and all of that and kind of transcending this whole like possessive thing, it put me in a position to now not be afraid of what it means for my partner to feel feelings for other people, or to even have sex with other people. And I would have never really been able to kind of be free from this unnecessary fear if it wasn't for infidelity that I then went and unpacked and kind of went down the rabbit hole of and explored what infidelity really is at its heart. It really is betrayal. So now I also, through unpacking this through emotional intelligence, was able to see, oh, it's not the cheating itself that's the problem. It's the lack of character in my partner that really bothered me. It like, first and foremost, it's the you deceived me. That's what hurt me. Not per se you with other people. That is just a byproduct and just adds injury to insult, because yes, you've been with somebody else, but first and foremost, you betrayed me. I let down my guard based upon believing that I was safe with you. You have now disrupted that safety as a result of not meaning what you said. That now hurts me. And then, once again, the monogamous, then the injury just becomes compounded, because now all of the shit you've been taught about monogamy and it's just compounded with the fact that there's somebody else who's been experiencing your partner, and now you gotta unpack what that means. But I actually unpack what that means too, and I realize for me, it don't mean shit. It don't mean shit to me. I really don't care about the other person. I don't really care about you being with other people. I just want to be with somebody who is honest, and I'm okay with everything else. Like recently, I was in a polygamy type situation, and my issue is always going to be character. It's never going to be the other person. So, for instance, like you can have multiple partners, whatever the case may be. My issue is, if you can't also do me successfully, that's when we're going to have an issue. When you slack on me, that's the issue. I can handle the other motherfuckers. My issue always going to be with you, though, not the other motherfuckers. So if you can date me and date me successfully, and you can, allocate the proper time and all of that, and you can maintain all of this successfully, I'm cool with being a part of a community of lovers or whatever, or sister wiving or brother wiving or whatever the hell it's called. Just do what you're going to do and do it well. But I really can't imagine at this point tripping over the existence of other people. I don't feel threatened, because I can't because my brain doesn't allow me to make distinctions between, like, for instance, if I had a husband, okay, so you're telling me that it's supposed to mean something. It's supposed to mean something to me that you love somebody else romantically, but I'm not offended that you love other people in general aside from me. Like, you have friends that I share you with. We have kids I share you with. You have an occupation that I share you with. Why is it that we not offended by all of that sharing? And we don't think really anything of it. We don't feel offended by it. We don't feel threatened by this person, you know, loving other people, etc., and maintaining other relationships, but yet we are terrified, mortified at the thought of our partner being with somebody else sexually or being with somebody else romantically. My brain tells me there is no distinction. I have tried to make my brain distinguish what the difference is between another hoe on my man's arm and somebody else he loves on his arm, his relative, his best friend, what, like, my brain can't, the math ain't mathing. Like, my brain can't, it's not another equation as far as I'm concerned. So to all people on the panel who have an issue with monogamy, like, bring me in. I mean, who got a problem with like poly and polygamy? Bring me into why is it that somebody can, like you're not threatened by all these other relationships?
Hey, y'all, I'm gonna say goodnight. Bye.
Who's that, Shauna?
Yeah, that's me, Shauna. I just want to let y'all know. Y'all have a good night.
All right, babes.
All right, bye.
Good night, Shauna.
Bye.
What is the pain of it? Like, what is the difference? What's the difference between all of the other people you got to share your damn partner with, and then just sharing them with other people romantically?
Well, they would say the love is different. That's what people would say for sure. Like, the love with your siblings and your kids and your parents is different than that romantic love.
Like, I like that feeling that I get, or like when you conscious, like when you know, like you're attracted with someone, to someone, that energy, sexual energy, but you haven't done anything yet, but it's curious and it pulls you in. I like that feeling. Pause. And I like it to stop. My partner hates that shit. She don't want nobody getting that close. And I don't know, man. I feel like it's that physical. Like I feel like it messes with their head. Like they don't know how to compute the fact that it's okay for, like, you don't have that same feeling over them physically that they have over you. Like, I've had the conversation with my partner, like, you know, no, I think I'd feel very much different if you had an intimate relationship with somebody. I don't feel like I would take it that hard. I've operated in those, you know, spaces, but I hadn't had the feeling that I had over how I feel about her, and having someone and have her create, you know, those feelings. However, you know, I just feel like we would take it differently. And I feel like that's the part that people got to unpack, is why you feel so strongly over your partner being intimate with somebody else or sharing that intimacy. Do you feel like it'll take away from the intimacy and the bond that you guys have and create? Like, my partner will tell you straight up, like, you know, it took us a minute before like we got back to, you know, her feeling like, okay, like, she made me feel dirty, you know, like, and I'm not sure if guys feel that way, like when dealing with women and your woman, you know, you didn't been busted out cheating and shit like that. Like, my woman made me feel like I had to earn her back. She made me feel like, you know, like I had to gain or earn that intimacy back, and it made me feel more like cherished about my own personal body. Like, oh shit, like I don't want nobody touching me because she prides, you know, like she has a certain feeling about me. You get what I'm saying? Like, somebody else touch me, I'm kind of dirty. It's kind of like, it's a weird feeling. Like, you get what I'm saying? But I felt that shit, and I did not want to do that again. Not with her. You feel me? Like, I can survive that shit with somebody else, but not with her.
So I just heard two things from you and Storm. So Storm said that he believes that it's because it's a different type of love. And so I have also had to unpack that too. And I'm just like, it sounds good. But once I started going down the rabbit hole, I realized that I was back at ground zero, because once I explored whatever I thought the distinctions were between a romantic love and a platonic love, or a agape love, or a whatever love, the reality is my partner also loves other people in a non-romantic way that is still so meaningful for him that he would lay his life down for those people too. He would take a bullet for his sister. He would put his life on the line for his children, or put his life on the line for his mother, or would jump in to defend his friend in a bar fight and potentially risk his own life being taken. That at the end of the day, there really is not these thick lines of demarcation that we all like to believe exist between these subtleties of love, or these dramatic distinctions between love, that at the end of the day, once I know you would lay your life down for other people beside me, I really feel like at that point, why would I not be able to accept you being with other people? Because there is no greater act of love than an act like that. And the fact that I know your other relationships, which may be non-romantic, still would move you to make some of the greatest sacrifices for those people. As far as I'm concerned, the playing field is equal between me and all those other people. The only difference really is that I'm fucking you. I'm just a meaningful relationship. You just have a meaningful relationship to me, and I happen to be somebody that you're also fucking. It's only the fucking that is really different, because the other reality there, Storm, right, is that, for instance, you got a lot of these women who, you know, and they love the idea of, you know, my man, monogamy, okay, cool, you got it all. But me, you, Tarus, and I would even say China, we know that it's the boys, it's the niggas who know more about your man than you do, and you the one who's so-called in an intimate relationship with his ass. But I know more about who the fuck he really is than you do. I know the real motherfucker he is. I know all the shit. He wouldn't dare confess to you. He shows up in front of me in a way that's so authentic that if you were able to see the person that I know in the man cave, and that I know in the brohood, and that I know in the bromance, you would be filing divorce tomorrow if he had the audacity to show up that authentically to you as he does to the bros. So even like us attempting to act like what does it really mean, Storm? Like oh, like
They don't believe me when I tell them that, though. They don't believe me.
This is an intimate relationship. Yeah. It intimate. The reality is, the people who say that, Storm, they're really talking about sex. That's what they're connecting intimacy to. Because the reality is, your partner can have an intimate relationship to anybody in his life. Because intimacy is not only experienced through sexual contact. Intimacy really is about emotional and mental safety. And once you feel safe with anybody, it could be a best friend, it could be your parents, it could be your siblings, it could be whatever, your children. Once you feel safe in a relationship, you have achieved intimacy, because you're able now to give yourself permission to show up fully and authentically, and to share the reality of yourself, which can also be some of the deepest parts of yourself, to bear some of the deepest secrets to you. Like, and I know women right now, or people right now, who are threatened by their partner's friends, because they're able to see that there's no distinction in their relationships aside from the fucking. They are uncomfortable because they know that their partner has other non-sexual yet intimate relationships in their life. And so they don't even like the idea of their partners having friends, because those friends are real close. Those friends have deep meaning. Those friends also provide a certain level of like emotional equity and joy and comfort that the partner feels, or have been taught to feel, that only they should be able to provide. When in reality, all this intimacy that we think is so exclusive to romantic relationships isn't actually, in fact, exclusive to romantic relationships. And once we accept that, we can then finally get past that shit and be free from that shit and realize that once again, the things that we, because what I heard in China's a dissertation, because China had hit it as well. What we are really wrestling with when it comes to feeling away and feeling inferior about other people's relationships to other people is it fucks with our own sense of worth. What does it mean about me now? That other people make you feel this way. Other people you would tell this to. Our ego wants so bad to have some exclusive access. And when the ego can't obtain exclusivity, it implodes like the submersible Titan. There's this catastrophe, this internal catastrophe and conflict that happens because freedom threatens the fragility of the ego self, which is trying to make fetch happen when fetch has never been a reality. Even though the ego largely got everybody to play into fetch being a thing, but we're learning as we are unpacking and evolving that fetch, that some of these ideas were just that, and it's scaring people who are trying to hold on to fetch. It's scaring the society because the society is becoming undone by its seams. It's literally in the words of Pocahontas, is a whole new world that is opening up to us, and it's terrifying folk because the dress that we thought was made out of Gorilla Glue was just cheaply taped together. And this nudity and nakedness that this society is now having to stand in is not sitting well with a lot of people because we were never standing on the solidarity that we thought we had really in fact never in fact existed. The only thing that's truly real is freedom. Everything that we're trying to do is in opposition to that. And even though our ego is second nature to us and we feel comforted by the desires of the ego and the creations of the ego, we are ultimately setting ourselves up though for the ultimate failure and the ultimate hurt of it all, because we are literally actively trying to avoid the truth. And this is, and what we're doing as a society by trying to cling to these shallow, superficial, self-created ideas, these man-made constructs, these man-made fantasies, these shallow impulses that are generated by the ego, is equivalent to biting the apple. The apple of Genesis is the allegory of the ego of man. And it's going to come natural for us to want to identify with the ego, just like it's natural for us to have a desire to bite that fruit. But freedom is the greater choice with the greater reward. Because as we can see now from the dismantling and the unbecoming of our society, that the truth will ultimately always prevail. Which is why early on in this conversation, I was talking about like, so what purpose then does it serve for us to continue to like pussy pop to what's not real? We understand what the temptation is we understand that we are prioritizing lunch over dinner, and we can instead spend our time in our young adulthood getting to the bottom line of the bottom line and accepting these eternal and universal truths, and then living our life like from that place of knowing. Like what I was saying earlier about the fact that, like, I'm going to die alone, whether I die married or not. Even if I die in a crowd, I'm dying alone. Like, I'm going into the unknown alone. This, like, if that's the case, then why not challenge the things that make us feel uncomfortable being by ourselves when we are by ourselves? Because once you can accept the ultimate truth that you are alone, then you can have the rest of this experience until you get to that inevitable, being a far more grounded person, not wasting your time trying to make yourself unafraid of what you are ultimately afraid of, which is the end. But the end is inevitable, and the end is the unavoidable, and the end is the absolute. You actually will be a much stronger, more resilient, more grounded, evolved, lucid individual by being able to live in that lucidity now, which makes your life actually more meaningful. Because
God damn this negative Nancy shit, man.
Because when you actually can internalize and accept the end, you actually can show up more present.
Yo, I'm sorry. I love life. I love relationships. Life is fun. I'm enjoying it.
Okay, well, can you enjoy not interrupting me as well?
Hey, come on, man. This is doom and gloom content.
Can you enjoy not
interrupting me, man?
Like, what
that would be a nice enjoyment. Okay, so if you can accept the end as the right now, you actually can have a more fulfilling right now, because you realize that it's all in the right now. It's all in the right now. It's actually not about trying to convince yourself that this is forever. Me being able to accept the end right now is actually what made me work so much more harder in my life. It's what made me get to the bottom line of what the fuck I want to do with my time here, how the fuck I want to allocate my time, what I want my time to be committed to, who I want to be committed to, what life I want for myself, because this is the end. This is the end, but there's also a exhilarating excitement that comes from the knowing that all that is right fucking now. And this makes me get on my shit right now. This makes me this makes me get into my bad bitch right now. This makes me put all that I need to put into my life right now, because this is the end. I don't have there is no time. There is no nothing. It's right now, right here. So yes, I need to prioritize my mental health right now. I need to prioritize my best physical health. I need to do whatever the fuck I want to do for me right now. There is no waiting. That's why my mantra coming into 2024 was less talking, more walking. Less talking, though. Like, I ain't got no time to be doing all this yabba dabba do. Like, we on to what we on to. We going into what we're going into. We think we're doing ourselves a big service by actually trying to just lean into the bullshit, lean into the the forever. That's just slowing us down. Go into the vulnerability of the ultimate realities, of the ultimate truths, and then see how quick you get your shit together when you accept that the end is right here. See how expeditiously you get to the bottom, that you get to your fucking bottom line in life once you accept the end is right now, not 70 years out.
The end is nigh.
But right
the end is nigh.
here. Now, what you want to say?
Repent, the end is nigh.
The kingdom is at hand, and it is. The kingdom is at hand. Jesus said it. Jesus said it 2,500 years ago. You motherfuckers are trying to get into heaven. I'm trying to get heaven into y'all. Y'all are awaiting something that's available to you right now, right here. Time is a social construct. The end is right now. All that is right now. Step fully into the present moment of right now, right here. And that's what I'm talking about. That's why I don't need the commitment and all of the fluff. We can do us right now. All the other shit is just self-imagined bullshit and projection. Let's fuck. Let's fall in love. Let's feel. Let's be right now. We don't. All the other shit is unnecessary. It doesn't matter anyway. Because whatever it is that you're really going to do, whatever it is that you're really going to do, you're going to fucking do. But you can do that without penalty.
Yeah, guys, the asteroid is coming anyway, so screw it. It doesn't matter.
Elon Musk is on the way.
Let that motherfucker come like 100,000 years when I'm gone, dead and gone, because I don't need it to come in my lifetime. Okay. I just want to say that.
You know what? You all are so deep. Conscious, you are the ultimate. You are a true guru. You are the sensei. Seriously. And Tyrus, I don't know how you're missing everything that Conscious is saying.
He's Tyrus.
I see.
Because if I applied half of that, I would be a bitter baby daddy.
No, you would still be.
Why nobody else is talking about a bitterness? Nobody else here is having an interpretation of doom and gloom.
Conscious, what I'm saying is, with your perspective, I understand that. But I did say at the beginning, did I not? It's a case-by-case basis. Right? And first off, Storm, to be very respectful, I didn't even know how to answer this question because I didn't know where the whole who's hating on poly. I got completely lost with this conversation because I have no experience with polygamy or polyamorous relationships. I don't know anywhere where we reference somebody was hating on it. And so I just had nothing to add to this conversation, bro. I was just being quiet there respectfully because I didn't know how to answer your question, man. Because I just...
Storm, he wants you to talk to him so bad. Go ahead and talk to him. Go ahead and talk to him, Storm. He wants some attention. And Storm, tell your beautiful chocolate.
Hold up. I was supposed to have a rebuttal like an hour and a half ago. You know what I mean? So let's stop the cap real quick.
Oh, we ain't capping. We got all the sense. I think you the one that's over here capping or trying to be extra, looking for your little 10 minutes and seconds of fame.
It's been a couple hours already, but okay.
But wait, I gotta ask you something, Tyrus. So even in your younger years, you were just completely faithful? Because you're saying like this is your person, this is who you are. Are you just discovering that?
What I'm saying, Jazzy, what I'm saying is people can grow. There's not a person on this planet who can make an argument that some 20-year-old kid is a complete package when he gets married. I can't make that argument. Jesus can't make that argument. There's not a person on this panel who could be like, yeah, Tyrus at 20 years old, he got it all figured out. Y'all know I would be lying if I said some shit like that.
But yet you don't want to live in a world where people accept just that.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about is you trying to buck up against what I'm talking about. But what I'm talking about completely acknowledges the undoneness of a 20-year-old. The world that I'm talking about,
I'm supposed to get a rebuttal. I can never finish.
The world that I'm talking about actually accepts all of that.
Man.
So
let me know when I could talk in an hour and a half.
Mr. Interrupt me. Mr. Interrupt me to talk about how doom and gloom and spooky of a reality that I'm talking about is.
Just let me know. Let me know when I could do a rebuttal.
You talking as if you saying something enlightening when you saying what the fuck I'm saying what the fuck you're saying. But in your world, that 20-year-old should still go forward and make absolutes about himself and speak absolutes about himself while he lacks life experience.
So no one's capable of growth.
While he lacks the
capable of
cultural
growth.
experience, while he lacks the journey in order to really
I'm the
know
same
who
person
he
at
truly is.
36 that I was at 20 years old. I'm the same person. That's what you're saying.
But you're saying
I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying the opposite.
Right.
I've been saying that the whole time. Y'all have been the ones not listening.
Everybody else here has a complete comprehension.
No, I haven't. Jazzy, hold up, stop. Jazzy. At the beginning of this conversation,
your ears don't work tonight, Tyler. Your brain is not working.
At the beginning of this conversation, I literally stated that I made mistakes at 20.
You've been on another live this entire time.
But
I think you've been multitasking.
No, I haven't, bro.
You must have been over there on chaotic channel at times
people
too.
be better in relationships so bad, bro. Like people can redeem. Jazzy, fun fact: people can redeem themselves. At 20 years old, I was hey Jazzy. At 20 years old, I was a dumb kid. At 36 years old, I'm not that dumb kid anymore. I know that's hard to accept, but that's what it is.
But why would you have been dumb? You were just doing what you wanted to do.
Yeah, I grew.
I mean, you get what I'm saying?
I never made that argument, though, Jazzy. I was never arguing against that.
Right.
Like, damn.
But you are. But
yeah, because all of us have been. Because all of us have been talking about the fact that like nobody is complete. That's the whole point of what I'm saying.
Right. So, and what I was telling you was that it doesn't matter what society you try to change it, no matter what rules you tried to create, that is completely random.
That is the problem. They have set up rules. That is the point.
And I said that at the beginning. It doesn't matter because what you're talking about is love, sex, relationships. You cannot quantify that. You cannot legislate that and put that in an outline little box.
Yes, we can. That's
exactly no, you can't. There's not a society you can.
That's exactly why all of y'all
that's why I told you.
Autonomy over your children. That's why you want to control the curriculum. That's exactly why, because you understand the power of influencing information.
There's not a society anybody can point to where somebody didn't cheat on someone else. There's not a society anybody on this panel or anybody
that's said that not everybody cheating though. Like, but you also said that not everybody is cheating. You also said not everybody is cheating.
That. Okay. And you agree with me. So what are you arguing about it?
Then what is your issue with us exploring? No. Because this is a question to you. So then what are you pushing against in a conversation where some of us want to explore the variables that actually escalate more of that and de-escalate more of this, which is
there was no pushback
of it all, the lack of character of it all. Wouldn't you want to explore? Wouldn't you?
An hour and a half.
Would you want to not explore? Would you not want to explore more of why that becomes what that becomes?
No pushback. That's why I was just.
No, you want to sit in a world where 9 billion people is cheating the fuck on each other and not do nothing about that. You don't want to explore what
now you just want to listen to what
other people are not hurting people, and why other people can tell the truth, and why other people are not cheating on other people. Oh no, that's not worth exploring. Let's just accept the low vibrational ass state of humanity and let it all go to hell because hey,
nah, you just bitter and projecting. Look, some of you got failed relationships.
What's your question, China?
I know you got failed relationships, man. I'm sorry.
I got a question for you, Tyrus.
Actually, my question is actually for you, Conscious, because I was getting out of what you were saying. I just wanted you to clarify a little bit of your statement at the end. Were you saying for yourself or just generally like you've accepted the fact that you're going to be alone most likely in your later years, so you're going to be your end all be all, you're getting all your shit together, whatever the case may be, because there's no guarantee that at the end of the day whatever partner whatever may not be by your side? Was that what you're preparing for, or is that what like mentally?
Yes, I was basically saying that that's my goal for myself, but I also stated that like I don't know what this is going to look like in the end. Obviously, like men are going to be grappling at my you know, at the hem of my garbs until I'm gone. So I'm sure.
Excuse me. Women too.
Oh,
Women
and women too, and all my in between folk. Yes, God, you know. So I can't say what the end is going to look like, but I just find it illogical to not totally be accepting of the end just ending with me. Like that seems perfectly logical in a world where I don't get to determine per se.
Yeah.
I mean, I do get to, you know, I have a creative say so in part, but at the end of the day, I could die tonight. And would I have rather spent the last year up until right now being miserable because I haven't found the type of person that I want to be with, or wasting all of my energy on, like, you know, like people outside of myself, and just no, I would not have wanted to spend my time being unproductive like that. I would have wanted to do exactly what I did, which was like focus on myself, find the things that I enjoy about life, commit myself to the things that make me happy, and continue to come into relationship to myself. And everything else is just a bonus. If I find other tribe members along the way, that's a bonus. If I find a wonderful lover or lovers, those things are a bonus. But essentially, I need to deepen my love for myself, because I'm not interested anymore in putting all of my eggs in the baskets of other people. And I have done that, and it has made me miserable. It is so miserable to outsource for your sense of self-worth in other people. That is a miserable existence. It is also miserable to, I'm just going to leave it there, that it is miserable to live that way. I don't want my relationships to be disproportionate. I don't want there to
No,
be,
you're having a hard time trying to be miserable right now. You
I
can't
don't
find the
want,
words for it. I get it.
I don't,
I get it.
huh?
It's hard. It's hard being miserable, man. You got to find the right words for it. I get it.
I don't, does
No,
anybody?
I don't. Anyway, Conscious, continue what you were saying, or let
He
me
said,
jump in.
Yeah,
he said you're
because we're
miserable.
all confused.
Let me jump
I'm
in
not.
real quick if you don't mind,
Clearly.
because
So,
I heard what you were saying.
so I want to make this clear. I am open to great sex. I am open to great companionship. I am open to all of that. I participate in all of that. The only thing I'm making clear is that I don't need it. It's a luxury. Those are luxuries to me. That's not something that makes a difference in my life. So when Tyrus and I were talking earlier about, like, me, the fact that I like spent 3 days offline and I enjoyed myself, and I was to myself, I was in my home, sashaying around, just minding my business. I made my first banana pudding tonight. I enjoyed the process of being in my kitchen
Yay!
and making a banana pudding, and I had so much fun doing so. And I just remember at some point in that experience, just like having kind of a moment to myself and being like, wow, I am really like sitting here in this moment in a life that I'm happy with. Like, I'm in my home with my things, and I've created all of this, and I have a peace in my life, and I'm not worried about who's cheating on me and who's not choosing me and what's happening outside of myself. That I am completely fixated in the joy that I have been able to bring to me, and that conjuring, that level of like, I'm creating this happiness for once. Like, I'm creating my personal happiness, and my personal happiness isn't connected to the way that other people are making me feel, but now is about the way I feel about me. Like, that's what I have had to work on.
Don't compromise that shit. That's a beautiful place to be. And I would say, don't compromise that love. Don't compromise that shit. Like, I remember just listening back to your earlier commentary with old boy Like you're just talking about like what you're not willing to, and like hold on to that. Like don't feel pressured. I don't give a fuck how pretty, how good the dick is, how pretty this nigga is. Do not compromise with what the fuck you got going on. And I'm glad you also called it out. Motherfuckers will sell you a motherfucking dream, and you know y'all on the same page. You know you're gonna cheat. You know you're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? You know there's different things that it come with. And motherfuckers trying to sell you a dream or trying to make it seem like it's not gonna be that. You know exactly how things are going. You ain't just been born yesterday. You've been around the block a few times.
China, and that's your question. Would you find it a negative, right? Let's put me and you hypothetically in a romantic situation. We've been dating, we've been courting each other for a year. I come to you and say, China, I have come to the realization that you mean a lot to me. I want this experience as long as we can have this experience. I want you to know that I'm invested in your well-being. I'm invested in how you feel. I'm invested in your livelihood, etc. And all I want is you. I don't need a commitment from you. I don't need to be the only person that provides this to you. I just want to make you aware that I am enjoying my experience of you. And I clearly can see that you are enjoying your experience of me. And I just want to affirm to you that I am happy with where we are and how we are. And I also don't have any problem with you having these experiences with other individuals in your life. Does that sound like a fucking negative to you? Does that sound crazy to you? Does that sound
beautiful?
morbid? Does that sound deep and dark and gloomy to you?
No.
Does that sound irrational? Is that crazy? Is that apocalyptic? Is that evil?
No, I got all good things, in fact.
The end is nigh.
I got all good things.
The end is nigh. Who was that? Who was that just a couple minutes ago? The end is nigh.
The end is not. It's in the present moment. It's right here. The present moment is right fucking here. Which is why we don't need. Which is why we don't need all the other shit. All that matters is right now. We're having it right now, right here. All the other shit is irrelevant. It just clogs. It just clogs up the pipe. The middle shit clogs up the pipe.
So it sounds like to me, it sounds like that person, if you were to come to me and say that, it would sound like you're understanding whatever situation we're in. It's perfect. It's solid. You don't have a problem with it. Sounds like you're happy and content, and you're just checking in, letting us know, let me know where we're at, where you stand, and that the feelings is growing strong, baby. We good. Okay. And on top of that, got a little bit of freedom on the side too. My feelings is the way it is, and I don't care what you doing or who got what going on with what. That don't got nothing to do with me. That sounds like music to my ears to me.
And the gag would be like, if you've been courting me and we've been courting each other for a year and we've been enjoying ourselves, and then you also happen to also be courting other people that who you got affection for, I'm sure it would feel rewarding for you to know that that's not going to infringe upon you and I, that I'm not going to be sitting over here butt hurt, or that I don't feel like it takes anything away from what we're creating because you're also creating other realities with other people.
Sounds very mature. It sounds
Mic
like
drop.
The ideal situation for sometimes, but yeah, it sounds beautiful. Sounds perfect. It sounds like the situation that when I was poly and I was cultivating things, how, would want things to kind of move a little bit smoother if it was somebody who I was going to be dealing with for a while.
And guess what? People better be happy that I overcame this and realized that the end is right now and all that matters is right now, and that the end is inevitable. Because of that, I'm no longer capable of ending up in an orange jumpsuit like Jazzy, because you can't be the end all. Like, nobody can be the end all. Not be y'all. Right. Like, it doesn't matter that we've been together for 10 years and now we are going our separate ways. You know why? That is not going to break me down, because I'm already at the end of everything. I'm already at the end of everything. So this isn't the end. The end is the end. Because I've already internalized that all of this is just a beautiful unfolding until what ultimately is the ultimate. Like, it actually being in the end right now keeps me from making everything else my be all, where all the unhealthiness actually is when we do that. I feel so bad for the parents. Like, I have seen so many women who have lost their children and they have not been able to recover from the death of their children. That is a trauma that I do not want. Look, I'm somebody who also has lost my mother. I know other people who have lost their mother and have not been able to recover from that. And it's really because the ideas we practice put and project all of this equity into these temporal things. I don't want to go back to that. I'm not going back to that world. I'm not going back to that world. I accept that this is a temporary experience. I accept that it can be beautiful if that's what I want it to be. I can accept that they're not accepting these romantic fallacies of our culture are actually helping me to survive things that are actually crumbling other people because their ideas are so removed from this right here. So many people have put their all into everything else, and everything else is costing them. I know, like my grandmother right now, I'm watching her barely survive. Like, her body is pretty much just surviving, but you know, she's in a million pieces, and you know why she's in a million pieces? Because she gave even from an empty cup at times. She made an idol out of all of these other things, situations, people, etc. And guess what? Those people are around here bouncing, moving on to the next bitch, while everything they took from her has her on bed rest.
That's true. Yeah.
You know, she made an idol out of all of those things, all those people. My grandfather, I took care of my grandfather for 4.5 years until Alzheimer's took his life. He developed Alzheimer's as a result of the way he experienced loneliness. He was lonely because he was a miserable, traumatized, narcissistic abuser that pushed everybody away from him. So when he grew into age and needed actual help, there was nobody there who wanted to give him that because he had made himself such an unlikable person. So when he needed to be protected and loved and was fragile,
nobody gave him that grace.
Yeah. Everybody ran like roaches when the lights were turned on, except me and my aunt, who then stood in place, you know, to take care of him. And his dementia escalated into Alzheimer's because his dementia even came about because of his loneliness. That loneliness killed him. It corroded at him mentally. It corroded at him emotionally. It corroded at his physical and material well-being and health. And it ultimately killed him. My grandmother is dying also because of the way she experienced her reality. I'm using all of these people as students. I mean, as lessons. There is loads of information and data in the way they have lived their lives. I'm extracting even from my own mother. My own mother died as a result of an aneurysm bursting in her brain. This would have been the second one that she experienced. This one took her out. My mother was also a worrier. She had other idols outside of God, whether that be her love life, whether that be my stepfather, her husband, whether that be her children, etc. And those things costed her her fucking life. I have watched people come to their end as a result of an improper relationship to themselves, which creates an improper relationship to everything else.
Hey, Hey, Conscious,
Yes.
I could see this even on a greater scale. Like, I think culturally or as a generation, we watched the previous generations, um, that baby boomer generation who was that hardworking generation who gave their all 40 plus years to a company that shitted on them when it came down to retirement or at their end years, to now we're in a generation where we will not commit to any company, corporation, or anything like that, because we saw what they did and what it didn't reap in the benefits. But just saying, like, in the grand scheme of things, I think we all learn those lessons. And the same thing when it comes to love. I feel like how the love and relationship dynamic as a culture has shifted and has changed. So,
is anybody else here okay with the current version of love that is upheld by the system?
Honestly,
Yes.
no.
I'm not, because had this system worked, I would not have been miserable.
Oh wow.
You know what I mean? I mean, seriously. I mean, what I know today, I wish I had known then, because it would have saved me a lot of pain.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I love the
say
current system. It's cool.
Uh,
Oh, go ahead, sir.
somebody said
I'm
that they
done
love the
too.
current system.
nah, we could be more free like the Romans. I feel like it's two box there. We need to be a lot more open sexually and relationship archetypes, because so we could see a broader vision of what family could be. You know, what what those structures could look like if it was pushed in the forefront a little bit more. And that's monogamy, or that's open relationships, whether that's with multiple women or multiple men. It ain't just a one-sided view to the men out there.
Oh wait, y'all was talking about legally?
Yeah,
I
I mean, I
mean,
don't care if you do it legally or just socially. I
well,
mean,
if that was the question, then I think polygamy and what is it? Polymorous? Is that how you say it?
Polyamory.
Polyamorous.
Polyamory? Yeah, that's fine. If what I mean by that is like for example, the Mormons, if you could, as long as it's legal, it's consenting adults, it's fine. I don't have a problem with that. You know what I mean? Like, I think most people don't. It's just unfortunately when you hear about these relationships sometimes, like for example, polygamous marriages. Unfortunately, you hear a lot about child abuse with the Mormons and things like that in Utah. So unfair or unfair, you get the stigma that comes with that, right? Fair or unfair. And those are the sort of things that, unfortunately you got to battle with.
no, I don't feel like it's directly. So I think we need to, because I'd hate for it to be directly tied to that. I feel like maybe because the only images of those relationships, unfortunately, had been viewed in those religious in that religious archetype group, but
Right.
it's been out there, but it shouldn't be just be only. I mean, to me, I've seen more poly relationships pushed by the hoteps and the spiritual community and the Pan African black dudes, you know what I'm saying, or
Right.
people than Mormon culture or whatever. You get what I'm saying? I think
Right.
if you study a certain sector, then you will associate it with that. But I feel like if we're bringing it to the forefront a lot more, it wouldn't be just solely, oh, that sounds very Mormonish what you doing, or you know what I'm saying, like, yeah, like that.
So China, the reason why I say that is, again, just in my limited experience, a lot of the times in the urban environment, you wouldn't even know a lot of people are in those sort of relationships unless you knew the person. Meanwhile, unfortunately, again, fair or unfair, when you actually hear about these sort of relationships, they're where in a rural area, isolated somewhere in the mountains with the FBI about to do a raid.
Or a
You,
damn
you get what I mean? And so
yeah.
it's cool to hear about those relationships, but they're not brought to the forefront because at least in the urban or suburban environment, you don't really know about it too much because a lot of the times the dysfunctionality or the functionality isn't out there in the forefront.
No, it ain't stated. It ain't said. Like I told you, like I grew up in my family and ain't nobody talked about Uncle Jack, Uncle Robert, dealing with my Auntie Frances, and then Joe and what's his name, dealing with my Auntie Teresa. Like nobody in the, we grew up calling them uncles, grew up, they had literally had two children with both men. So, and all this construct, but it wasn't something that was talked about like, oh, this is the label, and this is, it's not something that was taught or pushed on us like this is how you date, whatever. It just was happening. It just what it was. And I feel like that's a lot of times that's what's happening. It's just what it is, because the language and putting in the titles and having that broad conversation in the hood or within Black communities, it ain't happening, or it hasn't happened. But I've heard that a lot of times in African cultures, especially when they come down here, that's exactly how it is, or how they've operated and culturally. So it's about just trying to shed a light, I guess, and having those conversations, or just knowing that, or to at least change the narrative, start sparking the conversations in the Black community, so we are talking about it. And so I feel like this, a lot of Black women, we grow up, or whatever, we grow up, and I guess monogamy is pushed. Other relationship archetypes aren't. So being able to broaden the view to women, because those are the ones that you guys want to do it with, and those are the ones that's gonna shut you down for the most part. Like, a lot of times I feel like if we had to put a percentage on it, I would say over 60% of Black women aren't going. And the biggest part of that is because of the lack of education and the lack of broadening of what that could look like for it being successful and for their heart space. You got to make a woman feel secure at the end of the day. And that's in any relationship. I don't care if you're being even in a poly relationship, there's still things that you're going to have to do. You're still going to have to abide by rules. It's just not some free for all. You still have to respect your partner. There's still jealousy that comes about. There's still the same things that you go through in a monogamous relationship is going to happen in a poly relationship with multiple fucking people. That's it. It's about setting up the boundaries and the construct in which you're doing your thing with that person or persons, and about making sure that you're executing it and keeping your promises, or your, And
I'm glad you said that, China, because that's what I was also saying about, like, we need to open up relationship. Like, we need to show variations of other types of relationships, but also we can never get around people's character needing to come full circle, because it doesn't matter what relationship you participate in. If you a raggedy motherfucker, you gonna be a raggedy motherfucker as a monogamous person, as a poly person, as a polygamous person, etc. So in the West, we do have a big issue with only projecting or pedestalizing one type of relationship, and I feel like we need to encourage all these other alternatives, because this will also keep men from ending up as bad guys when they realize they don't have to keep squeezing themselves into a box that they actually, in fact, don't fit in to begin with, and they can be honest and get in where they fit in out of the gate.
And like set up their own boundaries. Think about it. If a man came to you and said, pause, girl, I fly. I know I'm fly. I know I got it, but I'm not giving you a chance. I deal with multiple women. You can't handle this. I'm not even dealing with you. Like, set your boundaries. And the ones who's going to come, they're going to stay, and they're going to make their presence known. Everyone else, let them go. But see, men want to control the narrative. See, you want to pick the woman and you want to force them into doing what you want, and you want to manipulate. And that's the part that there you go. You get smacked on your hand. Karma will come and bite you in the ass and everything else, because you can't have it all of your way. The universe don't work like that, especially when you're talking about bringing other beings. It has to be a balance. Their feelings, their wants, their needs matter. So, but set your boundaries, men. If men, think about it, if a young man was taught as a teenager when they're at their adolescence, and they're taught, man, to set boundaries and to say, hey, you know what? I'm open. I don't want no constructs on me. Hey, you got my girlfriend, but guess what? Hey, I'm dealing with this woman, and she's my person too. You cool with that? I want you guys to and setting it up. If they had the skills and the tools and the resources to use, think about how strong I feel like they would have a stronger foundation to start. Lying won't even be a thing. Men would be more upfront and real blunt, and women, they would still go. I'm telling you, creaming all over the place. Okay.
Well, I cream all over the place, so but that's another live stream.
That's
Okay.
the next rich conversation.
So then, in shifting the
another
conversation,
yes.
can I ask y'all? So, how much of other people's reality do we have to participate in? Like in this day and age, where okay, so in the hypothetical of like, if you have already told somebody the truth, like, okay, so going back to Storm's initial question about the truth, like if you tell somebody, hey, I'm poly, I like you, you like me, maybe this person isn't poly, this person is more monogamous, but you have already clarified to them what your position is. All right, we can take my situation from earlier. Like, I don't want to be in a monogamous situation. I don't want to be in a conventional situation, but yet this person wants to be in a conventional situation, but we mutually like each other. So if I were to allow him to engage me and us to start, spending time together and courting each other, etc., and then he gets stronger feelings, and then he gets even more pressed about wanting faithfulness from me, like, am I the bad guy once he gets to that point, if I have already clarified to him what it was going to be from the jump?
No.
Nope.
You won't be the bad guy at all. That's where you gonna kind of feel bad yourself, because you gave this person a chance, but it's still gonna end up the exact way what you feared you was trying to avoid, and it's gonna end up that way anyway, because you guys gonna have that conflict. It ain't gonna stop. It's gonna continue. It'll chill out for a second, pacify for a second, but then there's gonna be another situation that's gonna bring it back up. The deeper their feelings get, whatever, like.
So we should live in a society where we let other people be responsible for their experience. Like if people tell you what's up and you continue to move in the way you moving in, and the person already told you what it was and what it ain't gonna be, and you let yourself go all down the deepness of it all and get all caught up and swept into the vortex of it all, that's on you.
Everybody got to take accountability of their actions. You got to take accountability for allowing that person to sucker you in, because you knew. That's why you were so stressed to press and express your boundaries, or what your wants and your needs of what you want. And this person is telling you very clearly, and they're not wavering. I hate a person that think like that, but people think like that. Like my partner thought that my ideology would change around monogamy and polyamory, us being together. And unfortunately, it did not. It's not the love piece. It's I will never feel as if monogamy is it for everyone, and that's the correct one. And I will never truly lie to people and tell people like, yeah, that I believe in that fully in totality. No, I don't. And I don't believe I don't believe one person is your everything and can give you everything. And I don't want to be that one person. I don't want to be that one everything for somebody either. That's another thing. But for my partner, she says that I am, but there's things that I know that I lack. So my partner Conscious is very, very much so very spiritual, like spiritual mind, like very. I wanted a partner like that though. Like I wanted that woman that gave you that energy, like, oh, that Erykah Badu energy, that that's powerful. Like she has that in every bit, in every way. I didn't know that was something I was attracted to until it hit me. And it's a special, it's a beautiful thing, but I'm not there yet, right? I'm not in that niche yet. And maybe that's part of it. It's because of the maturity level between she and I. It's a 4-year gap, and the life experience and the journey is different. So she wanted, or envisioned herself being with a partner who was spiritually there and like on that kind of level to help elevate her, to push her even further into spirituality. And I was very much so the opposite of that. I had no knowledge really of anything when we first got together. She was very much so into the yada boy. She vegan. She's the reason why I'm vegan now.
Amen.
Like, completely changed my everything.
Welcome to the vegan club. I'm vegan too.
Come on, baby, like 6 years strong, and she's amazing vegan chef. She is. But so I feel like I lack spiritually, like having that same energy, like when we go into a space in a place, and I'm not a witch or a warlock, but there, you got people who got the energy, baby, and I love that for her, and I love that she has that, but I know that that's a connection that I don't have, and I'm not jealous of that, or I want that for her. You get with me? And I'm like, maybe eventually as I continue to grow, get wiser, whatever, going through my own journey, it will come as time comes. But I know like that's something like,
But see, I love that that's not a discrepancy between y'all. I love that she gets to be that and you get to be you. And that the things that y'all are not the same on are not also points of contention either. Like, I just think that more relationships need a lot more of that autonomy. I feel like we overproduce the idea of like compatibility, where it almost leaves no room to actually like welcome the other person's uniqueness. Like, does anybody really want to be with a mirrored version of themselves entirely? I mean, does anybody really want that?
I do.
And okay, so I'm speak to that, Mr. I do.
Hold on, let me step out real quick. I want that because I don't want to be with the exact opposite of myself. There we go. I don't want to be with the opposite of me. Like, I want someone who thinks like me, has the same kind of values. Whenever I do settle down, I ain't trying to, but like, I want someone who's
But
similar.
you want an exact copy? Like, you want an exact, like, you just want the female version of yourself?
I love
You
me.
just want a copy and paste with just a female version.
I love me. I will be happy with that. Like, I would be happy with that. Like, when you see couples and they're opposite of each other, it's like, okay, it can work, but I don't know. It just seems like a struggle. It seems like somebody's not going to get what they really want.
So is that what you are? So is that what you're really afraid of? Is adversity in relationships? Because can a relationship also grow if your partner is an exact copy of you? Like, can your partner even be somebody who can introduce you to maybe things you don't even know is you, or even bring something into the relationship? Like, as Achana is saying, like, her partner is, hold on, what are your pronouns, Achana?
Her.
Her.
She.
Okay, I want to make sure. Okay, she, her. Okay, got it. So, like, Achana is saying, see how easy that was to do all the heterosexuals on the panel? Just, ask.
You know what?
See that? Okay, so
Wow.
China like has a whole partner who has, like a level of spirituality and connection, etc. And that is fascinating to China. And as China said, that may be something that she herself may come into at some point as well. That it's also a part of like what makes her partner attractive, and that's, she said she didn't even know that is even something really that she would find attractive. So, but if you have a partner that's an exact copy, what can you actually learn from your partner? Like, where is the balance? Because like, doesn't there have to be some level of contrast so that maybe the things that you have as strengths can maybe I mean, the things that have weaknesses can be like your partner's strengths, vice versa. That's also a part of the balancing act of finding a full circle functional partner. Because if she weak in the same reason, in the same ways that you weak, then both of y'all ain't gonna be able to give up them cupcakes together. If she weak in the same area that you weak in, neither one of y'all is gonna be able to stop spending that money and running a hole into them accounts. Like, y'all gonna have the exact same weaknesses, y'all gonna have the exact same strengths, and that can create its own fair share of complications and problems and hell in a relationship.
Especially when y'all argue, I could just see it going.
Right. The exact same temper, the exact same, like, don't take nothing seriously. So when you having a serious moment, she is nonchalant as hell, just like you are when the shoe is on the other foot. So does it really work out also to have a similar partner type, Storm?
That's a good point. That's a good point. I'm not gonna lie.
See, this
That's
is
a
exactly
good
why
point.
Storm ass single.
Wait, can you still hear me?
It's kind of breaking up. Are you in a hotel or something?
He over there jumping through rooms and stuff.
It's like
going to this room.
It sounds like you on a Boost Mobile connection. I think he having some connection issues.
Wait, I wanted to ask. Well, maybe you already know. So him and that beautiful chocolate goddess that he had on there,
Love Jones.
Yeah, man, she's something chocolate, fine, sexy. Lord, she's something. I was so proud of him. I was so happy for him. I was like, damn, I just wish I was there that night. I wanted to go back and watch that video.
That night.
Because when I think it was her birthday or whatever, she had that glass and everything. She was nice, pretty, sexy, and lit. I was like, shit, he gonna have to share some of that right there.
Ooh, that's your body jumping out of you.
See, listen.
That's right.
Not the party spirit jumping out, baby. You have to cut a little piece of that Klondike bar, brother. I ain't mad at it. Yeah, she's a gorgeous woman. But they are just friends for now. Storm feel like he needs to go through a big hoe phase, which I was telling him I really appreciate him being self-aware, because this gonna keep him from not hurting a bunch of people, because he is aware. Like, it's parts of himself he wanna explore, and he's willing to be honest about the phase he in. And even if somebody gets their feelings hurt because they may want something different, he doesn't get to be the bad guy, because he's being honest about what he wants. So Storm, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, so we were just talking about you because China had brought up Love Jones and how she's beautiful, and you need to share some of them titties you got over there. And she was also saying, so then we was talking about like where you were, because you're kind of still in your like brothel phase, your whorehouse phase.
Not the brothel.
I took a wait. I ain't been in no brothel in a minute. Hold up. I took a break.
The brothel
phase. And I was just telling them how
I respect that because I do remember it. It was a time where it was a real sweet girl that wanted my attention, and I was too busy having fun, and I did not want to hurt her because I just knew I was going to cheat. I knew I wasn't going to be able to slow down what I was doing, and I just said nah. I had to pass on that, and I didn't even circle the block. I never came back around because it just wasn't in the cards. But I understand.
At least you was honest though.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, take your time, man, and circle back to Love Jones. Cause shoot, if she's still available and ready.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not even like necessarily on the whole shit. I'm just, to me, I'm one of those people. I really don't like the idea of like being possessed by anybody. I kind of just float, and I'm free, and I'm here, and I'm there. So I'm not committed to anybody.
And there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm glad that you're not like letting you're not letting the culture or your family or any like outside pressure determine for you what you should be feeling right now, or where you should be at right now, or even
Oh, my
because it's gonna
family
be a
want
lot
me
of
to,
people.
but my family want me to be a hoe though. That's the thing. Like that's the way I was raised. Not to be no hoe necessarily. I shouldn't say that, but like I was raised with like you don't need no relationship, you don't need no kids. Like focus on your bag, focus on your education, like that kind of a thing. So I wasn't. It
Oh,
wasn't
'cause they don't
preached
even.
to me.
Oh, so they find the opposite to be the burden. They like, fuck all that marriage, children shit, nigga. Live your best life. Get your life. Be a bachelor. Travel the world. Make your motherfucking
Yeah,
money. Like, do you? Because you only
yeah.
get one time to do that.
Even my own daddy was like, "Fuck these motherfucking kids. Like you better do you."
You know,
Like
a
it's
man
just
would say
He ain't wrong. He a real
so.
ass nigga. Listen.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And then even with my mom, like she was just like, do you get everything out your system? Because once you settle down, that's it. So some people would say I was, they fucked me up for teaching me that though, because marriage and family was not preached to me at all.
that. Tanya is saying stay single. Tanya just successfully ended her marriage and is in her
Oh,
own place now, and dissolved a relationship the same way that Jazzy has on the panel, who also was married for 22 long years, and she also, dissolved her marriage, etc. And Tanya is saying, yes, honey, stay single. But then you also have the Taruses, like when it's love and when it works, it's beautiful. Like relation, like love, marriage, the whole nine is a beautiful thing. Like, but
which I'm sure it is, but see, we have to like add this part in it too. Like I've never even felt that. So am I going to totally change when I quote unquote fall in love? I don't know. I
You
don't
never
know.
felt.
No, I've never been in love. No.
Oh man,
So I might be a whole nother nigga. Who knows?
I don't even know how to express that, man. Damn,
I
damn.
know it. Anytime I ask somebody
You
like, what does
definitely
it feel? What does it
at
feel
thought
like?
level right now, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You definitely at gutter thought level right now. Like
You said I'm at what now?
experience the gutter thought level that you never experienced love. You just you just run through them, huh?
It's not even like that. I just don't necessarily
The
get.
fact that you laughed after I just asked you that lets me know you run through them.
I just don't necessarily get attached, if that makes sense. It's just
it
kind of
does take
like
a lot
Okay.
for
I
some people to
experience.
form attachments. But
I
here's
experience.
Oh, man, I done loved a few. Man, I don't know,
But
man.
see, this is where it gets
See?
philosophical, though, because I want to challenge this idea: is love, uh, per se attachment?
Ooh,
Because I'm
okay.
experiencing love as in the opposite.
What you mean?
So, Storm, like when you say attachment, what do you in the context of love, like you mean like somebody who you just kind of feel like you kind of can't go without, like there's somebody who got to
I've
be in
never,
your
I've
life,
never met. Yes, I've
exist in your
never
life.
met. I've never met nobody, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't live
No
without
way,
you. I can't
Storm.
breathe
No
without
way,
you.
bro.
I promise you, on my dead
There
granny,
are
and she
people
Hey,
like
dead as
Storm
fuck.
who exist. I
No
have a
way.
lot of people in my life who are just like Storm, like
wait,
attachment is
Damn.
difficult for them.
I
wait, hold
don't
on.
know.
So,
I
so
don't.
you've never even felt like the
Like
feeling some type
butterflies.
of way that somebody is getting attention from this woman that you entertaining, like her having sexual experiences with other people, or
So
what?
I'm saying,
Damn.
man,
Do
they can
you?
have that whole.
I can't stop it no way. Do you? Shit, do you? I'm not.
Damn,
I've
son.
I've never
Whoa.
felt. I've just never felt that. Like maybe one day I will. I don't know, but like it's just like when I was coming up, I would see
You
my
are
parents.
hardcore.
You stressing?
Yeah, but see, I'm secretly hardcore. I look lovable, but then when you get to know me, you be like, damn, you kind of
Yeah,
cold.
that's
But
the truth. If
Empty
y'all
as
follow,
Oh,
hell.
I'm
it's
seeing
the truth.
that.
It's the truth. I've been watching you
But you
for.
gotta respect it. I respect it.
But I mean, maybe one day. But like I remember like growing up, and I would see like family members and their different relationships and their different dramas, and I never understood like, okay, you finna bust out his window for what? Why? You finna smack her for what? Why? Like you love her? Like I never, it never made sense. So I'm just very rational and very logical.
Mm.
So
Mm-hmm.
I can like you, I can care about you, but I've never felt
Man,
like
hell,
or like how they say like, oh, I made that nigga chest hurt. Like I've never felt that.
Hey, I got a question, Storm. That's, you know what? And I'm guessing if I ask you this question, do you feel guilty about not feeling that way? The answer would be no, right?
Oh yeah, I don't give.
Yeah, so that's fine. Because maybe like if you had that
Oh,
feeling
but
like
it's not fine
like
for
you
me, but
wish
it's fine for Storm. It's
no
fine for Storm to not have no
yeah,
attachment. It's fine for
yeah,
Storm to rub them off. It's fine for Storm
yeah.
to just be able to be
I got
free.
you, buddy.
Me
Storm, you
gotta
be
be
right, bro. I
bowed
got you.
down and miserable
Got you, bro.
because he don't want to be attached to nobody.
That's right. That's right. Goddamn right.
Wow.
Now some people they say it's because of my zodiac. So I don't think that's
what's your
necessarily
sign?
true.
Right. What's your
Taurus.
sign?
Taurus.
Oh, y'all ain't shit.
Wow.
Well, tell us how
Just
you really feel.
saying, just from one Virgo, and guess what? Hey, Virgo's got a bad rep in the zodiac
They do. I
sign.
can't. Yes.
So but I'm gonna just say my person for the zodiac for anyone that's listening, Virgos, we match very our I guess you could say twin flame in the zodiac sign is Libra, and that's why that's all I end up with, which is why my partner is also a Libra, which my
I don't know.
Venus is in Libra
My mother's
as
a Libra.
well. And just in case you didn't know, if your Venus on your sign for your chart is who you're supposed to end up with in your life path, and that's who I ended up with, a
Wait,
Libra.
which one is the
That
Venus? Which one is that
zodiac
one?
sign stuff is not real. Stop it.
Oh,
Oh
shut
my
up.
God,
No,
God.
no, no. What you not gonna do,
Jesus
sir? What you
Christ.
not gonna do, sir, is
Oh,
Good
debunk that.
Lord,
That's
people.
something that you're not gonna
Oh
do.
my
You're
God.
not gonna
Tyrus is so
debunk
dense.
astrology.
He's so
You're not
dense.
gonna
Oh my God.
debunk numerology. You cannot debunk what's written in the stars, sir.
Man, get out of
You can't
here.
debunk what's written in the stars, sir. And it's very much so you. You probably more you than what you know in that zodiac. So please
Man,
hush.
please.
Tyrus
Hey,
is
Please.
go ahead, drop down, the date and
wait,
the time that you were
wait.
born, and
I
we could read you fulfill
I
it. I
I
bet you
just
got
know the top three. Which one is the Venus when you're reading the chart? Because I just know the top three, like the sun,
your rising,
the
that
rising.
yeah, that's your rising and your ascendants and all that other stuff. But you actually have to, if you
What?
got a co-star,
Okay.
you'll be able to see it on your co-star.
Man,
the
this
Taurus
don't make
that
a
I
lick of
know.
sense. I'm just making this shit up, man. Like, this is not attached to like person. Like, stop it, guys. Come on.
Are you done
I think he's
being a mortal, Tyrus? Are you done being a mere mortal?
No, I'm a demigod, but yeah, I'm done.
A lot of the Tauruses that I know, they are hoes, and that is the Achilles heels to their like romantic endeavors. But a lot of the Tauruses I know are also like very much so relationship oriented people, but they have a very high sex drive, and yes, they have a very, 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 very high sex drive. Now, Storm got that aspect of the Taurus dynamic, but I am shook a little bit at the stoicness, which is why I felt like something must have happened in your childhood, Storm, that like almost gave you the chances of being like a child serial killer. Like, what happened?
Signal keep going out.
What happened?
I couldn't even get my mic off. Oh my God.
what happened, Storm.
Wait, say
What
that one more time. The last thing I heard was childhood before it cut out.
I said something had to have happened to make you this stoic, because you almost have the makings of a child serial killer.
You know, I've been told that before. But no, I mean, I don't think it was nothing like super traumatic. I don't think it was nothing super traumatic. It's just
Is it Are your detachments only in the form? Can you hear me?
Well, wait, is that a bad thing?
Well, I was going to ask you, like, are your detachment superpowers only in the context of romance, or are you detached socially in general?
Oh yeah, no, that would probably be socially in general too.
Now, what do y'all think about that? Storm is like generally detached from people.
I don't know. You know, those to me are very eccentric people. My son. He reminds me of my son. My son is like has zero. He wants zero attachment. He feels, you know, but that's almost under the Buddhism practice about attachment.
Oh well.
But you know, I mean, that's eccentric attitude. Yeah, he is super eccentric. You're eccentric, Storm. Is what you are.
I mean,
I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, I mean that's super eccentric. I mean, all his behaviors, you know, that's so because it's abnormal. You know, it's kind of not normal.
I mean,
You know, he's a rare one. That's rare. You know,
I don't hate people
it's
though.
almost
It's
like
just
that scientific mind or something.
okay.
I bet it's scientific. Aren't you a little bit scientific?
Yes, extremely
Yeah.
cerebral, left brain.
Right. See.
Yeah, that's what the therapist said too. But anyway, yeah, he claims I needed to. I don't know. I don't agree. But we used to argue back and forth anyway. But I just like I could take like okay, it's like if
Something
conscious.
happened to you, Storm.
It's like if
I think it's even deeper conscious to like nurturing when he was a baby. I feel like that those types of detachments happens. Like
I was nurtured as a baby though. I can't say I wasn't. I can't tell that much.
Storm, did there happen to be volcanic activity during an eclipse or a blood moon when you were born? Maybe that explains, the alignment of the stars or something like that. Why?
The flood of '93. That's it. So a real bad
Ooh,
storm.
that,
That's
that
it.
that could be it.
So if you could
That
believe
could
in
be it.
that, then how could you believe in astrology for real? Like you just said, the stars, the moons, and everything else happening on that day could determine and change the outcome of a person.
I'm just running an investigation. I'm sorry. I'm just running an investigation, trying to get all the facts together. Okay.
Okay.
Trying to get all the facts.
I think
So
he's mocking, I think he's mocking us, China. I think he's mocking us. Yeah, because I have told you, Storm, that I'll be curious to know like your parents, because are your parents like stoic? Are they very also like kind of emotionally unavailable, more like left brain, cerebral?
No. They're very okay. So, well, okay. That's a good question. I wouldn't describe them as stoic. I feel like they're emotional. I feel like they're reactionary. Yeah.
Reactionary.
To what degree, though, man?
Yeah.
Like, to what degree? There's levels.
That is true. There's
Reactionary. The fact that it was worded like that is.
But the fact that you had to even think about if they were emotionally available means that they could been too overly emotionally available. If you had to be like,
I don't know. I feel like my mom was definitely a lover girl in her youth and like had love for a lot of people. My dad was a user. I don't know if he really loves anybody but himself.
so you could have got this from your dad.
Very
Of
much.
Maybe
course.
it
Of course
could
it
be.
does.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
I feel like I'm way more rational and logical than he is. So.
That's your mama. There you go.
I was gonna say I feel like I'm way more rational and logical. Even with her, she'll be like, "Oh no, She always tries to see the good in people. Like I always tell her, like, you're gonna get into heaven for this. A lot of people she deal with, I would have been cut the fuck off. But
So what do you see like when you look out into the world and you see the Chinas and the Tarus and you see all these people like in love? Like, are you like looking at them like y'all talking about? Is this trick like or like what do you perceive in your mind?
I just don't really understand it. Like I don't feel no kind of way about it. But like I
You
don't
just can't
I
relate
can't
to it.
I can't relate.
I feel that way at this point in my life too. I'm like, I have no idea what China and Tarus are talking about. Like, I can only be happy for them, but it's like in terms of like I can't even remember feeling that. Like I'm so far removed that I can't even remember because I have been that person. I've had all those feels, but it's been so long since I felt that way that I don't even remember what it really feels like. Like I can't even really conjure up the feeling anymore. I used to be able to like conjure it up if it was absent, but now I can't even like conjure it up. I know what it is in concept, and I know I've also had the experience, but I can't like relate at this point in my life either. Not, but at the same time, my ideas about love are also evolving. I also don't believe that love is just and only like attachment. I feel like love can also represent other people's like freedom, that like I actually like feel like I feel like I actually am really loving people nowadays, really, versus when I was in that space. I feel like if I love you, I should be able to let you go. I should be able to like afford
Exactly.
your humanity. I feel I should be able to accept your
Then
humanity.
it's over. Because when it's over, it's over. Now, I will say this too. I'm the only child. I don't know if that makes a difference, but I'll just throw that in there for y'all too.
It does.
Yeah, the only child syndrome.
I'm the only child too, bro. I don't know what that means. I really
I
I
mean,
don't
people,
get it.
that's typically they go, "Oh, well, you messed up because you're the only child." I'm just like, okay, I don't.
Like, what does that mean, Storm? What does that mean when they say that?
They say we spoiled. They say, but see,
Oh,
I wasn't spoiled. All I will say is I've
Why
never.
do you think that Tyrus is such an asshole?
what? What? What?
But
Get
I'm not
out of
an
here with
asshole
this,
though. I'm not an asshole.
How do
man.
y'all
Hey,
not see it? That's the question. Like, I'm just baffled at the fact that you guys are the ones that's questioning other people when
I don't like.
the people you can clearly see the problem when it comes to, or the difference between a person who grew up with siblings and compared to a person who grew up by themselves. They tend to be a lot more selfish. They tend to not care about the things that they say because typically they're the only person that's saying it. They don't have no one that they truly affecting, no siblings, no really consequences outside of your friends, and there's a different relationship. So your relationship to the world and to people closest to you is different. There's a big difference
hey,
between. I'm the
Storm, you
eldest of
remember?
5. I'm the eldest of 7. Sorry.
so
Hey,
so
Storm,
like
you remember them times when we be sitting in the room talking to ourselves, stretches,
oh,
That's
because
the
there
point.
ain't nobody else to talk to?
yeah, but I loved it though. That's the thing.
Because that's
I
the
never,
very thing that I have made both of y'all successful trolls.
I have never,
Come on, man.
I have never sat up and was like, I never sat up and was like, oh, I want a bunch of siblings. Like the only thing, like what I tell people is, I've never had to share, so I don't know what it's like to share a room or like share. Like I don't, I never had to do that. But I don't think I was spoiled. Like I just never.
Trying to use the oldest?
So technically, I'm the eldest of 9. I said 7 before, but
Yo, see, this is what I'm saying, China. You understand most of the only child struggle because as being the oldest, you know that in that power structure, the oldest or the only child is treated essentially as the other adult. When that one adult is out the crib, guess who got to take over that spot? China, you know that just like we do.
And I do too because
yes.
I'm the
But the
oldest.
thing is,
You
when you
know,
the only child, y'all don't have no. What y'all watching, a dog?
We still have to take care of our
Watching a
parents.
house?
We have
yeah,
to take care
we,
of our
we still,
parents when they get
we
old.
still got shit
Well,
we gotta take care of though.
hold on. I would say on China's behalf, I think that the spoiledness comes from the fact that y'all are the only recipients of y'all parents' attention and love. It's not having to be broken up amongst several other children or 2-3 other children that y'all get like the entirety of the attention from y'all parents.
And there's a like, I feel like too, like the mindset of just, you know, there's a lack of team or the lack.
Yeah, I don't do well with no team. I roll solo. I don't do. Yeah, you're right.
So you don't, so you don't know the efforts of how to spread something or to think outside of just yourself. It's me first. I don't have to think about nobody else. Why would I? Oh, if I have to, then here, you know, there's a different mindset that kind of goes into it. I believe.
And the only saving grace for Tyrus probably was the fact that he joined the military. So that introduced, you
Teamwork.
know, camaraderie and teamwork. So Storm, you might need to be a goddamn Marines this year.
Wait a minute. I did join a fraternity, to be fair.
If you play sports in high school, it's the same thing. Like I was getting that at a young age.
Play sports, yep.
Yeah.
But I joined a fraternity, to be fair. So I kind of, even though I came and went as I pleased, so maybe that's not a good example.
I feel like fraternities don't count because fraternities are like extreme personifications of patriarchy, and it's more about like having to conform to like the sausage club. I don't know. Well, I guess still in that it could still be. I don't know what, it's a patriarchal system, so it ain't that beneficial.
It's just things, it's expectations or things that your siblings would never just have you do. It's just no, absolutely not.
Okay.
No, like straight up, I just got to be like clear. It's just different, but I can't imagine being like responsible for that. It's just different because at least, yeah, you guys got responsibilities. The pro to that is that at least you're not by yourself in the house. For us, the pro is, yeah, we're only responsible for ourselves in the house when we step in. The con is we're solo dolo when we do it. Ain't no one else there.
And that's where the troll dynamic comes from, because it's almost like a retaliation against society. Like y'all are almost like punishing society because society wasn't there, and now y'all get the Joker the shit out of.
But I'm happy I don't. But see, I'm happy I was the only child. I never was like, oh my god, I'm so lonely, or oh my god, like mom, have another baby. Like I just.
Oh, so it was only Tyrus who was being effeminate.
What? I
have no idea.
I just never. I don't know. I never felt that.
Yeah, I just
see Storm seemed like he was born story from the inside out, like from the like almost like that's why I said you might have got it from your dad. It might be hereditary, Storm. You got them genes from your father.
Almost asexual.
I did go through an asexual period. To be fair, I really did.
The thing that will make us a successful troll is the fact that we can disconnect quickly. You see, we grew up as the only child, so you guys grew up with or like China grew up with siblings, so she's always had some sort of relationship with somebody.
We had to build like these sentient relationships.
Right. Mm-hmm. We're only child. No, your relationship. If you had friends in the neighborhood, most of your friends were at school, and they were only school friends. And then they'll be like me, who was also a military brat, and so it was just easy for me to disconnect from relationships because I'm only going to see you every 2-3 years. You know what I mean? And so like there's different variations.
You were the only child couple, and it was compounded by also being a military brat.
But Tyrus, me too.
But Tyrus still didn't come out stoic, but maybe that's because of the military.
Maybe. No, what I'm saying is with Storm and I, because the relationship bonding was limited, it's easy for us to disconnect as trolls, if you want to label that. That's what I mean by conscious, like.
But you have strong connections. Like you got a whole family over there.
Yeah. But does it hurt when those connections get splintered.
I mean, but
Well, I
that's
got
just because of the nature of relationships. It's gonna hurt regardless.
and
It hurts. It hurts us who had siblings and shit. I mean,
But this is always my question. Are you guys even close with your siblings?
hell yeah,
yeah, I am.
like this, man.
'Cause
Like
most folks,
you see a
most
litter
folks,
of puppies. That's me and my siblings.
most folks I know are not. They don't even talk to their siblings.
But those folk are toxic.
Toxic as fuck.
Yeah.
Not me. Not me. When I say I love my siblings, like when you see a litter of puppies, like that's
Yeah.
me. Like I love them. I do anything for them. If
Same
I
here.
got,
Like,
bro, I'd build a mansion and I'll put all of them in it.
yeah, like I took care of my brother. Like I was his older brother. Like I had to protect that nigga at school and hold his hand crossing the street. And like I was literally had to be his protector. So nah, we definitely close. And then he brought my niece into the world and made me a auntie. So, you know, it's another level of situations. But to your point, a lot of people are not, for whatever reason, close. I don't know if it's because of an age gap or what it is. Like some of those things can determine why people are not close to their siblings per se.
It could also be the expectations the parents put down on the children. Like again, just from the outside looking in, you could tell some of the kids who had all the expectations versus the kids who were allowed to be slackers the entire time.
Oh man.
Mm.
And see, I wonder
In the
like
same household.
but I wonder what in a parent's mind kind of makes or tilts the hierarchy that way or towards another. Because I appreciate my mom, like for you know, on my mom's side is 4 of us. On my mom's side is 5, and on my dad's side is 4. So with my younger siblings on my mom's side, we're all very unique, but I would say like the 2 really book smart ones are the 2 ones that she actually was, I guess you could say, on like to make sure that they, push the get
Yeah.
short. But I would say for the others, like myself, who are more artistically or sports inclined, she didn't push the gas on us like that. And I appreciated her for that because it was what we needed. Like, I feel like individually, she has catered how she responds to us and our needs individually because we need different things. And I feel like as a good parent, you're able to gauge that. But you're one, aren't you a Taurus or whatever?
Yeah, I got a 15 and 13-year-old daughters, man. That's one of the hardest things I had to learn was you cannot treat them the same. They are 2 different human beings, 2 different personalities. You cannot treat them the same. It's just a lot of struggle with that
It's like
coming as an
having
only child. Yeah.
just think of it as having 2 best friends. Like just like your friends ain't the same. Like they all got different personalities and interests and desires and visions and etc. And kids are no different. Like they have different personality types. Like so for instance, like what's interesting about your question, China, is like my younger brother and me. So like I was a very submissive and docile child. So I took orders really well. I was like very non-problematic. I was like very reliable in that way because I didn't really scribble outside the lines. My brother, however, was a rebellious maniac and drove my parents absolutely goddamn crazy. Therefore, therefore, he required a lot more attention from my parents. What that did though is it caused them, I feel, to kind of disproportionately abandon me emotionally because they assumed that I did not need that attention because I was always so situated. I was always so in place. I was always where I needed to be. So I was kind of like the kid they didn't have to worry about. Therefore, they kind of dropped the ball on the nurture I really needed. My brother really took up a lot of that space from them because everything he got into, it just required their attention, immediately. So That was interesting. But I think to your question, I think a lot of parents in terms of hierarchy, I don't think our parents are intentional about the hierarchy. I think it's like unconscious. Like it becomes sometimes environmental, circumstantial, and perception based, and not per se intentional. Because I don't think my parents were very conscious of the ins and outs. They just was responding to the way shit kind of was unfolding naturally amongst us. Nina says that.
Wait, I'm sorry, real quick, because I'm about to fall asleep because it's way past my bedtime. But I love you so much, and I haven't really been on YouTube and haven't seen you. But I would love to continue this conversation because I want to get to where you are conscious. I need to get to where you are.
You hear that, Tyrus the Warlock?
Huh?
You hear that, Tyrus? Say it again, Jazzy.
Yes. I'm trying to get to be where he is. Okay, where conscious is. I'm trying to get there.
Yeah. With the nuclear family and the three house and the
Jazzy gonna stray off the path and come to the warlocks. That's what happens.
Oh Lord.
Ain't that right, Jazzy?
Okay, thank you all. This has been great. I love it. It's been enlightening.
I love you, Jazzy.
Yes. I've gave me some teachable moments.
And thank you for opening up and sharing, because you also share like a lot of your personal life. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I did.
Great convo, Jazzy. Nice meeting you.
Well, I hope to see you all again.
Hit the link, boo. Anytime you're welcome.
Okay.
All right, boo. That was our Jazzy, honey. Yes, God. Tyrus been such a hater tonight.
Oh my God.
What do you want from me, Tyrus? What do you want from my life? What do you want from me? You want me to be married and boot up?
I want you to be happy. Conscious, I just want you to be happy.
Am I not happy?
Are you?
You didn't hear the happiness oozing from me throughout?
No, not with that end is nigh part. If sure did it.
But is the end not here right now? Is there
No, it's not.
Nine. Is there something as tomorrow? Even science agrees that time is a construct.
Yeah.
All right.
Science agrees
time is not ending. The time is not ending today.
It can't end because it doesn't exist.
Well, then what you worried about? We should be happy about that.
That's the thing. I'm not. I'm asking, what are these niggas worried about? What are they worried about is the question. Because I ain't worried about nothing. I'm cruising. I just want to cruise. They're the one who worried about time and worried about all this other formation and formality. Like, for what? It doesn't really matter. All that matters is right now. This is it. This is all.
However you want to cruise, I hope you got nice quality airbags to enjoy your cruise. That's all I want, for you to be happy. All
right. I'm cool. Are you happy, China? Like, where would you rank your mood in life at this point? Is it just okay? Are you spinning and twirling rainbows? Are you somewhere between misery and send the flood?
I'm in this space and time. Kind of like when you have that orgasm, like right at the end of your orgasm, and you really take that last breath, and you like, oh my God, like damn. Like that's where I'm at in my life.
Right in that suspended moment. Jeez.
I'm in a wonderful space with me and my partner.
Wow, that's amazing.
We're in the process of adopting. We're in the process of donor shopping. I'm gonna be getting pregnant.
Wow.
Nice.
Come on, you brat.
That is a whole nother thing to unpack because, shit, I'm a young, pretty, masculine woman out here, you know what I'm saying? And, you know what I'm saying, about to be popping out with a baby, you feel me? So that's a whole nother thing.
How did y'all come to that decision, like who would be carrying the child?
That was that was known in the beginning of our relationship. She
Really?
made it very clear because she already has two.
Mm-hmm.
She's only willing to spit out two more physically, and she wants me to have the rest. And I want 5 total. So, so yeah, so I'll be having 3.
Oh, I mean, and how do you feel about that? Because I always have been curious about like how masculine identified women, all like how. What is y'all psychology around also carrying? Like that's interesting to me.
So that has evolved with me over time, and it's strongly because of my partner. Before, like when we got together or like talking about like how we envisioned our lives, future, whatever, I would always say, yeah, you know, I'm gonna be the worker, Bae's gonna have the babies and the kids, I'm gonna just be working, doing my thing. I never had the thought or the want or the need or the like that feeling of, oh man, I want to carry somebody's baby, but I want to carry hers. Like I want to carry her baby, y'all. Like I want to.
You can love China.
You know?
Your ass is caught up. Gone. Gone. Completely coochie whip, buddy. Done.
And it's crazy, right? Because we 6 years in,
I
bro.
heard like the brat. Okay.
Yeah. So it's crazy because it's like we 6 years in, right? So it's like we had our cupcake phase in that beginning, and like now we're entering in a point like we've gone through the rough patches and the rough phase, and it was really rough. Like during that time when I kind of slipped up and fucked up and shit. Yeah. But we are past that, way past that now. We're talking about 3 years.
Transcended, yep.
Yeah, completely. And now we're like getting into another, like just another plateau in our relationship where it's just feeling really good. Like we having fun with each other. We're enjoying each other. We going out on dates. We taking pictures. We're ready for that next phase and that next step. And I'm actually feeling it like in my being. Like when we got together, I was 24 years old. I'm 31 now.
Y'all got y'all spark back, like all the way back. After that rough patch, it has made full circle again.
Absolutely, I would say so.
I'm happy.
Storm, is everything China just said unfucking relatable?
I mean, I don't have those same feelings, but I'm happy for her though.
God damn it, Storm.
I hope you feel it one day, Storm. I hope everyone does. It's a blessing for sure. And I hope you do it not with just one, maybe with multiple people, bitch. Multiple people.
I mean, I'm happy for you though, China.
Thank you, boo. Thank you. And you know what? Let me tell y'all something. Me and we have fun. We go to what is it? Those lifestyle clubs, you know, like the BDSM clubs and stuff. Oh man, we have fun. We have fun.
Storm, all about that.
Oh yeah, Storm. You like to what you like to do, Storm?
I'm an exhibitionist and I'm a voyeur as well.
You little nasty little thing, yeah.
And I mean, I've done threesomes for all the way up to 15somes, so that's the most.
Jesus.
I mean, they don't Storm for nothing.
Oh well, shoot, Mr. Egg Vance, don't make me sweat.
So, are you bisexual, China?
Hell no.
Oh. I should have known that from what you were saying earlier about your previous situation. So I'm curious then. Okay, so as a lesbian, what makes you not attracted to the opposite sex?
Probably the same things that make them not attracted to themselves, which would be men's bodies aren't soft, right? You got all that hair going on.
Some of them, right?
Some of them
are juicy, China.
All right, some of them are right and groomed as well, right?
And smooth.
Right. Everything, right? But coochie is coochie, right?
Fact.
And so there's a physical body chemistry that I just cannot, that I'm just in love with when it comes to just the shape and the fit level. It's just the essence of everything that a woman is. And I kind of wish that I did have a natural attraction to men sometimes, but the only attraction that I've ever had are to people with energy like you, Storm. I mean, sorry, Storm. Like you, Conscious, and
feminine and or androgynous energy.
Right. And I've received it more so before I even knew that I had like a possible, like a small, like a little attraction, a little flirtation. I could do that. until it kind of hit me, like I was getting came onto and things like that, and it was pulled. So I love people with strong feminine energy.
Yeah. But how
But
far do you think that would be able to go? Like
it has never translated physically.
Never. Okay, so only like emotionally, mentally.
Right. Like I still have a love that reminds me of you, who writes gorgeous, beautiful poems, and I still have never had a physical experience. Well, never. But I love that. Like I love that. You know.
Would you ever be open to an energy like would you? Because I had my first experience with a woman last year. Like, would you ever be open to like? Look, I'm
just mad now.
I'm a scientist. I'm all about experimenting and having it. I'm just curious about life. I'm just very curious about.
Damn, if you was that damn curious, all you had to do was slide in my inbox. You gave somebody else a chance. Now, now I really would entertain it, because like I said, the chemistry between someone of your being with me is very strong. It's just I would say the reason why I never allowed it to build with the person that I felt that with is because of fear. Like I genuinely have this question, like I don't know what I would do with a man's body physically. I don't know where to touch, where to caress. I don't know like where the soft spot. Like I know how to make that woman that, you know, that little chill come up in her back and she starts shaking and that shit. Like I know how to do that. I don't know how to do that with the, you know, so it's, you know, I think I was so caught up when I was younger. Like now I feel like, yeah, I'm grown now. So come around me if you want to, and that's your problem. But when I was, you know, younger, I feel like that's the part that stopped me from was the physical, which is a bummer. Yes, baby.
She said it's time for you to get your ass up off that damn computer.
What?
Shit. Oh.
Yep. Sorry.
You gonna let her strap you?
Bye, China.
She wanted me to turn off the light. I'll be back.
Okay.
Hey, you gonna let her?
Huh?
You gonna let her strap you?
Yeah, I will let China peg me.
Wow.
What happened? Yes, sir.
Thor was asking some freaky ass questions about getting strapped up. But see, but that's the beauty of the exploration, is you figuring all that out. You like landing on the moon, so to speak. Like that's the beauty of the exoticness of a you know, of a unique othering experience. It's very intense and scary and adrenalized. It's all of that. It's like being in I remember when like me and one of my concubines was having this experience with the woman. It was like being in a very like high action movie to me, because it was so many nerves. It was also very, I don't know. I felt like I was on another planet, but it wasn't, and that wasn't a bad thing. It was just a new thing. It was just a territory that was uncharted, you know, for me. But that's also what kind of intrigued me and attracted me to the experience. And there was enough, as you say, like I've never been sexually attracted to women, but I've been able to be like physically, like find women beautiful. I've also been able to like find emotional and mental connections. I never really pushed myself to develop the sexual connection per se, but I just was in a certain space last year, and I was wanting to get to the bottom of what sexuality was. Like, what exactly is keeping me from not being attracted to women? Like, what is it? Like, if I can find a woman physically beautiful, then what is it? Huh?
I think she froze.
Oh yeah, she froze up. The China done froze up. I think I think her partner unplugged the Wi-Fi.
I was gonna say you experimental as hell, Conscious.
But that's because I'm open-minded as hell. Like I'm very inquisitive. Like I'm very curious about what is this? Like what is it? Like what is attraction? Is attraction informed purely by biological stimuli, or do we also have we might not have complete total, creative control over our attraction, but is there some type of creative role there too? Like, are we completely just subjected to our orientation, or can we also create it? Can we also put data, insert, data into our orientation? And I'm a bit of a mad scientist, so who better else to use as a canvas than your own life? So, I'm very open to experiences and kind of exploring human psychology and human consciousness and what really creates connection and what all is connection really informed by, and just the mechanics and inner working of all of that. Like, I truly find it to be very fucking fascinating. Like, even when I be on OnlyFans and watching these like homoerotic ass male models who don't identify as same gender loving, but they do like same gender loving type scenes, and they get like very erotic. I find the fact that they can compartmentalize sex and sexual pleasure to be fascinating. Like, I look at them as kind of like mental ninjas. And I think it's pretty fucking impressive. Like, the people who can get into their own heads and arrange shit. Like, they can rearrange shit. They can move shit around. They can influence their own brains. I feel like that's literally what we should all be doing as humans. I feel like that's the goal, is to like be a sensei of your own brain and be able to have that type of like, to be able to have that type of control and influence over self. So yeah, I'm just curious. I'm just a very curious person.
I mean, and listen, that's where the money is at. I can't do it personally, but
yes, you could, Storm. Why? Because why couldn't you? If you're attracted to money and you can perform, yes, you could. Because it don't have to be genuine, right? Literally, it's just a job. No?
You're right. You're right on that aspect, yes.
No? Because, I mean, I can see you not being able to, like, have full-on penetration, but you, like, could you have a circle jerk scene? Could you and a nigga, like, have y'all feet tied up into each other, jacking off?
It's getting a little too much.
What are y'all talking about, bro?
What?
Are we talking gay for pay?
Yes. Gay for pay, straight for pay, hetero for pay.
See, I was born in the wrong.
Some people have a money orientation.
I was born in the wrong time, because why can't I just make regular porn? But no, everybody wants fucking.
Because you know why? Because of the internet, Storm. The internet desensitized people to like normal porn, so now everybody kind of needs some weird shit. Like, it kind of got to be some weird, kind of upside down shit going on, because porn is so accessible now. It's just one Google search away, and once you done indulged in that 8 times a damn day for a year, it's just like, yeah, like you're gonna be looking for something else after that. It's like things got to get a little bit more spicy. Got to get a little bit more icy. So people now, they like, shit that don't kind of make no sense. It's like, what? But it's kind of hot, because it's hot because it's just different. And it's just out of the norm. Like, I was talking to one of my ex-boyfriends, and he was like, and he's married now and everything, but he was like, I felt myself busting the biggest nut to like, he was watching like a trans woman top a trans man, and they were also like boning this very effeminate gay man who had on like knee highs and fishnets. And this is like shit he ain't even like attracted to per se. But
you're gonna have some core strength to pull that off. Like, if you think about that, that's a difficult position.
And he said he busted the biggest nut in his life off that off of that combination of things.
That's a
Like,
lot going on.
we unpack what watching, what does that do for, like, why are we so pulled into like to seeing people have sex? I think it's sex.
I love watching people have sex. Like, I mean, I love it, especially when it's like right in front of me.
I'd rather them get them bodies than me.
For me, it's the sound. Like, I like watching it, but it's also the sound. The like you
The
hear
moaning.
the moaning, you hear the booty clapping, you hear like the
Yep.
That macaroni and cheese go. No.
Look, me and my ex, we used to make like I call it audio P, like it's audio porn, because I can be turned on just by the sounds alone. Like, just my imagination will probably be better than what actually is happening in the scene. Like, just give me the sounds and my brain can do all the other interesting shit without the visual.
Yo, that's the reason why I can't stand watching like porns from other races, to be honest. Like, I only watch ebony porn. And the reason why is because I just really can't stand the moans of other races, the folks, to be honest.
like, oh my god.
I can't do that. I hate that. I hate that with a passion, bro. But I love watching porn. I love it so much, and I've been on this thing with my partner where I can't watch it. But
I ain't gonna lie, like I'm equal opportunity as far as race, but I ain't gonna lie, ain't nothing like that ghetto shit. Like,
yeah, that amateur porn. Come on.
Oh my god. Like,
back camera angles.
I cannot stand amateur porn. I hate amateur porn. I hate it with a passion.
I'm telling you, amateur is where it's at. The dirtier the house, the better the sex.
Oh my god.
When you see the drawers and the piles of shit in the corner, like,
no.
when they smoking a blunt and then did every drug and you know they high as fuck, and like, this is how y'all fucking, y'all just think y'all doing it good, ain't it? Like,
when they still got the window air conditioning unit and like a fucking towel as a curtain, I love that shit.
Come on, I swear. Or to be honest, I love going ahead and popping them old videos from the 90s where you used to see all them black big dick dudes fucking all them girls from all over the place. They were just all over the place.
Mr. Marcus, Shawn Michaels.
Yes, Marcus.
Lexington Steele.
Diesel is my dude. I love
Don't ask me how I know.
Brian
or Mandingo. I love Mandingo, but he don't give me nothing in the face though. Like, he don't be doing.
Yeah, he's not a very expressive.
Right.
See,
But
I need that. I need the men to be alive in the porn. Like, right. I need all of that expression.
In fact, how do I type in, like, what is the words to find out for? Like, I've been trying to look, like, what does it sound like for dudes to moan outside of watching the gay porn? Is there?
I don't know if there's a category for it.
But I'm looking for where you could just find dudes moaning. I find it so interesting. Like, I'd be so involved with the girl, but with the dude to be like no emotion. Like, you not feeling this. Like, why you not moaning? Like, what?
Probably get a lot more of that, like in a solo scene stuff, because like they really have to kind of take it there when they are just on their own, like doing a masturbation scene or something like that.
So should I make audio porn? Should I make that? Is that where the money at?
It might be.
It's a niche. It's an audience. It's a fetish audience for all aspects of sex. Like, yes, you could, like, I mean, literally, the sex world is thriving because it gets to be so compartmentalized. You into feet, there's a feet audience. You into kneecaps, you into spitting, you into water sports, you into sound.
Fuck it. Like, right now, there's one, a popular one. She fine too. Light skinned one on XNXX right now. If you just type in studs, fuck it, she comes up. She be fucking all the dudes, but she used to be gay, and she be giving that coochie up now. Light skin with a little gap. You'll see her. You know who I'm talking about.
Hey guys, I'm gonna call it a night, man. It was great chopping it up with all y'all.
Bye, Tyrus. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. Storm, good chopping it up. China, nice conversation. Y'all have a great night.
You too.
Good night. That was Tyrus the Warlock, you guys. Yes, the P world is you should know this, Storm. You see all them fucking categories.
I mean, of course. And guess who Well, you know, I ran into him. Did I tell you I ran into Nat Turner?
No,
Yeah, I ran into him, Tashina Arnold, and a couple other celebrities when I was in LA last month.
Oh wow, how was that?
It was weird seeing him in person. Like
Hmm.
he had his
See the
little,
person outside the art.
I know he had his little girlfriend with him, and like I was like, wow, like you okay, like
And
I
that's the
want
gag.
to.
A lot of these stars be booed up, married,
They
children,
do.
wives, the whole nine, husbands.
And it's like, what do you say? Like, oh, I love your movies.
Yes, yes, absolutely. The same way that you are run up to a hip hop artist. Hey, this is your art, nigga. I love your work.
Okay, because let me tell you this.
Turner.
I see Pinky, she an OG in the game. I'm still
Mhm.
gonna give her all the respect and love right now.
Yeah,
The part.
sure.
I'm just saying.
The
So
part. It's a lucrative, thriving, interesting. Look, sex is an art form, and I'm glad these people do what they do, honey. Because I feel like I can still count all my sexual partners on one hand. If it wasn't for porn, I feel like, yeah, I feel like I would have been pussy popping all across the nation, baby. Like porn helped me to keep my body count condensed.
No, adult entertainment should definitely be respected, and I'm like, I'm teetering on like fully going that route, but like it should
I
totally.
miss I miss being able to watch like I feel like in the early 2000s, 90s, we as a world were a lot more accepting to sex and stuff. Like what happened to real sex on HBO and shit and all these. I can
It
download all
got put out
that.
of
They don't got no,
business.
they
It
don't
got
got
put out. The internet put that shit out of business.
I need them to come out with a real sex something 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 for the Netflix or whatever, so I can go to put my little adult code in, be able to go and watch all the little weird sex shows, Dungeon in the Closet, stuff in Vegas, all this little stuff that they used to do and used to show. I miss all of that.
That it's probably
Might be
gonna.
an opportunity. Okay.
Like I miss
Mhm.
the sex. Oh, you remember? Did y'all? I mean, I think I watched every episode if they put it on there. I watched it when I was a kid.
Real sex, Taxi Cab Confessions was lit.
Come on, man.
I never.
I only like that stuff because at the time I could not get a hold of the real deal. But I actually hated like soft core porn. I just hated the innuendo programs. It's like, yeah, I need to show me the money. Yeah, y'all doing all this cute shit. I want to see. Just open up, pull back the whole curtain. I can't stand all that teasery type of sexual content.
And when I was a kid, I was like, why do they get to show the woman being naked, show her coochie
But not
hairs
the
and
bride,
everything?
but not the
But
men.
the dude, I would never be able to see his dick. I'm over here trying to rewind, pause, be like, oh, is it really in there? I'm over here trying to study and stuff, man.
That part. The woman is just so slutted out in this patriarchy, honey. Like she's
Like,
just on the
who cares? And I love it on porn where if you were to watch like Asian porn and shit like that, how they love to like be blocking out shit. It's porn. Why are we fuzzing out titties and a penis in the porn? I was like, y'all Chinese, y'all got something crazy.
Yeah, like it's a weird censor. I always found out to be weird too. Like, okay, what's the point? This is sexual content. So what the fuck you blurring out the sex for? That's the content, boo.
Like
it's just interesting laws.
How the fuck you censor an adult content specifically made for? Like, what the fuck? Okay.
I love it. It was a porn star who recently had overdosed. It's Gina. It's the white blonde from like the early.
Jenna.
She was like,
What?
What's her name?
Jenna Jameson.
She died.
She overdosed recently.
Yeah, she got on drugs real bad after she lost custody of her kids.
Yeah.
Had
her and her dude overdosed.
Yeah, it's real sad.
They both died.
Yeah, like they're speculating if it might have been like a suicide, homicide situation, maybe.
R.I.P. man, damn man.
Yeah, she was huge. I remember her back in the day. Like she kind of was like one of the first like breakout porn stars that was kind of like mainstream and shit. She kind of like had a brand and shit. She's kind of a big deal.
John Holmes. That's how I knew. Like the white boy who got the edge. but she ain't catch it.
And didn't she also fuck Tommy, what's his name? Tommy Lee. I think her and Tommy Lee also had a
Damn.
thing. Mm-hmm.
Damn. R.I.P.
Those were the good old days. Early 2000s was like the best time.
Pour
Like,
some out for China too. The wrestler, man, I miss her. Big titty, nice body built ass.
yeah, because she passed away too.
I looked up to her. That's where I get my little name from. They used to call me China.
Really?
Her. Yeah, because I was a real big wrestling fan, but I've always been into the ladies. So even as a kid, I was fanning out.
Wow. China comes from the wrestler China. CJ Love. Nice.
Okay.
I'm glad at it. So do you think that Storm should go full on into the, because he already there. Storm got a whole OF. I'm just like, I really don't know what you think the difference is, Storm, between OF and just,
Because I have
If you do it, don't compromise. Don't do nothing you gonna regret 20, 10, 5, 10 seconds later. Don't do it. Stay true to your morals and who you been. Don't let money change you. Other than that, do what you're gonna do, Storm. Whip that big dick out.
what I mean, that Storm ain't gonna be able to do the gay for pay point if he sticks to his values.
Oh, well. I don't know, man. I couldn't do the gay buffet too. I don't think
You
I could.
couldn't do, even for the right coin, even for the right dollars. Nope.
No, because already penetration is a thing with me and with me in general. So, like, shit. Little secret.
What about, like, could you peg men?
Hell yeah, I could
You
do
can
it.
peg her?
Oh yes. And wait. When we say peg, we're talking about when I use my strap.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And you could do that, like, could you do that for trans women too? Like, would you strap up?
Oh man, I would. Oh, what? I love like I said, women, that energy. I love. Yeah, absolutely. That's not even a. It's a hell yes.
It's a hell yes. Okay, so that's all in the
Yeah,
same.
one love. Shout out to you, baby.
That one love.
So I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
I guess this is more for conscious.
Oh Lord.
No, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand. How can I put? I'm trying to be appropriate, but fuck it. It's
Don't
like,
be appropriate. It's already beyond appropriate.
okay, like, do you really enjoy a dick?
Yeah, what?
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure point. Yes.
Yes, because my question was about to be, what makes you like ask that? Is it because, like, when you think about a penetration, it just seems so god awful
and painful?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand how it fits. I still don't understand how it fits. But like,
You never put a finger in your butt, then, huh?
You say what?
You never had a girl put her finger in your butt, huh?
Oh, no.
I don't put your own finger in your ass. Like, a lot of men have at least put their own finger up their ass at some point in their life. They done.
I'm good on that. I don't need to do that.
Okay.
But see,
you ever let a girl lick your asshole though when she's sucking your balls?
No, he's never even had a rim job.
No. I did get my ass licked finally.
You did have a. Oh, you
did you like?
It was okay. It was.
I don't like it.
It was okay. It was
so
okay.
You don't like receiving it or giving it?
To be honest, if I had to be 100% honest, because my lady, she so I don't like to receive, and I preferably would not like to give. But if my lady wants it, I gives it.
Give it.
And not to say that she wanted it. If anything, she want to play with me. Around my butt, always trying to get back there. Leave me alone. What you doing? Why is you looking down? What are you doing? She for real. She fine. It tickles her pink. She loves it. I don't know why. But other than that, it's
I wonder if she like it for the same reason why I like to give it to my partner. It's because of just seeing that femininity come to life, just seeing that shit just pop up, because you can't hold on to the walls when you can't hold on, and you got to surrender over to the feels. And it's just and it's a turtle on to see somebody just collapse in that way.
Y'all get on my nerves, bro.
I love it. And going back to your question, Storm, is do I so I've never thought of myself as somebody who likes taking dick, but once I'm taking it, I like it. But anal sex does feel, yes, it feels like it's great. Like when you know what you're doing, because you can like have you can have a hands-free orgasm by just getting your prostate massaged that way, and then that's a whole nother level of fucking orgasm and a whole nother level of like, coming face to face with God itself. So
Wow.
And your anal cavity also has like a pleasure sensories, etc. So yeah, if you get the right size and you get a partner you're attracted to, and all of that science comes together, yeah, like having like it could feel. Have you ever had this is kind of going to be a demonic example, but have you ever just sat on the toilet and just enjoyed what you were feeling coming out of you?
No.
So there has been some release, like some relief in it, and it was like, damn, yeah, it felt good to get it out. But I was gonna ask you something, Conscious. Is there a difference between the anal cavity of a woman and a man? Like you guys have more sensory there in that section, or is there a glands that we have to tickle or something that I'm missing with women? Like, if so, like I'm that's one area that I ain't explored with women, and I'm dropping the ball, bro. Like
also, you don't actually penetrate the ass.
I don't do no types of
anal. You just not yet. Anal just like
no, like I only did it for my baby because she said, you can, and I'm like, okay, shit, so I'm back there. I put my little thumb in there, and that, yeah, but and I got a little thing that's got a diamond on it, put in there to her. But other than that.
I don't think there's a difference in the anatomy of the male ass per se, because women be creaming out of the ass and be like orgasming out of the vagina as they're getting fucked in the ass. So that sensation and all those sensors kind of like they stimulate the same extremity in both cases.
Oh my god!
Which is why some women are like really addicted to anal sex. Like they like anal sex more than they like vaginal penetration. Like they rather take it up the glutes.
Damn. I remember in high school or in school and shit when the white girls was doing it to save their virginity, but hell no.
Yeah, a lot of white girls do. Yep, they make it look easy, but Storm, you got to put a small vibrator or something up there. You got to put something silicone up there and just in and out. And you too, China, in order to get like a real feel for like y'all to be, okay, this is what the same gender loving world is between men is all about.
Okay, to be honest, I'm gonna share a story with y'all. Don't tell nobody. One time I was struggling, right? Like when you're trying to struggle and you're trying to get one pebble of poop out. So you try to put your finger up there to grab it out. Maybe y'all ain't go through that, but I was struggling.
Never quite.
And it was irritating me. So I tried to put my finger up there. And you know what I realized? What? I realized that's one hole that I can't fucking control. It's tight as fuck. I ain't got no control of what not to do. It don't do nothing. I only got one controlling function, and that's the push. Other than that, there is no control. I don't know what's gonna what happens, it hurts. Listen, I just can't. I don't know.
Yeah. It was get a colonic. It was just like she was like relax. She was like relax your testosterone And I'm just like,
relax your testosterone.
and she kept lubing the thing up, lubing the tube up, lubing, just add more lube. And she had me put my legs in the air. Then she put me on my side.
You was getting your prostate check?
No, I was getting a colonic.
What's that?
That's when they shoot water into your colon.
Is it
like complete? It's almost like a douching in the ass.
You couldn't poop?
No, that's just to get rid of like backed up stuff.
Oh, okay. Did you lose weight?
It's a clean out.
Honestly, it was you feel amazing when you leave.
For real?
So then you know exactly how a gay man feels afterwards, then, Storm.
No, cause a lot of things came out of me that I never would have thought would have came.
Your feet was up in the air, stuff went in, your stuff came out of you, and you felt like a brand new man. You got off that table.
I mean, I had to go take a nap after. I was like, I'm going to sleep.
Boom. Burning calories and all. It's a whole thing. Y'all gotta explore y'all.
Is that something that you gotta get, like that you should get once a year? How much you had to pay for that?
I would encourage it.
I think it was like $100 some. I would encourage it too.
Yeah, it's something for your colon, like, because you know, like, especially if you're a meat eater, like a lot of that stuff can sit in your system for years. Like, it'll be stuff up there that you wouldn't even imagine. Like it's sometimes black stuff is coming out of you. So yeah, that flushing your intestines and your colon out. Yeah, that's important.
Yeah,
for colon health.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially all this over processed stuff, fast food, all that shit really, it's not good for our colon and intestines and stuff. So yeah, I would encourage getting a colonic.
Just hit 30. I'm trying to make sure you hit 30. I'm just trying to do my, my tune up on the car. You feel me?
That's a perfect analogy. Tune up. It's a tune up, honey. Yes. You get an oil change, transmission. Yes, all that.
Doctor proud of me, man. I went to doctor the other day. I got my wellness, got all that, and then I went ahead and I did what's the thing? Pap smear and the mammogram, man. I was like, man, that's stressful. Oh man, I sweated and everything.
See, that's the thing about y'all female, Sean. I don't know how y'all bodies are so high maintenance. I don't know how y'all do it. The bras, the periods, the menstrual. I could not imagine. I'm too lazy. I could not imagine having to upkeep all of that shit.
This is my karma because I was a man in my previous life. I'm telling you, I was a man. I was a dog.
You must have been a bad man.
Yeah, I was. So that's why I'm reliving this life in this way. But I'm doing it right. So when I come back, I ain't coming back to become a cat. Like I said, I'm gonna become a cat. My next life, I ain't coming back to this shit. I'm gonna become a cat somewhere in the jungle.
I feel like it was so unfair. I'm like, damn, as a man, all I got to do is pull it out. Women got to bleed. Women cramp. Women yeast. Women just how you wear, like the tightness of the clothes you got to be aware of, the pH balance of it all. It's just like, oh my God, that is just, I don't know how the fuck.
I feel like being a man is almost, it is the equivalent to freedom. Like, come on, ain't nothing like, first of all, I'm a girl who pees outside and I know how that shit feels, right? It's amazing peeing outside. So I can just imagine just the convenience of being able to feel like that's how you guys, that's just natural, Yeah, but it's all right. All right. I'm still enjoying my female bodied experience with a smile.
Got to. Well, a Storm is heterosexual, so he has an appreciation for all that goings on too, child. So
Storm, it's nice to talk to you, man.
It's nice to talk to you too. I gotta hop on these panels more.
Yeah, because Storm always in the bushes. I'm glad you came through and hopped up here and got into some things. I want to encourage both of y'all to shove something up your ass.
Wow.
That's the goal for the first quarter of 2024. Is give yourself a nice anal massage. There's so many great lubricants and toys that can make that a very mind-blowing experience.
Do I really get to experience that though?
Yes. Because you might be holding like a superpower that you don't know.
I said shit that you never know. Shit, you get the right woman behind you doing that shit. That's where you might find the first time you didn't fell in love. Look, this woman I'm with right now, and this is not an over exaggeration, which I know it's gonna sound like it, right? I always made a commitment to myself. Once I actually started and I experienced the orgasm for the first time, that I would never waste my time with having pointless sex unless it's for orgasm. And the person that was going to be my person was going to be the person who would fulfill those needs, right? Like I'm talking about like an orgasm every time I have sex. Every sexual experience has to end with a orgasm, or it's just a waste of time for me. That's how it's been for the last 6 years. Like every time we have sex, I have the orgasm.
Yeah.
Period. Yeah. Like there's no compromise.
I don't. I can't imagine that it's not like that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Wow.
Either. But yeah, that's just a promise that I made to myself, especially after like when I was very conscious. I was very young and knowing that women were experiencing sex unequally, and I didn't want to walk that way. Shit, I just knew like so. But I got to the point by the time I hit 24 is when I actually started demanding that it was equal. Because before it was just my title. Like, man, every time I have sex with a woman, I'm gonna make sure that I'm able to get her to this level, orgasm every time. But it wasn't a requirement for me.
Yeah.
It definitely is.
It is not. Now I gotta get yours, honey. I'm gonna let you get yours, but I'm gonna get mine too. That part. Yes, God. It's supposed to be full circle. I'm so glad that you're advocating for yourself and your orgasm, China. Yes, God. Yes, God. We're gonna get to your partner. I'm surprised she let us hog you for this damn long to begin with. But tell her hi, and I'm happy for y'all. Keep me posted on the pregnancies of the things and all of that. And yeah, let me know what's up.
The next time you do this and I get back on, I'm gonna have to introduce y'all to my beautiful wife.
Yes, let us say hi to the crew.
Absolutely. I love you, Conscious.
I love you too, boo. That was our China, you guys. I love it. Storm, are we going to be getting an update on some anal bust downs in the first quarter of 2024?
Conscious,
you can discover a new superpower.
I just don't think I can get past, like, it just doesn't seem.
Be inspired by King Nord. You see, he done unlocked a superpower. He done found the beauty. He exploring all that body, yada yada. You got a body, Storm. You got to explore that thing. You got to rub on that thing.
He wants me to come to their Costa Rica resort too that they're having in April.
And how you going? And you should. And you following the guru around himself. King Noah has taught us that the body is a wonder. And it's filled with all type of mutant abilities.
No, that's the homie for sure. Now he's way far back. I don't want to get that far out there. But
why you don't want to get? Because isn't he the goal? Like this, he like married, kids, open relationship, polygamous, completely free, and he done broke away from the social constructs around the way he can relate to his own body, what pleasure should look like for himself. I mean, isn't that that's like the holy grail of it, right? I mean, completely branded. I mean, he's able to have a very diverse portfolio, a very expansive one. I mean, I would imagine that's the literal end game is King North. Is to be there mentally, intellectually. I mean, he has really unloaded
literally
a whole, literally, figuratively. He done. I mean, King Noor is really next. I mean, I think I take the King Noor so much because he and I are alike. Like, he's very curious about self. He's very curious about relationships. He's very curious about sex. He's very just curious, and he is challenging all of the things that are conventional and mainstream, and he's unpacking. I don't know if y'all know who King Nor is, y'all, but y'all got to get into King Nor. Storm actually interviewed King Nor, I think, last year. So he's incredible. Him and his wife has a podcast. They unpack like the P world, the porn world, and all of that, and it's just amazing. I'm completely inspired. Like, those are the people who are part of my tribe. Like, I like those extreme intellectual, like very open-minded, always challenging, like conventional, traditional narratives and perceptions, always like unpacking it all, and like taking those astronaut trips into space. Like, somebody gotta go.
He's always definitely pushing. You know how I look at it. I look at it like he's a black belt, and like it's levels to this shit. But
Nord is the fucking Michael Jackson of the porn world.
Yes.
He's the Michael Jackson of the adult entertainment world.
But I feel like if I take some lessons from him, like I can have a dynamic sex life to like a vanilla person,
But what I love about him is, like, I think him and the way his wife go about it is like they know that a lot of that also starts with the mind. So, like, unpacking like the mind and unpacking all this information that is informing, the way that we behave sexually, and the things that inform our do's and our don'ts, etc. Like, they understand that a lot of that has to do interpersonally before it like also translates outwardly, etc. So our psychology is largely behind everything, and we all are surprised. Like, people still discovering like themselves 50, 40, 60 fucking years into this thing, because people are just peeling the layers back and realize that their life and who they call self is hundreds of layers, and that they are veils upon veils upon veils upon veils that are concealing the real self, the unconscious self, the quantum self, even. So I'm all about self-knowledge. I feel like you can't really truly understand other people until you also understand yourself. Like, I'm really good at reading people and understanding people, because I'm really adamant about understanding my own psychology and the things that inform me. And the more I come to know about myself, the more I come to know about everybody else.
And we love you for that.
Oh, and I love y'all for loving me for that. Are you going to be interviewing any other adult stars coming up?
I hope so. I really like. It's so weird because I'm most comfortable around them. Like, and even when like I interview them, I feel alive. I'm interested, and I actually care. I interview a lot of these people, and I be like, ugh, in my head, but like, I love to be able to ask, like, okay, so how did you do that double anal scene, or how was it to swallow 5 loads? Like, I love asking questions like that.
Maybe look, we saw her at home. You were across from T.S. Madison.
You know what?
Knew the dick to the inches and the feet, baby. I said, man, you better be in your bag, honey.
But the crazy thing is like, I actually got some phone calls like after I interviewed Cali Caliente, King Noir, and it was somebody else. I got a phone call from another YouTuber, and he was like, "Are you becoming an adult entertainer? It's okay, just tell me." And I'm like, why do you say that? He's like, because you seem like you're right at home with them.
Facts. I mean, like you said, those are your people. Those are your people. So I'm not surprised that you feel completely at home.
Maybe I become a sexologist and be like another Dr. Ruth.
Look, we living in that age, man. I say get it all. It's so many ways to brand oneself, and once again, it is an art form. It is a skill set. And it's so many layers to sex, emotionally, emotional intimacy, mentally, physically, etc. I mean, it's a entire universe. I'm also fascinated about the sex world too, because it's another form of spirituality. It's also another form of worship. It's another form of health and healing, and it's another avenue to understand intimacy, like whether it's personal intimacy or intimacy with somebody else through sex. So I look, we got our whole lives ahead of us, honey. It's nothing that we can't do, Storm. The world is in the palm of our hands.
I mean, listen, how can I put this? Going to the sex clubs, when did I start doing that? I was in Atlanta. Vaughn took me for the first time, but then
with his freaky ass.
That was back when he was with Chelsea. He actually took me for the first time. I want to say I was 27, maybe 27.
So Vaughn, the one who turned you out?
I mean, I don't want to say it like that, but he took me to my first. Now, I've been to strip club shit like that before, but like the first lifestyle club. Yeah, we went on like a Wednesday, a Thursday.
Wow, who would have thunk it that Vaughn's vanilla ass is the one that actually turned you into a monster?
And then I remember we went in, and then I went like to the toy section. I was just in heaven. I was like, oh my God, this is just like.
Do you think it's because you got a late start? Like, did you get a late start on sex?
I lost my virginity. I lost my virginity later. I lost my virginity. I was 18 going on 19. So
I was 17 going on 18.
Yeah, so I feel like I lost it late, and then I was in a relationship, and then we broke up after college, and then I didn't have sex from 22 to 26. Yeah.
Oh my God. So you went on a bit of a sabbatical.
Yeah, so like when I first came on YouTube, like when I first, like if we go back to like 2018 and all the way through 2019, I had not had sex in years.
Why?
You know what, dude? I was so focused on other shit. I was trying to figure out like what I wanted to do with my life and where I'm gonna live. It just I wasn't.
That's one hell of a damn focus.
Yeah, but that's me. Like, and then I kind of felt bad about my situation. I'm like, I drive a Kia, like I ain't got no money. Like it's like no.
Oh, you like money ain't right. Hey, yeah.
That dick ain't right. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I was at. And so a lot of people kept saying, like, as the years went on, like, oh my God, he changed. What's wrong with Storm? Is he okay? And it's like, I just started having sex. Like when you first met me, I had not had sex in years. So you're a little weird. You're a little off.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I started back smashing, it just
smashed. Black boy magic ensued.
Yeah. So.
Yes, I'm willing to answer the question mode or culture. Who says I want to ask CTV? Why everybody got the questions for me? I want to ask CTV a sexual question, but only if he says yes, of course you can. Mode or culture. This is a safe space. Wow. So are you still on a sabbatical right now? Because I know you had started up sex and then slowed down again.
I did like during the month of like, I want to say November, because I was just trying to focus on something and I hit my goal.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I guess you can still say technically a sabbatical, but it not really though. Not really.
Okay. So you are back active.
Whenever it go down, they go down. Let me put it that way.
Whenever it go down. Where are you right now? Are you at home?
Oh no, I'm at the gym at my apartment complex.
Oh, okay. Because I know how your ass be zip lining it.
Well, I just got back. I mean, I had to.
From where?
I had to go into Atlanta to handle some business.
You went to Atlanta, okay.
So
when you got back?
I just got back a couple days ago. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then before that,
you don't tell me when you close. Like,
I don't be thinking about it. I just hop on a plane and go. Like I just be.
Well, you need to think about it, nigga. Motor Culture says, I would love to be friends with CTV too because he said he is free loving with his friends. Is that the question, Motor Culture? I don't know why am I with my friend. I am a Scorpio, y'all. I am like nuts. Okay. I'm very, very bushy, tailed, wide-eyed about the world. I'm very interested in the way that things work, the way that people work, the way that society is created, why we act the way we act. I just think it's fascinating. Very, very, very fascinating.
It really is.
And you're back in the gym now, Swarm. So are you enjoying that? Are you enjoying the gym situation? Are you getting ready for the summer?
I'm definitely getting ready for the summer. I had to detox from some medication last year. I had a couple of injuries, and
Hold on, what type of fucking injuries you had?
Lower back. I was fucked up there for a while. Lower back and neck, but I'm good now.
Oh wow. Okay.
But I don't tell people when I'm going through shit. Like when people make comments and they can go suck ass because bitch, I look better than your baby daddy.
You're not gonna suck an ass. My God, today we gotta have a hot boy summer. We gotta get up. I want to go to Vegas. I want to bust some casinos down. Like I am in that space where I just want to live.
Well, Vegas is my city. I've been there over 10 times. Like that's
I got people there. Sherelle is there. I got I got a concubine who in Vegas. Vegas could be a whole movie.
Now,
Vegas could be a whole fucking movie.
Now you do know Vegas is like it's not like Atlanta, but like it's a lot of black people that live in Vegas.
I'm cool with black people.
And a lot of people don't know that, and then they be like, "Damn, all these black folks." I'm like, "Yeah, a lot of black people live in Vegas."
Look, I ain't really that comfortable around white folk like that. So,
oh wait, is that just me?
I don't want to be. I don't ever want to be in the ghetto, but I'm cool with being around, like, being amongst my own people.
Okay.
Yeah. So if like Vegas is real black, that's cool with me. But it's so funny. Like whenever I think about Vegas, race never comes to my mind. I just imagine Party City. Like I kind of like the same thing I think of Atlantic City, because when I had vacation the year before last and went to Philly, we had also spent 3 days in Atlantic City, which was just a tourist spot. It was just the beach and restaurants and casinos galore and shopping outlets, and that's what I imagine Vegas is just like, ultimately just a tourist zone.
But the life outside the strip is great, and there's so many black owned clubs and bars, and it's like you go to the arts district, and I'm telling you, like, life outside the strip is very much fun too. So
life outside the strip, yeah, I can imagine. Look, I want to go. I'm ready. I got some trips lined up this year. And now that I'm in like this bachelor space, it's all about just living life and being fabulous and enjoying, just enjoying life, enjoying having the world in the palm of my fucking hands. I ain't got nothing else to do but to make America great again.
I love that.
So I'm there. So if you plan some trips or like it's some shit that you wanna do, especially when it comes to some of these like touristy places, like keep me motherfucking informed, because I've been trying to work on being outside again, because I've been a recluse for a long time. I'm like, you know what? I cannot live like a damn Rikers inmate on my own little island. Like I got to start.
But I love living like that. Like I love being to myself and then going out of town and then coming back, or like flying somebody in and giving them an experience and then sending them back home. Like I love that shit.
I love it too. Like naturally I could live under my own bed forever, but I know I'm defeating the purpose of incarnating here. So like now I kind of am getting back like more intentional about actually getting out and seeing the world and realizing that I'm not going to always be in my 30s. I'm not going to always have the smoking hot body and the smoking hot looks. And I'm not always going to have these things. And, and to go evangelize that greatness in the world, like go enjoy the youthfulness, like your youth and you're vital and you have this energy so that you can be mobile and active in the world. So even though it does come natural for me to be a recluse and an introvert, I am trying to make sure that I balance my extrovertedness with just also, not letting all this pass me by, but also like, yeah, just taking opportunity, to get out there, especially if it can really be a rewarding situation. So I don't be outside for nothing, like just for the hell of it. But if it's something worth me being outside for, like I'm outside. So far so good.
That's what's up.
Mhm. But I'm gonna have your ass here so we can get into some other things. I'm probably about to drop my ass off into bed. Did you get my text? Because I saw what you text me. Did you get my text back?
Yeah, I did. Do you think I should? I kind of want to drag her again. Like,
look, you said it was gonna be forever, so I mean, I ain't gonna encourage it, but I ain't gonna stop it either. I mean, if you got a good drag loaded up in the chamber, I mean, hell, pull the trigger, hell. But that is a whole key. That's a whole gag.
literally. But I'm gonna say good night, brother, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, that was Stormy, you guys. The Monroe. This was a great live. Shout out to Tarus and Jazzy and China and Shauna and Storm and everybody. This was really great. Me and Tarus actually didn't get to go into the conversation we were going to go into. That's why I changed the thumbnail, changed the title, etc. So we'll come back and have the conversation we was supposed to have about the friend recession in men's community, because that's actually like a real thing that's actually happening. I mean, I had like clips and research and all type of shit pulled up. So we'll have to come back and get into all of that. Probably will be before the weekend is out. Obviously we'll become catching up on the news cycle as well. So just keep your notifications locked and loaded. Shout out to my Patreon members. Shout out to all of you guys. If you enjoyed yourself here, y'all already know to hit the Cash App and the PayPal and show a nigga some love. Hope you guys have a awesome Friday. Oh, it is Friday. It's TGIF, my God, today. So I'll probably see y'all before the night is out, child. We'll probably get into some things Friday night, girl. So I'll be seeing y'all in a few hours. I'm gonna take my ass to bed. And I love y'all. Good night and good morning. Bye.